Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing? How are we doing? That's right, folks. Glad it's having a good time, right? Also, I might need to take off this jacket. It's very hot. Howdy, 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 folks. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not prepared. Yeah, I don't know where we could possibly go from here, you know? Your fit is very black canary coated tonight. Thank you. I like to think so. Hello, Two Dads Smoochin'. I might actually just I'm gonna do it right now. Just gonna give my shoulders a little bit of breathing room. Poof. So, folks, how we doing? Oof. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, Ponyo H2O. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, B Parker. Hello, Christina / GamerG. Hello, Shamaniacal, the Shamanite. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Two Dads Kissing. Any relation to Two Dads Smooching. Hello, Erica. Hello, Stanky Danky Ziploc Baggy. Hello, Dragon Wing. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, PC Schwarz. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Zennies. Hello, Qberry Shortcake. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Gamer G. I already said hello to you. You get two for today. Hello, Empty Dur. Hello, Walking Neon Carpet. My Wi-Fi's acting up. Probably gonna lag behind. That's all good. That's all good. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. You look very meow. Nya. Hello, Screamin' Phoenix. Hello, Lizabeth. Oh, you guys haven't even seen the back of the jacket has a dragon on it. It's so cool. It's such a good jacket. Hello, Amador. Hello, Underground Uncle. Yes, we are early today because I gotta be honest with you guys, given how long the past segments have been, there is a non-zero chance that this could go anywhere from 8 to 12 hours. So, I figured a little bit of an early start would be good. Yeah, the saga concludes tonight. Jealous of your dragon jacket? My partner got it for me for my birthday.
I watched the video about Chad's book. Don't get that book.
I cannot emphasize enough how people should not buy Shadiversity's book. Watch the copious numbers of book reviews on it instead. Space out your drinking with water. That's a good idea. Also, speaking of, I decided that every time we finish a segment, and by segment, I mean a segment of his video, you know how he divides each video into parts? I decided every time he does that, I'm going to drink alcohol. Because that will be my reward to myself. And I think I might even do, like, the first segment is 1 shot, the second segment is 2, and so on. You understand how I'm spacing this out. And no worries, I do have so much water prepared. And yeah, I think we're gonna have a good time here. At least I'm gonna try to have a good time. Again, much like previous times we have covered What If Alt Hist, massive trigger warning, because I have not watched any of this. And last time he went into like a full 45 minutes of very graphic details about sexual abuse that may or may not have happened. It does not seem like it did, as far as I can tell, but, for those of you out there, just massive trigger warnings, I will do my best to skip any of that, largely because I don't view it as particularly core to his narrative that he's laying out. Maybe it's a good time to do a weed. I can, as a responsible streamer, I can neither tell you I can't tell you what substances to partake in this night, but that is an excellent reminder for me. Two dead
These couple
smooching.
of patriarchs only peck. No fisting. Peepo box.
Two dead smooching. Thank you for gifting Trains and Bullshit a sub. Also, my kink is karma. Yes, I have art, the Japanese box art for Aiko, right there. And I have the lovely,
Zero.
I can't remember if it's box art or concept art for Shadow of the Colossus right there. It's also my desktop background. And right here is art by Gen Z from the hit video game Transistor. All right. Datura, dude, thank you for the $5 dono. I'm going to wear these in a bit after I intro stream. Gonna open this up. Gonna need caffeine to get through this.
Shimps ahoy. 1,000 shimps delicious.
May a 1,000 shimp bloom. Charlie Jinmir, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate the support, guys. You know, I like that you're sending it my way now rather than in. Well, you know, honestly, we're gonna need to keep up the BW spirit as we go through this stream because holy moly, it's gonna be a long one.
Brother gave me a cold. So I think I'm in too much pain to worry about my triggers. From Caracal.
Oh, Caracal, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Yeah, Amber Brains, before we start, you have to tell us what you're making for dinner. I'm so excited. Let's get weird, period. True. Somehow, what if alt history has returned? The 1,000 shimps of the Riverboat Nation descend upon you! Good evening, X6. Ooh, pork chops and pierogies? Nom nom nom. Alright, folks. Well, it appears we've run into a bit of a problem. The item is no longer available. Items may be taken down for various reasons, including by decision of the uploader or due to a violation of our terms of use. That's a real shame. Puts a real damper on this whole thing. See here. However, I did download all of the videos, so you know, we're all good. It's not that big of a roadblock, actually. So let's recenter chat. There we go. And let's get started. Gotta rearrange some of my setup here. Oh boy. All right. For those of you out there who are curious, you know what, actually. So, folks, for those of you out there who are curious, I will be drinking my favorite whiskey tonight. It's called Crooked Water Spirits of the North Old Hell Roaring Double-Barreled Straight Bourbon Whiskey. And it's quite good. It's made here in Minnesota, is my understanding, and it's nice. Just gonna pour myself a little bit here. Here we go. I now present to you The God Killer, Part 8. Let's go. I feel like we need like dun dun, like the dramatic, maybe like end of the day music from Majora's Mask every time we hit a new transition here, like something like that, but that's the SVU dun dun.
Sex is the reward for life, not life itself. Sex.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Let's get ready to hear the
boy.
most batshit insane stuff.
We literally just pressed the play button, man. You can't start off that strong. I only got hell of an opener. Yeah, real attention grabbing stuff here. Story the Bard, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I'm really glad I wasn't drinking right as he started talking, or I would have done a spit take. Oh god. All right.
Is simultaneously very important and unimportant at the exact same time. It's how life perpetuates itself, how you pass through one level from one generation to another, but at the same time,
you know what, I agree. Let's run that back because we need to soak it in.
Sex is the reward for life, not life itself. Sex is simultaneously very important and unimportant at the exact same time. It's how life perpetuates itself, how you pass through one level from one generation to another, but at the same time, it's just half an hour of friction, and when it's over, it's over. You can't glorify sex, or you should.
Yeah, I mean, if you're bad at it, I guess. Like, sure. If you're bad at it.
Shouldn't glorify sex, but you should glorify God instead. Sex is a mirror to life itself in that men who are great and incredible are able to dominate the material world, so much so that children or new things can come out of it. Odin said that the way you should see your life is as if you were put naked in a bed with a cute other naked redhead. If you were put there, you would have fun with her, right?
I really wasn't prepared for this. I feel called out a little bit here. Jesus Christ. All right.
And Odin said this is how you should perceive life. How we put you in front of the redhead, and we, as in the spirits, God, your ancestors, the social context of your society, puts you in a place so that you can enjoy life. It's the
Do I have a say in it? Do I have a say in it, or is the redheaded woman just passive and just takes what happens? Like what? I feel like we're ignoring the agency of the other party here, which is very concerning to me for no reason in particular.
Culture's responsibility to do this, and the culture gives you the foundations on how to live a happy life, whether tradition or religion or social institutions or a church, you know what I mean. And the reason you're miserable is not you, the viewer's fault.
Thank you so much for your coverage of this man's spiraling. Also, he's talking about you. That's so awesome, Amel.
It's not awesome, but also thank you for the $30 super chat. But also, like, I do hope like I know part of this, a large part of it is just like marveling over just the self-destruction that's happening here, but also this guy's ideology is reflected in so many other conservatives. You know, I really should have maybe introed this segment a little bit better before jumping right into it, but let's rectify that now. This guy's ideology, what if alt hist, his ideology gets reflected across all of conservatism. He's appeared on Tim Pool, he's appeared on numerous different conservative podcasts alongside other, large names in the conservosphere, right? And the way he views women, the way he views the world with like this kind of veil of conspiracism and, mysticism that serves a fundamentally conservative worldview about, men need to be men, women need to be women, men need to sacrifice themselves for the, the glory of their country, stuff like that. That is mainstream conservative politics. And it's interesting to kind of get a look under the hood of what's happening here. Because I do think he's being sincere in a lot of this. I think he might be delusional in large parts of this, but I do think he's being sincere, which is what makes it very fascinating, right? Like, Rudyard is bearing his soul to us, and what it tells us about other conservatives and what undergirds their ideologies, I think is surprisingly informative.
Chat. Imagine if Odin puts you in bed with a really hot redhead with really good political opinions.
True. Imagine that. And so my fundamental hope for people who watch through all of this is to understand that the conservative worldview is inherently reactionary. It is inherently built upon a foundation that is flimsy at best and ultimately just self-serving, a delusion. The delusion that, I don't want billionaires to be taxed because I might be a billionaire someday, Like, I want to make sure the rich aren't held accountable for their actions because I might be rich someday. And that's delusional, Like, but anything's possible in America. You can start as an intern and work your way up to being CEO, or one of the most wealthy people on the planet. And that's just not how life really works for 99.99999% of people in this country. And I don't know. I think that this is illustrative of the fact that you need to be, to some degree, delusional in order to embrace these ideological positions. Or you need to be paid off. It's one or the other, really.
Instead, it's your society's fault. The reason your people don't have the will to live is that your society hit a really difficult level of the game.
I mean, my people have the will to live. I don't know what I don't really know what you're talking about here.
Era when a species first attains godlike power, but lacks the wisdom to use it properly.
Okay.
And this is something that every species that hits this level archetypally has to deal with.
So there are other species. So aliens? Are we talking to aliens now? We've hit gods. We've hit heaven and hell. We've hit Odin. Now we're going into aliens? I'm not gonna lie. This is, I guess, the only direction he could have gone with this. All right.
And we're really proud of you as humans because
he's really proud of us as humans because he's speaking as Thor or Odin. He's speaking as like one of the archangels of God, I guess. He's still being possessed. So, whatever.
Heard, we hit this 100,000 years earlier than what they expected, mostly due to the technological innovation that came out.
Yes, we can get more what if alt hist logo fan art if you like. People will need to make more of it, however, but I can put up an image here. I'll just use the thumbnail I made for now. All right. Perfection.
Of Europe from Greece onwards. And
yeah, I guess it's a new day. He's wearing a suit and he's still possessed by Odin.
So the gods are really, really happy we did this, and they're really, really sorry and have more empathy than you could ever understand for our condition. They see us as teenagers now. We have to learn to grow and find our own way in the world. And the way I perceive this is that no, sorry, this isn't the way I perceive this. This is the way they perceive this. They're communicating through me. Sorry. The fucking radio tower is really difficult for me to maintain.
Oh, boy. You know, you can edit that part out, I guess.
So sometimes, please have some empathy for me. This is really hard. Doing these spiritual exercises, I feel like I'm cutting myself psychically. It's not that painful, but I'm siphoning off psychic energy to do this. And
okay, so he is a radio tower to the gods. We're establishing so much lore here. He's not all right. He is not all right. No.
They say that they find us to be completely pathetic and disgusting. Our men are weak and our women have become demented. And they said, though, that's not our fault, because the stage we're at requires an incredibly fast social buildup and release of tension. And the Europeans did that, and it wasn't foreseen in advance that the Europeans made that breakthrough, but they did. And then you had the Industrial Revolution, science, the discovery of the world, the Reformation, all in...
The Europeans made that breakthrough? Are you sure about that? You sure about that one?
The last 500 years. So incredibly rapid change, and they're really proud of us because we hit so many developmental levels so quickly.
Ah, like a civilization game. Okay, so the pantheon of gods view Earth as a gigantic game of civilization. Cool, gotcha.
But all things must come to an end. And in the 20th century, when our population was rising really high, our society had to have an off switch because the natural world demands off switches, and industrial civilization increased us so fast.
Wait, the natural world doesn't have off switches. What are you talking about? Off switches are inherently industrial.
That the natural order needed to have an off switch for our own safety because we were advancing so rapidly technologically that we were going to get ourselves killed with some ridiculous technology or another. What we're currently...
Yeah, Gandhi would hoard the nukes and then declare war on the world. Yeah, exactly. I've played Civilization before.
Seeing with wokeness and population collapse is one of the nicest scenarios for an off switch. And they said they're proud we reached this point because if your society is facing mouse utopia and population decline, it means nothing else has killed you. We haven't had a genetically engineered plague. We haven't had a nuclear war. We haven't had World War III. We haven't had supply chain issues. We haven't run out of oil. So the spirits want to pause and thank us for how proud they are of us that we've made it this far. And they said,
I'm real glad that the spirits are proud of us. You know, it will fill the hole in my heart that was left by my dad not being proud of me.
This population collapse, or dying from wealth, is the coolest way to die. So they're really proud of us because they said, quote, a society has to die. A civilization has to die.
Dying from wealth is the best way to go. Holy moly, this guy's
So this man
bleak.
had a trip and now he thinks we are in a RTS game.
Unironically, he played so many RTS games as a child and then did ayahuasca, and now he just thinks the entire world is StarCraft. Or Civilization, one of the two. You know, you got the tech tree, you got the units being sent out.
It is better to die rich than to die poor. And the West, we're not going to die. We're not going to die because of this video.
Oh, fuck yeah. Thanks, What If Alt Hist, for saving our lives with this video.
I apologize for bragging, but we got this far. I need to let off some steam. And so the West's not going to die, but the reason we're in decline right now, which we're about to change, is that we got so wealthy, we're dying of our own wealth. And humans didn't evolve for urban environments. And so women are the intuitive connection to the environment, and men are the cultural programming. Women are eternal across every society.
Oh, okay. Cool. You know, I like being eternal. That's pretty cool, I guess. What should I put my skill points into? You know?
And they respond to stimuli. The men.
I'm really glad that What If Alt Hist has declared that women have one of the basic components of all living organisms. The ability to respond to stimuli. It's something we have in common with sea sponges.
Are culturally programmed by that given society for its civilizational goals. For example, the father's role is to imprint how the left hemisphere, or how you relate to power and money and authority and responsibility. Men imprint that. The father imprints it on a child.
Yeah, because women look at money and go, what's that? I don't understand. Do I light it on fire? And then the man comes and goes, no, you don't light it on fire. You use it to buy things like shoes, which I don't allow you to have because I want you to be barefoot in the house.
The mother imprints your subconscious reactions to your environment. So your mother loves you, hopefully. Mine didn't. So your mother loves you. She tells you you're handsome.
What the fuck was... sorry, what the fuck was that?
For example, the father's role is to imprint how the left hemisphere, or how you relate to power and money and authority and responsibility.
My tits keep my brain from thinking.
Men imprint that. The father imprints it on a child. The mother imprints your subconscious reactions to your environment. So your mother loves you, hopefully. Mine didn't. So your mother... mother loves you. She tells you you're handsome. She tells you that your subconscious...
Just real quick here.
reactions to your environment.
Just real quick, I'm going to show you that on screen.
So your mother loves you, hopefully. Mine didn't. So your mother loves...
That was disturbing. Oh, yes. Insect's appeal. He alleges that his mother extensively abused him in basically every conceivable way. And he also says that he told all of that to his father, and then his father did nothing about it. And that's just, you know, like, and he's on good terms with his dad, I guess. Like, I don't know. I feel like I would be, that none of the reactions or facts of the story seem to add up to me. Yeah, the father he sees as a hero, exactly. One of the greatest men to walk the earth.
She tells you you're handsome. She tells you that you shouldn't worry too much. She hugs you when you're scared, because your mother's imprinting your subconscious assumptions and your father is imprinting your conscious assumptions. And so what happened is that there was such a huge...
Yeah, he did allege that he recovered memories of the abuse, which... Yeah, I'm skeptical, to say the least.
Huge evolutionary mismatch between the environment we evolved for and the environment we live in, that women, through feminism, rebelled against the system because they weren't getting what they needed from a natural, healthy environment. And so this is why...
Yeah, women needed their human rights and rebelled against the system for pesky things like being able to vote, or have bank accounts, or wear pants.
Feminism crashed the birth rate so much because women are taking orders from Mother Nature.
Feminism is what crashed the birth rates. You know, I think it's pretty... I think if you think that, right? Like, if you are someone who has that belief, and I know that there are other men in conservatism who believe that, right? Really, the question should be, why do you think so little of men? Because all feminists are asking for is to be treated equitably, to be treated like human
Does your
beings.
woman suffer from sentience? Symptoms include thinking for oneself, having opinions, and wanting things.
Women do be wanting things, it's true. Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono.
That we are in such an evolutionary mismatch, they're not going to have children. The way we have to have kids is to fix.
Also, women want to have kids. A lot of the women I know want to have kids, okay? Not all of them, but it's their body, their choice. And like, maybe, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe more women would decide to have more kids if the men in their lives treated them better. I know, guys, crazy idea. Having economic stability with a 2-income household and being treated like a human being with agency. Might make you want to have more kids with someone.
The evolutionary mismatch.
It's called having Riz, okay?
And live in an environment closer to our ancestors. And what we are seeing now is, and the reason that our society fell apart, is that we entered an evolutionary system where there was no previous social traditions that allowed the ability to process an urban industrial civilization. So we gave our power to the bureaucracy to manage our interactions in an urban society because that's what we had to do. It was
to be fair and to be clear, people had to do that to participate in any kind of society for literally thousands of years before industrialization. Like, people had to do that to live in ancient Rome or Mesopotamia or any number of the societies that predated that. Like, monarchy also had bureaucracy. Ancient Mesopotamia had bureaucracy. China, one of the longest lasting empires on Earth, had bureaucracy. And that's just how having a society works. If you want to go live in a cabin by yourself in the middle of the woods and you can swing it, like, I guess you can afford not to do that. But otherwise, we all got to deal with that and have had to deal with that for millennia.
Necessary with 20th century technology. And the spirits say we don't judge you for that because it was necessary under the incentives of the situation. We will judge you if you don't improve and change from that. So the bureaucracy, which gained power due to having an urban society where you can't operate on an interpersonal level, made it.
Okay, from the way he's talking, it doesn't sound like What If Alt Hist has ever lived in a city. Because I can tell you, if you live in a city, you get to know the people that you interact with regularly. That you have interpersonal relationships in a city. If you're just visiting a city, it seems like there are no interpersonal relationships because you're a tourist. You're not there every day building up relationships with people. But I guarantee you, the people who live in cities do. They know their local bodega guy. They know all the names of the local bodega cats. They got their butcher shop guy. They got their grocery store that they go to. They got a little flower shop that they're fond of. They know a couple of the people who go to the park at the same time as their kids. There's a lot of interpersonal relationships that go on in cities. In fact, one would argue there being more people in a concentrated area, that would mean there's actually more interpersonal relationships than when you are the only person for 20 miles around. Just a thought there.
An alliance with women to basically predate off men. And this is the current system, and I'm calling your bluff. Our entire social structure is a system so the bureaucracy can work with feminists to predate off men so the society stops breeding.
The Twin Cities does have bodegas, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. Just you have to go to like different parts of town It depends on where you're located, but bodegas do exist in the Twin Cities. I think they're getting more popular as time goes by, but there are like 2 near where I live.
You ended up in twisted, perverse incentives where the bureaucracy was resentful of the culture because they can only see the world through money and power. So they see the culture as stopping them from getting money and power, but they don't realize they are servants to the culture. The culture is the boss. They are the ones who are there to help it. Your society...
Yeah, unlike men who are free from the boss of culture...
isn't your present society. It's not the people alive now. It's a...
Yeah, Two Dad Smooch, and you've got it. Women are both incredibly dumb and also predatory. They are super predators. That's why they call them cougars.
Contiguous line from your ancestors to your descendants. So this is why I'm intervening in the game, because both your ancestors and your descendants are calling you out for your bullshit now.
Wait, our descendants can call us out? Can you explain that? The souls of people who are yet to exist can call us out? That seems so. Time travel? Time travel exists now? Okay, why not?
You guys are fucking crazy. So, yeah, it's not really your fault your society fell apart. We find you pathetic, but this was going to happen at some time or another, and we're...
the spirits are really impressed by how far society has advanced, and, we view all you humans as teenagers, and, but there's a decent chance you could be self-destructive, but also you're fucking pathetic and disgusting.
really proud that this is the thing that did you in. There are also a few other messages I need to convey to you briefly. The first is the spirits want to say again they love you more than they could ever say. I was sent to you by your...
But we're also pathetic. I'm getting some mixed messages from the spirits here, Rudyard. They're kind of negging us. As a woman, I have some experience with negging, and the spirits are coming across really neggingly, like a guy who just watched his first pickup artist video at the club.
Bloodline, which is why I work for Odin, since he is the genetic king of my people.
That's right. I forgot about the Nazi eugenics shit. I forgot. Sometimes I'm just listening along and, I'm enjoying the fact that he's talking about, he seems to think that women have the IQ of like a sea sponge. And then he'll throw in, again, his divine esoteric Nazism bloodline that is derived from Odin himself. Good gods. There we go. Nailed it. Odin, famously king of the Irish. Oh no.
The Britons. I speak to your blood. I know that you know that the things I am saying are...
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
There are also a few other messages I need to convey to you briefly. The first is the spirits want to say again they love you more than they could ever say. I was sent to you by...
Great, now I have to be careful and not get cancelled by my great-great-grandchild.
Yeah, imagine how woke they're going to be.
Your bloodline, which is why I work for Odin, since he is the genetic king of my people, the Britons.
Okay, so he just said so many things that are wrong, and I know that, like, none of this makes sense, that it's all delusional, right? I understand, but let's walk through it a little bit, shall we? Because Rudyard spent the entire first video very firmly establishing that his bloodline is derived from the Irish and, like, the Celts and not the Britons. The Britons are actively the group of people that oppressed the Irish. Like, very famously, in a feud that still impacts their cultures to this day. Also, my understanding here is that Odin was not a god worshipped by the Irish. Odin was worshipped by, the Swedes, the Nordics, the Danes, the Norwegians, the Icelandic. My understanding is that Odin kind of hails from that neck of the woods. The Irish were doing their own thing. And then the Britons were definitely doing their own thing. Yeah, and Nomi Sunrider, if we move forward in history, right, the Irish may have come to worship Odin at some point after the Viking invasion of the British Isles, but that was hundreds of years after where he's already cited his bloodline to, Anyway.
I speak to your blood. I know that you know that the things I am saying are true. Since we can sense your blood, we know what your genetic wiring is.
Oh, that's how he can always tell who's trans and who's not. He can sense the chromosomes. He can smell them with his Odin sniffer.
Know what you know. When you lie, we know you're lying. Your ancestors are really trying to help you here, and I am their gift. The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see.
Yeah, no. Julie the Ghost. If you're coming in not having seen the first two parts, he claims to be a conduit or radio tower for Odin, who is an angel of, the Christian God, to speak through him to explain the spirit world. That's kind of his entire thing. So he's the first 1.5 parts of this did not involve him speaking as a spiritual entity, right? But now he's speaking, he's being possessed by Odin, essentially, but occasionally slipping up and apologizing because it's hard for him to maintain the psychic energy of the radio tower to God.
Me as Gandalf. If you process me as Gandalf, that's nearly a 100% accurate assessment.
If you process me as Gandalf, that's nearly 100% accurate. I feel like we need that on the audio board. I don't know under what circumstances we would use it, but I do feel like we need it. The soundboard, I feel like we need it on the soundboard, this clip.
You here, and I am their gift. The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf. If you process me as Gandalf,
the spirits would like me to convey to you that you should process me as Gandalf.
That's nearly a 100% accurate assessment of what my role is, what I am, etc. I am not a god, I am a wizard.
Conservatives should really be banned from watching or reading Lord of the Rings, okay? They need to demonstrate a level of media literacy before they're exposed to that, because otherwise they just ride it off the rails. They just ride it straight into the Underdark of Moria,
It's hilarious I can say that, and it's so ridiculous, but it's also not. My people are the Britons, which weren't a people before the British Empire, but formed to be one.
You're saying so many things that are blue screening my brain, dude. The Britons didn't exist until the British Empire, but they formed prior to the British Empire because they knew that they would form a British Empire someday. That's wild, dog. What is this? Yeah. Literally literally what if alt hist right now.
You cannot pass! Get out! Good fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun!
Thanks, what if alt hist, for saving us from the Balrog of modernity.
They were the nation that conquered the world and first unified the human biosphere.
That doesn't mean anything, dog. That's like when Gwyneth Paltrow talks about you using a jade egg to cleanse your chakras. It's not, that doesn't mean anything, dog.
Ironically, the Britons of Arthur's day made a deal with the spirit world that they'd beat
What?
the English and the Saxon invaders, which is only true in name, since they were forced to speak an English language, have English genetics, be conquered by the English, have a English legal code, and the English Empire. So the Welsh technically won, but the English did much more winning. I was summoned by them in the same way we are all summoned by higher forms.
You were summoned by King Arthur? What
if alt hist? My mother was a hamster, and my father smelt of elderberries.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Is he saying that he was summoned by King Arthur? Is this literally like an isekai anime?
We as individuals were all spawned by higher forms like gods, spirits, nations, peoples, social classes, regions, and family line.
I'm sorry, did you just throw people in there? Because that part, that's a very small kernel of truth in there. I was born from a person in particular.
All summoned by higher forms. We as individuals were all spawned by higher forms like gods, spirits, nations, peoples, social classes, regions, and family line. If you want to look at Napoleon was spawned by the Italian people, then he worked with the French people, he was spawned by Christianity, he was spawned by his family, he was spawned by his noble line.
Yeah, he was born. That is true. He was born in a society. Joker makeup ensues.
We as individuals are all extensions of these broader forms that birth us, and it's our duty to serve the forms that birth us. This was obvious for all of human history until the present.
Oh yeah, totally. It's self-evident, you morons. What are you, women?
And your life is not super important. Your life is an extension of your broader lives. And I am an individualist. I'm an individualist till the day I die. I stand for freedom and individualism. So I'm not like a friggin' commie or a friggin' Nazi who's going to tell you to submit to the state. The state's lame.
You are going to spout ideology, though, that's absolutely identical to Nazism.
I will tell you, and I will shame you until you submit to your own duty, because I don't
He said duty.
believe in the state telling you what to do. I believe in men having honor and doing it themselves. And
That's true. Men should have honor and wipe their butts after they do their duty. I agree.
We're all pawns in a great psychic game, the dimensions of which we fully don't understand, but the rules of the game are coded into our blood, and
Okay, Zinch, Jesus.
the more you understand the world and reflect and meditate and pray, the more of the game you can understand. Whether or not you realize it, you already have a master. If you don't like your master, pick a better one. We're all forced to pick masters in this spiritual game, and sometimes your master is money, sometimes it's communism, and if you don't think you have a master, you might have a bad one, so be careful, and you should be introspective. I carry the traits of my people. My obnoxiously Britannic name, Rudyard William Lynch, finally makes sense now. I have the exact genetic composition of the British Isles, with being 6.
If you fly to England and you take the genome of any square patch of dirt, you will find in it the genome of what if alt hist.
60% Celtic ancestry and 40% Germanic. Making me a mix of Irish and English making me a mix of Irish and English ancestry was a way to troll both, and making the symbol of the Britons being a plurality Celt was there to troll everyone else. Is it a coincidence?
Okay, y'all, my mom is watching. Please don't say no words like shit or asterisk 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 or asterisk 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 or.
Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono, and hello, Mrs. Jazz Dog.
That I keep an ethnic map of the British Isles that my family passed down to me from the 19th century in my recording frame.
That's what that is? This map right here is an ethnic map of the British Isles? That's so fucking crazy, dog. Your family had has a map of where the different ethnicities are. Yes, over here you have the Anglo-Saxons. Here you have the last vestiges of the Saxons, pure-blooded Saxons, that is. Over here you have the Celts. Over here you have the Danes. What's left of the ancient Dane law, the dogs. How positively, like, skull-shaped that all is.
And I've had that map up, I think, for years. So this was way before I got all this info in the last few months. Oh god, life is funny. The spirits drop such obvious hints. Like, that's just an example. You just have to look for the hints. You add up the hints, and if you're not a schizophrenic, and if you're smart and
Yeah, if you're not one of those.
responsible, the image you add up may be correct, but no promises. Is it also a coincidence that my speciality is anthropology and history?
You don't have a specialty. You've read books. I'm gonna generously grant that you've read books on that topic, but that doesn't mean you are a specialist in those fields. Sorry, bud. Go get a degree if you want to call yourself that.
Given I'm working for the biosphere and my ancestral genetic lineage. My Quaker ancestry is from a specific sub-region of England which created both the
Yeah, we finally found it. The guy who's read all theory.
Industrial Revolution in Britain and America, which was the British people's greatest power, that being their scientific and industrial abilities. My 10% German ancestry, my only...
Man, I love hearing that England was so good at its scientific capabilities when, like, you look back at, like, the actual history of England and you find out about, like, the Broad Street pump incident, where it turned out, like, they just kept getting periodic outbreaks of cholera because they were drinking literal sewer water and didn't see anything particularly wrong with that. You know, they thought it was just the vapors of the night giving everyone cholera, when in reality it was just they were drinking doo-doo water.
Non-Britannic ancestry is also...
But they were great scientists.
So what I'm getting from this is that his master didn't take him to the post office in time to send in his forms to collect his government-supplied eternal bed redhead.
Yeah, true. If he had been supplied an eternal, government issued redhead, none of this would have happened.
So symbolic for Britain, which...
Well, the great thing about the Broad Street pump incident, Philodox, is that it is what basically gave rise to germ theory, but when the British scientific establishment was presented the outlines of what was causing the cholera outbreaks, they laughed the guy who was trying to explain that it was, tiny bugs in the water out of the room, They did not believe him, and a lot more people died before they finally listened.
Was populated by people from Germany. My people have spent thousands of years breeding for bards, druids, warlords, and heroes, so I'm a mix of all four. I have lots of different traits from my people's culture just mixed together. You can draw lots of parallels to me, but remember, I'm Rudyard. Rudyard is Rudyard. The Britons built up a lot of genetic points over their history through their incredible achievements, which they're...
Genetically a bard. Yeah, can you show me the bard genes? What are the genes that makes a man like Chris Pine from Dungeons and Dragons? I want to know. Because he's, he's kind of handsome. And, if I can narrow down the field, I'm just kidding.
Are using for this intervention. Odin would like some gratitude for the West in the British Empire's success. As we'll discuss later, modern science and the mechanical wizardry the West used to take over the world was made by the worshippers of Hermes Trismegistus. So, you should really watch this video till the end. I understand.
Oh, we will. We will. Yeah, you're going to tell us you understand you made a 4-hour long video.
It's unfair that this video was so long for you, but I don't think you have anything better to do.
He's got us there. Dead to rights.
The former Danelaw was the origin of the Industrial Revolution for a reason.
Oh God. Look at you dropping 10-cent words like Danelaw.
Britain's great advantage was its scientists and intellectuals alongside its technology, whether Isaac Newton, the Bacons, the Industrial Revolution, the steamship, and more. The British are the best wizards in history, so they sent this wizard boy to help you.
What?
The West...
Wait, what? What? You got a little bit more legwork to do there about England having the best wizards. Can you tell us more about that, J.K. Rowling?
Made a deal with Hermes for incredible technological progress in the medieval period, which we will close by the end of this video. This is the video to explain why the West developed such powerful technology, and it all makes sense. Is it a coincidence that the only people I'm aware of, or the Germanics who made their lord, the god Hermes, their king, were the ones who completely conquered and dominated the whole world? They trusted Hermes since the cold winters and constant warfare, humbled them so much that they trusted an unassuming wizard just to survive. Other peoples didn't think he was flashy and loud enough for them. It was the best decision of their people's history.
This is the first time, I have to be honest with you, this is the first time during a What If Alt Histvid that I've actually Googled Hermes Trismegistus. And I guess this is a component of Hermeticism. And Hermes Trismegistus is a figure attributed to the ancient Greeks, who is a combination of Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. So we're getting dangerously close to Emerald Tablet shit here. We're edging closer and closer to spirit science. We're already in the general vicinity, but there's a non-zero chance that he drops Atlantis in here somewhere. And at that point, we've reached Emerald Tablet territory, okay?
Hermes turned the Germans from a swamp people concentrated in Denmark to rulers of the world. The British built up enough heroic charge over history that they tried to create a man who could stop and say no to mouse utopia and modernity. This is a normal developmental state every species hits, in that the first people to build a global spanning empire will make someone who can integrate the entire world's biosphere. This is such a difficult task, and yet there is so much incredible advantage that can be taken from it that different peoples compete to be the first one to unify the biosphere. The first person to unify all of human culture in a single understanding, or the human biosphere, has an incredible advantage because they have the ability to assort for all of the human experience to find the things that work best, bring that into their system, and then use it for a competitive advantage. And this is the next stage of human history.
So, can I take a stab at this here? You're trying to say that we're on the verge of one person being able to unite the entire world, and thus being able to dictate, how human society is to function from here on out, which to me really kind of sounds like, a fascist empire takes over the world. That sounds like what you are, excitedly talking about here. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's kind of, it kind of sounds like he's ripping off the Warhammer 40k lore, if I'm being honest with you. It kind of sounds like he's talking about the Emperor of Mankind, crushing all adversaries and uniting humanity under one banner to lead a galactic crusade He's already established aliens. I figure we're gonna go a little bit farther here. My face with no unified human biosphere, yeah.
We look for wisdom so that we have competitive advantages, and we study each other so to figure out who has the best ideas so that we can share them with each other. We can't overstate that Rudyard isn't special. This may sound ridiculous, but these games aren't.
Man, I love how effortlessly he slides between talking about himself as if it's just him talking, and then, referring to himself in the third person because he's suddenly been possessed by Odin again.
Predetermined. Rudyard just...
Odin's so powerful, but not powerful enough, I guess, to give us basically some kind of indication that he's, resumed control.
Happened to win the game this time. Keep in mind, gods make thousands of bets, and nations produce hundreds.
Only thousands? I feel like that's low. Also, wait, gods are making bets? Doesn't really sound very godlike.
Of heroes, almost none of which work, and then we backwards rationalize which ones were successful as being ordained, but there's a lot of ordainment going on and most of it fails. Keep in mind the universe works on a probabilistic level, and so for every person who works, 100 fail.
In another world, what if Alt, Ben, Dave Rube, Milo, and Blair in an open relationship turning conservatives left by helping them come out? From Caracal. P.S. Sorry, I blame the cold.
Caracal, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. And you know what? I'm going to be a bit more generous to myself to take little breaks and say, hey, folks, we're an hour into the show now. If you're enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Very important to do that. And consider supporting the stream with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because this show is only made possible because of viewers like you. I make nowhere near enough money to survive off of the ad revenue, so it is quite literally you guys who make it possible for me to do what I do. Thank you for being here, and I hope this is a good enough stream to get your support. And with that, also I want to say we are 65 subscribers last I checked, away from 10,000 subscribers. We are getting real close. Okay? Now it's 64. Hoo. So yeah, guys, we're getting so close. My goal is for us to hit 10,000 by Monday. I think we can do it. I think that's possible, but it can't happen without you guys. And I've been seeing some people commenting on my YouTube videos that they had previously subscribed, but then they checked and found that they were unsubscribed. Apparently, YouTube automatically unsubscribes you sometimes from channels, so even if you have subscribed, give it a check. And with that, let's dive back into whatever the hell this is now. Look at this. Look at this. You know, I'm real tempted to go in on the suit that he's wearing. Like, good God. You alleged to make over $300,000 and that's the suit you're wearing on stream? Come on. I know you can do better than that with that amount of money. God damn.
Rudyard 1, we are going to backwards rationalize why, but there are loads of timelines where Germans, Chinese, French, Russians, or Arabs win the game, and they have a handsome, young, smart man who then explains this video to their audiences to go backwards through history to say why they won. You mortals really overthink everything. Rudyard's just...
Yeah, you know, sometimes you play Civilization and India wins, or sometimes, you know, Boudica wins, sometimes, Carthage wins. You know, a lot of things happen when you play Civilization. Also, I'm really excited to try the new Civ that's coming out soon.
Rudyard. The story is true. He's just a smart and good person who made a bet. We assessed...
Yeah, so far in this video, we've established that aliens are real, multiverse is real, and time travel is possible. So, like, you know, everything's on the table at this point.
Rudyard was able to do this when he begged for his own suffering to end as a child. He had a unique mix of genetics, personal factors, cultural background, and knowledge. They said it's weird stuff like honor culture. I'd fight back. My father trained me in probabilistic thinking. My mother trained me in religious thinking. I just did a weird confluence of variables. And
I've been trained on probabilistic thinking. I know that there's only a 25% chance after I finish this sentence you will try to punch me in the face. Ha ha! Yeah, he's a mentat, guys. Exactly. He's Paul Atreides from Dune. And you've heard good things about Civ 7? That's great, because I didn't really like Civilization 6. But I'm looking forward to giving it another shot. I've always liked the Civilization games.
And after Rudyard made the deal, we went back in time.
Yeah, he's not a mentat. He's a man-tat. LDTG, that's the first time I've seen you comment over on YouTube. I've 10 out of 10. Well done.
Time to make sure all the details fit together. Remember, God controls time. We can do that when we want to. Treat Rudyard as Rudyard. Don't think too much about this. Rudyard doesn't want to hurt you.
Yeah, I loved Civ 4, and, you know, I really like Civ 5, too. It took some getting used to, but I like it. Civ 6 was not my jam.
He's just been shoved into something so enormous, he needs to share it with you to not go crazy. Rudyard did the fucking work. That's it.
Yeah, it's all just shoved into something so enormous. Tell us more. Tell us about that again.
About this. Rudyard doesn't want to hurt you. He's just been shoved into something so enormous, he needs to share it with you to not go crazy.
Just shoved into... I can't do it.
Rudyard did the fucking work. That's it. His genetics are a little better than you, but look at...
Jesus Christ. The eugenics meter begins to crack as it overloads. Steam shooting out. You can hear it now, screeching, the steam escaping, and it's somehow making the sound of a long and impassioned treatise about skull shapes.
Most of the people in his family. He's nothing like most of them. They're mostly middle class and obscure, so genetics...
Again, he keeps referring to his family as middle class after talking about how when he grew up, his family had millions of dollars. If your family has millions of dollars, you're not middle class.
Can't be everything. His blood helped, but Rudyard did the work. Rudyard is clearly not a god. He's just a smart boy who read 900 books, hiked the Appalachian Trail, made a...
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1
If
subs.
God controls time, what was with all those extinctions he kept doing? Why no rewind?
Yeah, why, you know, if we can rewind Undertale, God can certainly rewind reality. Come on now. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. And, this is hard. This is a hard one, guys.
Truly a face that says his genes are better than mine.
Yeah, you know, if you're ever wondering what superiority looks like, look no further. We've got, this is the Ubermensch, everyone. You know, look upon the face of your better. And despair.
Political faction since he realized he could. This boy loves you more than he could ever possibly say in
God is doing a no-save scum run. Those are the hardest to do.
His words. We call him a boy since he's fucking 23. Do you really understand what that means? This boy's nearly a teenager. He's nearly killed himself multiple times since he loves you so much he wanted to save his people. You treated him like fucking garbage for his whole life.
Yeah, really, really you know, when I see this man who grew up in a home with millions of dollars, what I really see is Christ on the cross. I'll tell you what.
That's just unforgivable. To be more accurate, Rudyard's mom made the bet. The details of his mother don't really make sense until you integrate this detail. She's clearly an incredibly sentient and intelligent person.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're recognizing that women can be sentient. That's, a start. But also, I feel uncomfortable about this part.
Who made the decision to do something so stunningly evil and demonic, it's hard to believe. My mom would tell me growing up when I was a child that when I grew up, I should be an education documentary filmmaker, and she told me when I dropped out of school and needed to form a media company to displace the mainstream's failures. She clearly was part of the program. My dad told me something a few days ago that really hit me like a bullet.
What?
When he was visiting me in Texas, where he said my mom would wander through old cemeteries in the greater Philly area and look for people who died in the colonial, Revolutionary War, Civil War era and liberate their souls.
Oh, the Queen Matriarch, thank you for the $2 super chat. It's not much because my bank's being a bitch. That's okay, Queen Matriarch. I appreciate you being here and supporting me however you can.
From torture so they can move on to the afterlife. My mom would tell me growing up that she would speak to ancestor spirits, and lots of the analysis I'm feeding you now is stuff I got from my mom as a kid. My mom's story makes more sense. Why she sent me to tango, ride horses, taught me philosophy and about religion or mythology. My mom made this deal for me, and I was forced through the horror to accept the deal. Although I could have just...
What deal? You haven't mentioned a deal.
Died. My only choice besides dying was accepting the deal past a certain threshold of suffering. I think when my mom was brain dead for 2 days, God or the devil, and I think both at the same time, told my mom that she could either die or accept the deal to live.
What are you talking about, man? Oh, the deal of him being the chosen one? Ah, yes. The chosen one, here to save us all.
She surrendered her soul to a demon, and the rest happened from there. I was right as a kid. My mom did die with the horse kick, and...
Oh, that's right. His mom got kicked by a horse and was brain dead for 2 days. That story was weird, and I totally forgot that element of everything. I forgot about it.
Now, Demon Mommy took over ever since. My bloodline has sacrificed so much to get here. I feel honored, but at the same time horrified. My people have spent thousands of years...
That's every bloodline? That's literally every bloodline. That's how time works, man. If you exist at all, you are the product of untold generations of people and creatures dying. You stand in your existence upon a pile of corpses that reaches the heavens, okay? You are basically the box art from Doom. That's just part and parcel with existing. In a existence where we rely upon the evolutionary process. Okay, I mean, I can't help it. I'm having to look at them all the time. What? Come on, man. This suit doesn't even fit you. I have bought, like, $5 blazers at the thrift store that fit so much better than whatever you got going on here. You've literally got hundreds of thousands of dollars. Get yourself a tailored suit, Like, shouldn't be wrinkling up here. Your collar shouldn't be, like, askew like this. Your tie shouldn't be off-center. Come on, man. Also, what the hell's happening with your hair? Like, I understand. Sometimes I wash my hair before stream. But, like, I try and make sure it doesn't look bad. By bad, I mean, genetically superior, obviously.
Trying to reach this point, and I can only stand in awe at what just happened. What God says is that anyone could have done this. The rules of the game are purposely vague, but the Lynches happened to win. And we won this game. We didn't win all of history. There's billions of different games over history. You choose which ones you want to play and which ones you want to win. Your identity stems from what makes you feel a sense of pride in yourself. Odin says he wanted to show one of the most incredible achievements, which we'll talk about later, to the most nihilistic and envious society to rub their own moral failings in their face as much as possible. My family's apparently symbolic for modern civilization. The spirits wanted to help us since they could see our suffering. They can see into our souls and they could tell our society is deeply miserable. They could...
The first true virgin, that is maybe one of the most devastating insults I've ever seen someone levy at another human being. Eraserhead baby in a suit. Damn. Damn. All right. God.
See our sorrow, and the worst thing is that we didn't even realize how sad we were and how lonely.
Pull back up, Rudyard. Hello. I'm going door to door to help people understand the wonders of their Lord and Savior, Hermes Trismegistus. Can I come in for a few minutes?
Psych, I already am, because I'm with Hermes Trismegistus and am genetically superior to you.
And how angry. They said that when they look at our society, they say that when you look at your society, you are looking at Rudyard. You were peasants for thousands of years. Your dad figured out industrial capitalism and you became wealthy as a culture. Your mom couldn't handle it, and you had some really traumatic experiences, namely, firstly, the speed of industrial change itself, secondarily, the world wars, and thirdly, the threat of nuclear holocaust. It's not your fault you hate yourself. There's no reason to dislike yourself. Remember, God
Also, like, you're making a lot of assumptions about people watching your videos, because, like, I don't hate me. I think me's pretty cool, actually. You know, like, some people are well-adjusted. Come on now.
Loves you in Christianity. That's the big point of the religion. We all love you so much. The reason you hate yourself is the same reason this young man has over his life, in that he suffered something so horrible he struggles to understand it. There were very specific active interests that were psyoping both this young man and your society to get them to dislike themselves. We hate to be this blunt, but communism is as evil as Rudyard's mother. You won't...
Guys, you have to listen, okay? You have to listen to this in-depth critique of communism because, you know, the gods are telling you that it's evil, you know? All right, gods. Explain to me how workers owning their own workplaces and us abolishing the commodity form and providing adequate social safety nets for everyone, and you know, allowing the government to fade into non-existence, or the state rather to fade into non-existence. Explain to us how that's demonic, please.
Believe that now, but you'll figure it out once you get further away from the trauma and you're capable of being more objective. As we said before, we can't...
Oh. I got real excited. I got real excited for him to pose an actual argument. But then he just said, it's bad, but you know, you're too dipshits, right? You're too dipshitted right now. You'll figure it out eventually, nerd. Okay. I really wanted to argue. I like it.
Care about you more than we could ever possibly say in words, as does this young man. We hope you can see that you can trust him and he's here for you. He will take responsibility for your people's...
Yes, God is talking through him again. And by God, I mean Odin.
...survival. The identity you thought you had, much like Rudyard...
Oh, God. You know, so much has happened that I honestly forgot that he told a story in the last video about Odin ordering him to write down a list of celebrities he likes to jerk off to and finding out that they're all white. You know, like, I memory hold so much of this. And, you know, you guys keep dropping little tidbits, and I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about that. Yeah, Odin was so proud of him for only having fellow whites on his jerk it list. Yeah. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, no, you got, look, if you're coming in and you haven't watched the first two parts, I know that they're long, but so much happens in them.
Was really a creation of trauma. You fossilized your identity around the post-World War II era. You are really incapable of integrating concepts before then. The reason for that is partly that those eras are so self-evidently superior to you in art, moral character, and accomplishments that if you studied them at all, you would realize that and you would have to change. And your era of history is lazy and under a totalitarian regime which avoids that.
Yeah, nerds.
However, at the same time, your society was never able to integrate the trauma of the world wars, and you refuse to move past it. I cannot overstate how obsessed your society is with the world wars. It's why you're obsessed with either being Nazis or the opposite of Nazis. You just need to forget about the Nazis and move on.
Stop calling me a Nazi, guys. Stop it. Look. Stop, guys. I know I keep talking about the Nuremberg trials every week when, we talk about COVID, but I'm not a Nazi, okay? Look, I just think that the British, really loved the bombing of Dresden, okay? I'm not a Nazi, all right? I just think that they should feel ashamed about their actions, all right? I'm not a Nazi, though, and, sure, I think that there's a mythical race of superior whites, but that doesn't make me a Nazi, guys. Come on. Just forget the Nazis. Why can't we all just have a beer together and have a good time and talk about how, black people are inferior? Why can't we do that together, guys, without me being called a Nazi? Why not? I mean, sure, I threw up a Hitler salute, but, that was just as a joke, guys. It was just very funny when we went to that room full of people with the red armbands, and I threw up that salute with all of them. It was a giant goof. You guys keep throwing around the word Nazi.
It's the only thing you ever think about. I can't overstate that the world wars weren't your fault. It's going to be really hard, but you actually do have to move on or you're going to die. If you don't get past the world wars and the threat of the nuclear annihilation that never happened, your entire society is going to die. You're so obsessed with that era of history due to your society's control by the baby boomer generation, which means you've lost the ability to innovate or even live or create or live happy lives. The boomers will be remembered for thousands of years after this as a generation that nearly killed civilization, comparably to how you think about the bad places in the Bible, like Sodom and Gomorrah or Babylon or those sorts of places. Your descendants have empathy for you having to live through this moment of history since they've had to learn about it, and they want you to know that they understand your struggle, they understand how much pain you're in, and they're just here to help you because we have so much love for you and we want you to know that we're here for you, that this is a hard era, but everything's going to be fine from now on. So what they said is that when you look at Rudyard and you see the admiration that you see for Rudyard, this is what we see about you as Western civilization. Like Rudyard,
Where are you getting admiration for Rudyard? Because none of us have ever felt that for him.
Accomplished so much so young, and you tried to do it in a moral way, and you cared about other people, and you tried to be noble, but you have so many accomplishments to be proud of. And so when the spirits look at Western civilization, they want you to know that they see your society the way you see Rudyard. The psychological maladies affecting modernity are the same as the ones affecting Rudyard's family, at least in part. His father has Asperger's, or symbolic for how industrial civilization is incredibly good at accomplishing material goals, but is...
Man, it must be really nice believing yourself to be a prophet and then thinking about your dad and being like, yes, he's autistic because the gods needed to do a symbolism. The gods needed to do some heavy-handed symbolism there. You know, I love when my loved ones are turned into literary devices. You know, that's always fun.
But is completely incapable of seeing the soul or emotion of human life. His mother has schizophrenia in the same way the feminine left has descended into completely incoherent suicidal madness at the expense of everyone else.
It's true. I'm very incoherent. That's so true, King. Anyway, let's get back to this 4-hour-long video you uploaded and are now trying to hide. Let's get back to that. Where you, in your, enlightened state, explain the universe to us.
Devoting themselves to destroying their own reproductive chances. His sister suffers totalitarianism in that she is a Maoist pushing for social suicide who doesn't want to have her own children or continue her society. This is comparable to the waves of totalitarianism.
Oh my god, that's why he's mad at his sister? The thing he's upset about most about his sister is that she's not gonna make babies. That's so weird, dude. Stop being so invested in your sister fucking. What is wrong with you?
That have washed over the modern world, stretching from the French Revolution through communism and Nazism.
But you don't understand. It's the women who are wrong-headed and weird, okay? They're the ones killing Western civilization. They're the ones killing the buzz and the vibes, not me and my 4-hour-long manifesto.
Until the woke...
10-hour-long manifesto.
Today. Rudyard suffers PTSD, much like how the world has...
Not fucking Jack, breeding. True.
Never recovered from the trauma of the world wars. The reason that modernity
always comes back to breeding with the right.
Honestly, yeah. There's an obsession here that is deeply disturbing, honestly.
So afflicted by mental illnesses is partly due to the rapid technological changes which remove traditional folkways to guide people through the world, and secondarily that humans need struggle to not go crazy. The removal of physical threats resulted in the rise of psychic threats because Darwinism needs to have a winnowing effect, so when you stop being hungry, demons started to get more powerful.
What? So, I'm sorry, we're going to need to play that back because this is a whole other aspect of the cosmology that has not been explored yet.
Technological changes which remove traditional folkways to guide people through the world.
Okay, so modern technology removed the traditional methods of spiritualism.
And secondarily that humans need struggle to not go crazy.
Humans need to struggle against adversity in order to maintain sanity.
The removal of physical threats resulted in the rise of psychic threats because Darwinism needs to have a win.
Okay, so removing the physical threat meant that we had to invent our own threats.
Winnowing effect, so when you stop being hungry, demons started to get more powerful.
Now that's the part where you lose me here. Darwinism has a winnowing effect, so when you remove survival, the demons get more powerful. I'm not really sure I'm seeing the parallel between Darwinism and demons. Like, unless he's implying we made up demons, but he thinks demons are real creatures and entities, so I'm a bit lost on how this works. Can we, by thinking, do we create the demons? Like, do we make our own demons in the spirit world? Or is he trying to say that, like, you know, we like, there are demons that are real, but we make fake demons for ourselves, like scarecrows? You know, that's a cool idea, kind of, you know? That's an interesting idea that'd be cool to explore in, like, a D&D session, you know, like a pocket dimension that, or maybe even a branching group of pocket dimensions in which these societies and civilizations that live in each one have functionally agreed to create their own demon in order to make sure that a worse demon doesn't come to try and plague them, you know, to kind of, like, take the place of an actual full-fledged spirit. That'd be fun. You know, I can see building an entire campaign around this concept. But Jack, you are the demons, and then she was the demons. It's true. Women are the real demons. Women were the demons we met along the way.
There's a detail I forgot to mention here. Odin tells me I killed a god. I'll tell you how in the next few minutes. You see...
Oh, okay. So like the title of the section being The God Killer is one of Rudyard's titles. Okay, dog. All right.
We humans are responsible...
Tipster! Haven't seen you in a hot minute. I hope you're doing okay. Hope to see you on Inauguration Day. It'll be nice to see familiar faces on Monday.
For a certain degree of how we perceive consciousness. We've been desperately trying to avoid realizing this as a species, because we're scared of the responsibility, but it's so obvious. For example, every single society has a different mythology or culture that stems from
Okay, Lady Eboshi.
their unique history. Spengler talks about this a lot, where you can look at a society's art.
Isn't Spengler like a Nazi guy? Oh, Oswald Spengler. Yeah. That's right. He really likes Oswald Spengler, who like criticized the Nazis, but basically, you know, it's fun when you go to his Wikipedia and it shows it has an entire section dedicated to Nazism and fascism, and the first paragraph says Spengler was an important influence on Nazi ideology. He, quote, provided skeletal Nazi ideas, unquote, to the early Nazi movement and, quote, gave them a respectable pedigree, unquote. His key parts of his writings were incorporated into Nazi party ideology. Cool stuff, you know? Spengler's criticism of the Nazi party was taken seriously by Hitler, and Karl Deher credited him for inspiring Hitler to carry out the Night of the Long Knives. Cool stuff.
And their architecture to figure out their innate soul, in the same way you are looking at the interior decorations in my house to figure out who I am and how I think. The divine semen, which is the spiritual, has to mix with the earthly woman, which...
I'm sorry, I heard him say divine seaman, and I was really hoping he was talking about like a divine sailor of some kind, like, you know, the god of traveling the astral seas. And that he wasn't in fact talking about spiritual jizz. But, you know, here we are. Here we are. You know, we're examining what if Alt Hist's pony jar.
Which is you or human life. It needs both to be real. You can also perfectly correlate the masculine-feminine with the ideal spiritual. In, for example, Islam is both a very patriarchal and very religious society for a reason, and we are simultaneously the most materialist philosophically and the most feminine society in human history.
You know, that there are people who are still being shocked by the things he's saying, and then there are the people who've become stoic, who've become jaded. They're like, oh yeah, he's talking about divine jizz now. Okay, yeah, all right. Hit me! Hit me! Hit me again!
Humans can create gods. The gods they create are suck and completely lame, and way, way less cool than the real gods, but you can do it. Leftism and modernity were some of your attempts to do that.
Oh, cool. So... okay, now new lore, humans can make their own gods. So if humans can make their own gods, we can also make our own demons, right? Okay, now like the lore is getting way more interesting. We can hold a whole adventuring session in this. Get your D20s ready, folks.
You see, for the last few centuries, your entire civilization...
Someone needs to watch through these and compile a master document of just like the general world building that has been constructed here.
Has been trying with all its intellectual might to create a psychic shield against any other spiritual forces. This goes by many names, but I'm going to call it secularism here. The reason your ancestors could see dryads, gods, and demons in their daily life, and you can't, is that your society has created an enormous psychic wall against all spiritual influence.
So dryads are spirits? Like if you level up your spirit stat enough, you can see a dryad? We've arrived at stealing intellectual property from Dragon Age.
This was what your priest class, or scientists and professors, have been doing for centuries.
Wait, functionally a scientist and a professor function differently than a priest. Priests commune with entities. Professors and scientists engage in the scientific process. These are not the same.
Since their self-interest is to deny every other form of magic except theirs. Magic is the ability to turn a symbol into change in the material world. It obviously exists. Examples of magic are coding, the scientific method, electricity, medicine, religion, culture, writing, the nation, and philosophy are all different kinds of magic.
No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. They're just definitionally not that. Coding is magic. Living in society is magic. So just things, thought processes, everything you see around you, it's all magic. So like nouns are magic. Whew. All right, I'm taking some mental damage here, folks.
What your society did was saying that magic that worked is called science, and magic that didn't work is magic, thus magic isn't real by definition.
No. You don't know what the definition of magic is.
It's so hilarious that the society with by far the most powerful magic ever doesn't even believe in magic. It's truly a divine irony which is wrought into the human condition through the nature of consciousness itself. Life is a joke, but it's also very serious at the exact same time. Just laugh along, do your responsibility, stay with the program.
Like, I mean, guys, definitionally, magic is a supernatural thing, right? Being supernatural means that it isn't explained by natural processes. That is not what physical objects are. I'm so upset. You dumb man. But anthropology is his passion, guys.
Your society made a really, really stupid categorical error that's completely unforgivable, which you made to rationalize your own laziness and stupidity. When you could figure something out, it was science. This meant you only...
Wait, but figuring out things takes work and is hard. Wait, but if we were lazy and stupid, we wouldn't bother to figure things out. Come on, man.
Looked at science. You just ignored religion, culture, mythology, philosophy, art, and all the other human things.
Most of those things are studied with science as well, actually.
These were the things that every other society in history saw as the most important, and you wonder why you're depressed all the time. You cut your...
I'm not, actually. I have chronic depression, but I'm not depressed all the time, especially when I'm actually like on the ball, like doing the things necessary to like keep my brain like good. I'm not actually sad all of the time. Depression is caused by lack of magic. It's true. We got a bunch of magnificently ordinary folks amongst us.
Self off from every previous thing other societies used to motivate themselves. You lost everything that could show you have a soul.
Oh, Ashley, that is a-okay. If you are beyond your limit, I fully understand. There is a gigantic part of me that wishes I had called quits on this project, but you know what? We're powering through, and I made a commitment, so I'm gonna be here for probably the next 12 hours because we've been going for about 2 hours now, guys. We're only 30 minutes in. There's still 3.5 hours of this. It's gonna be a lot. Anyway, we've been going for 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is only possible. And honestly, if I'm being completely honest with you, this specific show is only made possible because you guys dropped those subs and donos. I never would have gotten this far if not for you guys did your donos. So thank you very, very much. And I knew we were only about 20 minutes in. Yeah, it's I am now remembering that this man mentioned in video 1 that somewhere in video 3 we were getting a puppet. We were getting a beaver puppet. I'm excited to see that. I want to know when the beaver puppet comes in. There is a beaver puppet. Oh, that's gonna be beyond anything I could possibly imagine.
When I scratched the runes inside my computer, the spirits escaped and it stopped working. Checkmate, atheists.
Catalina Amanai, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Also, I need to move the, I'm noticing the what if alt hist image is covering up stuff. Let me move that back.
Power through. I'm so glad I got the popcorn out for this.
Exendu, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, at some point I might need to get snacks too because it's a long one. Smelanie, hello. Smelanie always brings such a lovely energy to chat. All right, here we go.
Since you couldn't bear to see your own soul die, you...
I'm doing my part. Paladin Lost is not responsible for any emotional or neurological damage to Jack or chat caused by him doing his part.
It's true. You know, fair disclaimer to put on your subs and donos this stream. God. Thank you for the $20 dono, Paladin. I really, really appreciate it.
Ignored really, really obvious things, since the way your worldview works is that if you couldn't prove something scientifically, it just didn't exist. But then you only researched things that confirmed your biases.
Wait. But you can research things to check those things. Like, that's part of what the scientific method is. Like, other people have to be able to replicate your experiment or, like, support it, or they can even disprove it, actually. Like, that's how science works. Science is not a bunch of people in the field agreeing constantly. It's about seeking out people to argue with.
This is why you have such powerful intellectual abilities, but you still believe that a man can be a woman, that the state can control reality.
Wait, a man can be a woman? That doesn't make any sense. Men are men and women are women. And non-binary people are non-binary people. Maybe he went to a drag show and got really confused because there was a cis man doing drag. That could... I honestly... That kind of checks out. As I say that out loud, I can see this man going to exactly one drag show. And that's all... That's all she wrote. So, yeah, men are men, women are women, NBs are NBs. Case closed. We nailed it.
You can print infinite money, that genetics isn't real, that you can program everyone to be like everyone else, and that God isn't real.
What?
Look, if God tells you he's real and he's saying smart stuff, you should just assume he's real. If you
What? What?
Ain't no jack like a riverboat jack, cause a riverboat jack don't. STOOP.
Tipster, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you. And by super chat, I mean dono. Hope you've been doing all right. Let's see. Where do I send my what if alt hist meme? Just post it in the art channel in chat. Or not in chat, in Discord.
go to the spirit world and talk to God, God says some facts. Listen to God.
Okay. Hypothetically, I make it into the spirit world, and hypothetically, I make it to God. And I just have a couple questions here. How do I know that that is God? Like, what? Do we have a Turing test for spiritual entities to prove that they're omnipotent? Like, what? How do I go about verifying that? Or am I just supposed to talk to the first spiritual stranger I see and assume it's God? You know? I feel like if you're in the spirit world, what if the spirits just lie to you? What if they're not, truthful? Clearly God would be a tier 3 sub. If God subscribed to Riverboat Jack, God would get a tier 4 sub. But Jack, what if God was one of us?
Really, really find this unforgivable in the spirit world. What you did is not cool, but this is also a failing of your...
You walk up to God. Hey, I'm not sure if you're God because, this is the first time I've been here. And they're like, but I said some smart shit to you. You're doubting me? You wrong me in this way by not listening to me? What's a God to do?
Your society's priest class, not you, because your priest class was hijacked by the bureaucracy. Your society is run by an anti-church in which its only moral axioms is the rejection of the previous church and the rejection of God. They're not atheists because they constantly try to spite God.
What are you talking about, bro? The big atheist lobby is running the United States.
A true atheist would be able to exist independent from God, but you can't because your mortals are completely controlled by God. And...
What? Okay, so mortals completely under the control of God. So we actually have no agency then? What was the last 30 minutes of talking about human civilization? Was that all pointless because God controls everything?
Your society had a century-long strategic choke point where the bureaucracy ran everything. The internet...
That's how a government works, ding dong. Yeah. That is, yes, a government runs with bureaucracy. That, yes. Thank you. It has for millennia.
And AI shattered this reality already. You're already past it. The bureaucracy's already lost. This was a necessary stage, but is very, very...
Does weed make this make sense? I can't speak on that other than to say if I were to speak with any authority, I would say no.
Very dangerous, since the bureaucracy wants to rip your entire society apart. You are conquered by the bureaucracy due to the implicit nature of industrial civilization, and the bureaucracy sees you much as the white Americans saw the Native Americans, or the British saw India. They see...
What the hell are you on about? The bureaucracy sees you as a thing that it is bureaucratizing. Yes. Yeah.
You as a conquered nation. You are a conquered nation, and the conquerors don't even have a culture. It's just bureaucratic lameness. I grew up in a rural area with agriculture, so I know how we treat animals. The elite sees you as cattle, and even worse, factory farmed cattle. You get shoved into your pod. You don't get to breed except for those they can artificially inseminate, where animals, they have a single chad that impregnates all of the
fuck?
The single stallion will impregnate 20 mares, and then the other males will be castrated, called geldings. This is what your society is doing right now.
Oh my god. The government isn't preventing you from getting laid, dog. It's just your lack of game. It's just your lack of being able to flirt successfully with the person you want to fuck. That's it. That's the thing that's holding you back. You got to be able to flirt and treat them like a person, with kindness, consideration, and respect. And you know what? You're going to get laid. All right? Be funny. Tell good jokes that don't make people uncomfortable. And that's just some extra gravy on top. Like, just the idea that the US government's bureaucracy is effectively, just shipping around one Omega Chad that impregnates, 50 American females at a time, and that's why you that's why you, like, the fucking low-level plebeian, can't get laid. It's because of government-funded Big Chad.
And you don't get an identity, you don't get a culture, you don't get a hometown, you don't get a religion, you don't get genetics, or anything that makes you a human. The World Economic Forum types all openly say this stuff now. Take their word, not me. The Marxists say they want to kill your culture, and they have loads of...
as somebody who's watched the World Economic Forum meetings, they don't want that, actually. These people, these conspiracy theorist types, always talk about the World Economic Forum. And so at one point I just went and watched it because it's, on the internet. You can watch what they say at these meetings. And yeah, it is quite funny to me. God damn, dude. What kind of warped view does he have of Marxists? Who knows? Are the World Economic Forum meetings boring? I mean, kind of. They're basically just a bunch of capitalists getting together and talking about how they can, exploit different markets so they can have record profits year over year. Like, that's it. That's it. Like, it's just a bunch of rich guys getting together and being like, here's how we can make more money in different areas, guys. Look at us. Look at us doing the thing.
Books written about it. You're just gullible and silly. And you can look to China or Europe to see this process having gone further. The European Union started blocking fitness influencers because they were telling the cows to flex around their cage too much. They need you to stay in your pod. And with the pigs, they can't turn around.
Like, I don't know if Rudyard knows this because it doesn't seem like he's ever been to a city, but like, you don't like, when you go into the city, you don't actually live in a pod. You actually live in like an apartment with like, presumably enough space for you to function as a human being, or you live in a house. You're not living in like a bunk bed. Like, come on now.
Around. The pigs are stuck in this factory farming hole where they can't even turn their body. This is what the elite wants from you. This is why you live in a fucking apartment. Not in a village with your people and your friends and your parents and your priest, like your ancestors who were happy. My message can be concentrated into this one sentence. I stand so that men won't be cattle. A man cannot be treated as a cow, and for that to happen is a...
He pulled out a sword, guys. There is a sword on screen. It appears to be some kind of Roman short sword. I don't know. Let's see. Right there. It's hard to see. It's flashing, but
a mortal sin. Although I do not support violence, I will die for this cause. We don't need to have violence because our enemies are so innately weak and lame that they will crumble under the pressure of others realizing their lies. You have a life, and you have my life for this cause, where I will die for this.
Okay.
I stand so that other men can stand. I have suffered to tell you that you are not weak.
I think other men can stand up. I think I've seen that happen before, actually. Men have been known to stand.
We are so back for the chaos. Let's go. Here's more pics of the late King Oliver.
Oh, we can take a little break to look at King Oliver. Imgur sometimes just messes with my computer in a way that is upsetting. There we go. Look at this. Absolute friendos. We stan a king. Incredible stuff. What beautiful babies. Sleepy baby. Blindfolded baby. Such a cutie. You would vote for him? Why is he... What a cute baby. Right? Right. Oh, amazing stuff. Okay, back to this.
You don't need the managers. If I can be strong, so can you. I have set you free. You no longer need a master, and you are a free man. Another thing, how you treat animals in the forest is unforgivable. Keep in mind how you treat others is reflected in yourself. When we put animals into factory farming, you were creating a society that would eventually try to do the same to its own people. As
What? Bro be wildin'.
2 questions.
These points aren't
How many
following.
subs for a 5 milligrams edible? And, can I buy you a sword, just to increase your YouTube stature?
You can buy me a sword to increase my YouTube stature. That's true. I
Actually,
will allow
Jack
that.
the crack pipe may be right. City pod living is real.
City pod living is real?
Let's watch how a family of 5 can live in a coffin room. To support Little John's career development, his family of 5 moved to Hong Kong, worked in construction, and saved up $1 million to buy a tiny home less than 4 square meters in size. They can only sleep standing up in such a cramped space, so let's try this setup. Firstly, install a base cabinet against the wall and place a laundry set next to it, allowing clothes to be worn immediately after washing and drying. Next to this, dig a hole for a built-in large single basin, which can be used to easily wash vegetables and place on the induction cooker. Install a toilet opposite the basin to eliminate the need for the family to use public restrooms. Install a wall-mounted shower head so the whole family can bathe at home. Use waterproof and durable wall tiles. Install a pull-out bed against another wall. Add a few cushions to create a temporary sleeping spot. It won't take up space when folded. Install a waterproof curtain to create a private area. Extend the wall cabinet upwards to store daily necessities. Next to it, a pull-out panel serves as a dining table where the 3 children can also do their homework. It saves space when not in use.
I mean, you're showing us just one child doing homework. How are 3 children gonna do homework on there? What, you know, feasibly one person could live here and like it wouldn't suck too bad. I don't know about 5.
Above, build 3 bed frames with galvanized square steels and cover them with eco-friendly wood veneer. Integrate 4 hydraulic lifts into the wall. With a click of the oil pump, the bed's height adjusts smoothly, making it highly practical. Place a mattresses on each frame for the children's sleeping area. Install a ladder for easy access and a hole fence to hang bags and coats. Add a shelf behind the door for children's books to encourage reading. Place a projector to create a small theater for family entertainment. This design efficiently accommodates a family of 5 in a coffin room, ensuring each member has their own space and access to all necessary functions.
But where are you going to store and keep the bugs? You know, I've been told that you know, you will sleep in the pods, you will eat the bugs. Where are you keeping the bugs? You know? The power of galvanized square steel. Yeah. Incredible. This is called a camper. Yeah. God. All right, back to this.
As the animal lord, I'm going to call myself the deer lord, but this is a pretty cute beaver. I stand for the other deer of the forest. We do not honor the forest, and thus we rape the land constantly. The forest and the animals would like some respect. You really should ban factory farming, and you should eat meat, but you should make sure the animals live happy lives where they feel loved. The animals in the forest love you so much. Why don't you love them back? Look.
Okay, there is a beaver. I don't know that it's a puppet. You know, I don't know if that's the case here. You know? The puppet status of the beaver is unconfirmed. I'm truly baffled about what's happening here. Yeah. Like, why is this? What motivated this? You know, like, huh. Yeah, I mean, here's a still of it. It's a cute beaver. Interesting stuff.
This is a pretty cute beaver. I stand for the other.
Yeah. You know?
Other deer of the forest. We do not honor the forest, and thus we rape the land constantly. The forest and the animals would like some respect. You really should ban factory farming, and you should eat meat, but you should make sure the animals live happy lives where they feel loved. The animals in the forest love you so much. Why don't you love them back? Look at the cute beaver. Do you want to hurt the cute beaver? Your ancestors have been so mean to the beavers. You killed them. You wiped out all the beavers in North America and Europe. You should help.
Wait, that's not true. There are still beavers in North America. That they definitely still exist.
Or the beavers have kind of survived. I saw some beavers in Pennsylvania.
Wait, they didn't just kind of survive. There are plenty of beavers.
But the beavers used to be nigh extinct. You should help the beavers reproduce. The beavers build beautiful dams. Thank you, Mr. Beaver. So here's a lesson for you. Those who believe in a soul which relates to God can be your friends. Those who purely believe that human relationships boil down to money and power cannot be trusted, since they don't have any moral axioms to hold them against. You can't hold them to their deal because they don't believe in any moral code. And on a neurological basis, these people are stuck in the left hemisphere, which means when they're tested, they can literally only draw half of a picture. And they have complete certainty that they're correct, but they're rarely correct, in that the left hemisphere can only see the world through money and power. It's incapable of seeing context, change over time, the human character as a thing, and you're miserable because no one treats you like a person, because everyone treats you like a cog they're trying to exploit. Everyone in your society is trying to extract from others, which is why you're so miserable. The right hemisphere makes the correct answer, but has humility and is capable of seeing all of those things. You need to build societies based around the right hemisphere. You let the machine people and the money and power people take over
I'm not gonna lie here, guys. I am completely lost. I am absolutely, utterly, completely lost. Other than shadowy conspiracy theory, I don't really understand where he's trying to go with this. You know? Think you'd understand better in the manatee onesie? Maybe.
everything. Humans all emit vibrations without even thinking. This is kind of obvious where people have psychic states which they emit onto others. You are partly a composite of all of the psychic states of everyone around you. Los Angeles emits a very different aura from Austin, and if you live in either city for long enough, the aura will
We're in vibes-based politics, the vibes of different political bodies. This is... I guess we are in spirit science territory at this point. Like, spirit science has talked about, you know, vibes. We went over one of their vibe videos where they were shilling for a scam. And it's very similar to this, if I'm being completely honest here.
will rub off on you. In the same way Gandhi or Hitler were people where their leadership very clearly guided their nation in different directions. A demon is a person whose ruling personality points psychic energy downwards. Examples of demonic plague in history are the French Revolution, Nazism, and Stalinism. I don't know how to say this politely.
All driven by the same ideology there. Yep. All very equivalent. Like, man. The political analysis I see from this man constantly is so low quality. Like, just... these things are not like each other at all, actually.
But you guys kind of let demons take over everything. This is why your society is falling apart and you're trying to commit civilizational suicide. You lost the ability to assess others for demonic possession. And so your society's falling apart now. The left draws their magic from expertise. What that means is the left uses their magic or their ability to control an entire world and its destiny. Because keep in mind, China's...
I want the comprehensive map of the spirit world. You know? I am very bizarrely fascinated how we keep going back and forth between, you know, the spirit world and, like, nothing matters because God controls everything, and also diving into, like, China's economic masters are controlling the world. Like, which is it? God? Is it China? Is it the forces behind China? Like, what? Where are we at here? Like, I want to understand. I want to reach, like, a point of understanding here, and it's just completely eluding me.
Not China. Left has taken over almost every part of the world at this point, whether Asia, Europe, America, South America, Africa, Australia. And this worked given the technocratic jobs that experts work in result in addiction to the exercise of power, because the people involved are forced to be ants in the industrial anthill in the bureaucratic machine, and thus out of resentment they fantasize out.
Bread into toast, exactly. You can say remaining completely 100% truthful that his political analysis never ceases to amaze you. Same. It is something to behold. I do find it very interesting. You know? It's not correct, but it is interesting.
Being a god, capable of reworking the world in their image. And the underlying issue behind the left, as the Unabomber said, is industrial over-socialization, where because we're cut off from our innate communities in the countryside, we are forced to surrender so much of our human character in order to cooperate in the vast interconnected system of industrial civilization. And the left's bluff is that they got all the wise men of supposed wise men of our society to agree to them because they have the expertise, and they were able.
Who are the wise men of our society? Is this a Metal Gear Solid game? Like, when he's saying wise men, who is he referring to? It gets so nebulous, it gets so loosey-goosey with terminology that, like, honestly, it all starts to become meaningless. So, like, when he's talking about the wise men, is he talking about, like, great figures that are recognizable? Is he talking about scientists? Is he talking about, like, people who are simply following the scientific method? Like, professors? Who? You know?
Able to do that because they were able to make a system where you had to go through their priest training system called the university in order to speak on an issue. But it's clear the university system's completely broken and they're pushing really evil stuff. And Rudyard did something incredibly heroic by calling the left's bluff. He investigated each of the warrens of expertise the left based their power off, whether human nature.
Oh, that's right. In Brain Blast, the warrens are like mystical power centers, kind of like the crossing of ley lines, I think, in this cosmology.
Philosophy, history, genetics, religion, physics, and many other fields. What Rudyard found in each field is that the left's narrative was just completely incorrect. He made a triangle which was capable of capturing every single leftist point. This triangle is that people are not equal, the world is alive, you don't control reality. This triangle invalidates every single point in the left. It's all pretty easy to explain, since the leftist order is controlled by the idea that humans are malleable blank slates, which the state should socially engineer to perfection. However, these 3 points disprove every single thing the left says. From all the science we have in the historic record, reality is clearly an interactive system where social engineering doesn't work, because the act of forcing others with power, in turn, shuts down how the system works. This is why communism fails.
Dude, what are you on about? This is literally like a child designing their first D&D world. You know, like this is not great. I would recommend, you know, as much as he disdains academia, I would recommend that he goes and maybe gets a degree in one of these things he wants to be an expert in, because the things he's saying aren't accurate. They are not following a train of logic, or if there is a train of logic, it's going into different dimensions and traveling through time in a way that I cannot follow.
Look at the edges of science, we find that in every single field above, especially so biology, psychology, physics, and politics, social engineering fails, and the attempt to measure the universe completely fails, because in every single field, you are butting up against a chaos that you can't understand, and that chaos exists because there is free will, because both we as humans and God has free will. So the universe is not predestined, because the universe...
Man, we go to China, universe, predestination. Pick a lane here, man. Like, this is still edited. That's what I don't understand. Like, this has intentionality to it in a way that I find fascinating and completely inexplicable. You know, like, so much work went into this. Like, my understanding is that for a lot of this, he's reading a script that he wrote. And yeah, I'm trying to follow along here, but it's eluding me.
First is the accreation of an infinite amount of choices made in individual time, which is why you can't predict the future, because the choices that determine the future haven't been made yet. By interacting with the system, you change the system. The left views all the world as dead phenomena, like a car they can rip apart and re-engineer, while the universe is alive. I've taken leftist courses, and it's all based around the idea that the elite controls reality. At the bottom of left...
What is... I'm sorry, when you say you've taken leftist courses, what does that mean? Like, you can't go to a college and take the leftism class. That's not really a thing? You can... Yeah, leftism 101. Like, did you take like community college classes about like I don't know, like communism or introduction to like Soviet history? Was that the leftism class? I don't know. It's so odd because in some places it gets so specific, and in other places it's so vague. In places that feel like they would be specific, I keep going back and forth. Like, is this like just a gigantic joke? I feel like either way it's a joke on us, but, you know.
This philosophy is the idea of social constructionism, or that if you can seize control of the government, you can engineer life to be anything you want. In high school, they said we could use social engineering to make women as good basketball players as men, and trans or importing immigrants from different societies and not telling them or explaining how to assimilate are all examples of this.
You know, and then we hit a part like that where it's like he very clearly lays out like a core component of his ideology. You know, like that's very clearly from a place he has genuine beliefs. You know, they're all batshit, they're all incorrect, but, you know, they are genuine.
We all know in our blood this is...
Yeah, trans people are just like immigrants. It's true.
Is insane. This is the bottom of the left's philosophy. I'm calling you out. That's all a lie, and we all know it's a lie. The left is a loop where they're correct by definition. In said loop, they start with incorrect premises, and then they are correct from the definition they started from. They constantly change the definition so you don't notice the game they're playing. This then leads to tyranny. I challenge the left's bluff. I want any leftist who is willing to debate me to prove me wrong. Prove me wrong why I just didn't kill your god. None of you can beat me since you're just wrong.
I feel like I barely have to argue in order to demonstrate why his beliefs are incorrect and inconsistent and foundationless. Also, I don't have a god, so I'm a little lost here. No, KG Bagula, I've done debates in the past. I'm actually quite good at them. It's just not a focus of my content.
Every single underlying premise in your world is incorrect. I killed your false god, and none of you can stop me because he never really lived. I already...
That's true. Because I don't believe in one.
1. The more you wriggle against my triangle, the more the triangle brings you in and it crashes you, because the more you fight against me, the more everyone else realize you're liars. Rudyard made a list of 12 demonstratively false assumptions implicit in leftism.
Okay, let's go through them. I'm here. I'm ready. I want to engage with these ideas. Let me have them. Let me at them.
This is just to hammer home the point like EMDR, because we need to reprogram how you process consciousness from these assumptions. And so here are the changes I made. 1, we determine reality. Change to, we submit to reality. 2,
What?
Hey, what if althist? If you're watching, go drown in spirit asterisk 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 asterisk, you absolute fucking weirdo. Stop humping your spirit triangle, Ruddy.
Fair. Thank you for the $10 dono. I appreciate it. Sakai Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
And I thought RFK was the only one with brainworms.
Good point. Good point.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
Damn, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. Yeah. I don't know about that one. I'm trying to wrap my head around RFK having is the RFK worm the what if alt hist worm? It would explain so much.
Nothing is ever enough to everything is just what it is. 3, the world is dead. Change to, the world is alive. 4, we are...
Wait, where are these underlying assumptions of leftism? I'm confused. These are not the fundamental tenets of what it means to be a leftist, let alone what it means to be a socialist or a communist. Like, I was expecting my underlying preconceptions of what it means to be on the left to get challenged here, but nothing is being changed. You know? I am yet again disappointed, you know? Like, I want the argument. Give me the argument, please. I feel like Oliver Twist here. Please, can I have some more? I just let us have your argument. Ugh.
We're all soulless blank slates. Change to, we have all unique souls. 5, everyone is equal. To, some people are innately better than others.
You know, this is what I mean when I talk about, like, how a lot of this ideology drips in eugenics, you know? The belief that one person is inherently better than any other person, it's just very interesting to me, you know? Like, it is the foundation of establishing the hierarchy that eugenics tries to legitimate, you know? And fascinating stuff that just keeps coming out of nowhere.
6, the downtrodden are good. 2, morality and success are completely different axes. 7, progress is innate. To, we make progress happen. 8, everything is material. To, accept natural law. 9, there are easy answers to life. To, life is innately mysterious. 10, life has no meaning. To, we die without meaning. 11, we are rationally...
These are all nonsense. Like, this is like the feels over reals of like political analysis right now. You know? It really... I know I shouldn't be disappointed this deep into our adventure here, but like, I am. I expected more, you know? That's the thing, Crooked. I've been watching these videos in an effort to figure out, how did this happen? You know, how can we potentially de-radicalize folks like this? How can we, move people to be outside of this mindset? Like, how do we reach people who are this far gone? And I don't know if you can, because they're shadowboxing. They're engaging with like a political position that they imagine, not one that anyone around them actually has, you know?
Disconnected from the world, changed to our minds are molded by our surroundings. 12, self-loathing is a virtue, to self-loathing is as bad as hubris. Watch the video I'm about to release called Shatter the Glass that covers each of these in greater depth. I'm calling the left's bluff because the left is predicated upon the idea that a Christian, classical liberal, Anglo-Protestant society dominates America, and they are the oppressors fighting against the tyranny. That's not true. They are the tyrants. They're projecting it.
How? Via what mechanisms? You know, like, I'm willing to go down this rabbit hole. I want an explanation, and we're just not getting one, right? Like, the people who built the system tend to have the most power. And if you look back at history at who built our systems, it was white Anglo-Saxon men, you know? Like, there was a white supremacy encoded into, our country. And you can find that in like the writings of the founding fathers. You can find that in the way voting was set up in the first place. You know, like, that's demonstrable. And I guess I'm confused at which point the woke, socialist, leftist, Marxist, communists took power. Because if they had, I feel like we'd be seeing a very different world and society than the one we are, you know? The one we look out into our economy and see is like a free market capitalist society. Things that leftists, socialists, communists generally aren't a huge fan of, you know?
As a society, believed the second things I just said, then the left would be true, but we clearly believe the first, and that demonstrates the left is in power and they are the tyrants. I killed your god. I killed your god because he...
Wait, in this context, are you applauding yourself? I thought he was gonna applaud and then say something about like the left and how the left, played itself along those lines, but no, it seems like he was actually applauding himself. We just keep getting... We just keep getting further and further from God's light, honestly.
He never really existed. You made your society run under a false god since you were too weak to talk to a real one. The only thing powering your god was social approval. Now I called your bluff. I killed the social approval. Now that your bluff is called, your positions are completely indefensible. You can't be a leftist anymore. God tells me I already won. To be fair, 20 years is an instant for a god, but you also know I'm right. You can feel it in your blood. You enjoy squirming, don't you, because you know you're such a worthless loser.
The fuck? We're veering into weird territory again.
Have we tried bludgeoning with a brick to the head? Eventually the situation should be de-radicalized.
I don't think that is actually a solution to our problems, but thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And please, let's not joke about violence, guys. Let's not do that. Even if you're making it as a joke and like you mean it in a haha way, like let's not do that.
You know you're a pathetic weakling who betrayed everything that really mattered, or your God, your blood, your honor, and your people. I won because I said so. I'm not...
The classic toddler gambit. Excellent move.
Not sure I'm completely correct, but I am completely sure that you are incorrect to the highest degree. You can't ignore this.
Yeah, but I don't care how sure you are of your position. I want your argument. You know, like that's... You can be as sure as you want about something, but like you got to be able to convince other people of your position, and like that's not happening here because you haven't presented an argument. Come on.
One, you know that already. I can see reality in more dimensions than you can.
You know, can you demonstrate that, please? What does that mean? I'm really lost here. Like, I understand he's trying to clown on potential detractors, but like... Ugh.
Have completely surrounded your position. Every single move you make from this point as the modernist materialist left makes you weaker. Every single move you make from this point on hurts you more. Enjoy your last moments as a religion. I killed the god my mother served. The left is so stupid since they worship entropy. They worship envy and the crashing down of greatness and beauty. They worship tearing others down for themselves.
You know, it'd be really great if you could give like specifics and like examples. Because these are just broad generalizations that have no backing evidence. You know, like anytime you get to a point in this argument during which you would present evidence, you in fact just say, you know, you all know the truth, you can feel it in your blood, which is not in fact an argument.
They worship tearing others down for they themselves cannot stand. You were an easy enemy to crush, all things considered. I did this when I was 23. What am I going to do when I'm older? You know I already won. Your mouth lies, but I know in your blood you feel it. I can feel you already. It's so much fun watching you wriggle like an animal caught in a trap. My magic's better than your magic.
Okay. We're really hitting like every possible like non-argument here, aren't we? We've reached the bottom of the conspiracy singularity. You know, like we're reverse summiting the bottom of this iceberg. You know? God.
There's no, ha-ha, here. What if all the story is unredeemable dumpster fire delusional to the point where they just need constant ridicule?
That's fair. Constant ridicule, I will support. In a, you know, respectful manner. Maybe after this, we should go over the signs of a cult and how to help victims. I'll post a video over in Discord later. Yeah, Amber Brains, I would love to, we'll do a call-in and you can talk about that. I think it would actually be a really nice companion piece with this, you know? I think it might actually be helpful.
I did this because I practiced a form of alchemy magic. That's a really weird sentence to say, but it's still true. And this story...
How do we go like 2 seconds? How do we go like 2 seconds and he says something like that? Just offhandedly. Oh yeah, I practiced some alchemy magic. Anyway, what? Come on! Establish the lore!
The story's so weird, I think we're past this point. Whenever I read a different thinker, it feels like we're hydras, and the hydras, we have to hold each other's heads down. For those that don't know, a hydra is a multi-headed flightless dragon from Greek mythology that Hercules killed. Yep. And whenever I'm arguing with a thinker, it feels like Frequently, I can hold down all of their Hydra heads and extract what I need. Great thinkers can overpower me and force knowledge down my throat against my consent. Nietzsche, C.S. Lewis, and Isaac Newton are a handful of figures that already beat me and shoved knowledge down my throat without my consent.
Why are you phrasing it this way? What? Why would you say it like that?
Evola is another example. I read Evola's book on Hermeticism about a year ago. He forced me to download all the Hermetic symbolism. I just thought it was a cool book, and I had no idea what 2/3 of the symbols meant. I thought, this is kind of weird. I don't really know what this is about. And a year later, after I finished the book, the Hermetic alchemical symbolism is all...
Okay, yeah, so he read a book about Hermeticism, and that, yep, okay, this tracks. Dude, I am very curious about the timeline. Did the ayahuasca happen before or after the reading of Hermeticism? Like, I feel like we might be going... I feel like things are coming together here, you know?
all I think about. This took over my fucking mind. When I'm stoned at my house, I think of the innate symbolism of water, or the prima materia,
He's
or the
pulling
seven
off
gates.
alchemy all
Go
right.
fuck yourself,
Turning
Evola.
words
I
into
never asked for
intellectual
this.
diarrhea. Inequivalent exchange.
I do like the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood callback there, Sake Tanuki. 10 out of 10.
I know that you knew what you were doing at the time. Apparently, I have an innate genetic connection for this stuff because certain subparts of the population have innate genetic predilections towards the spirit world. And this is what the priest class of a society was, and why priest classes...
Genetic predisposition to the spirit world. Okay, let me just break this down real quick. If there was a spirit gene, you would then be able to prove the existence of the supernatural. You know, one of the big questions has always been, like, how, you know, for people who believe in spiritual stuff, it's like, how does the spiritual interact with the physical? If you have evidence of a gene that would conclusively prove communion with spirits, you would become, like, the most famous geneticist and most famous spiritualist on the planet. You would become literally one of the biggest religious figures of all time. And, like, I just feel like if you're gonna make these claims, like, at least try and back them up, man.
They're hereditary in a lot of cultures. For me, it was my druid ancestors, and I was able to download the hermetic and alchemical symbols.
Yeah, there is an obsession with bloodline here, and it's deeply weird and very, very much rooted in eugenics. You know, like, again, obsession with bloodline, dropping the or not dropping. You add that to, like, the idea of, like, greatness is passed along through the blood. You know, like, people are inherently superior. It all comes together.
Symbolism into my intuitive senses automatically. That Evola book freaked me out, since there was lots of stuff in the Hermetic tradition, such as the way to attain the highest level of power is for a boy to be raped by his mother as a child. He then fights back and defeats her, and then she stops. The first time I beat my mother when I was 10, she stopped raping me forever. The detail about my dad having mercury poisoning freaks me out, since Mercury is the Latin form of the god Hermes, which is the same god as Odin. The metal...
Okay, we are in some real weird territory. All right. So, yeah, there is some allegations of abuse. Remember, I did give a trigger warning before we went into this. And I'm not going to touch that. But my dad had mercury poisoning, and mercury is really important in alchemy, is like one of the wildest uh, one of the wildest logical leaps. Can it even be called a leap? Logical jumping of the shark that I've ever encountered.
Mercury is how he transmits his presence. I used to keep a list of all the stuff in the Evola book that just applied to my life, and there were dozens of details. I lost it though. I've been using my intuitive alchemical symbolism when I was stoned as a way to fight the left. I didn't really think that much about it. I thought I was just playing around in my head, and then I made a series of important breakthroughs. Firstly, I shattered the glass.
Also, again, real weird to be talking about, how you shouldn't, stop calling people Nazis, and then mention, like, within a relatively short frame of time, two prominent thinkers that formed the philosophical basis of, fascism in Nazi Germany.
Then I captured a circle in a triangle, which you can see with the symbolism on the US dollar. Our founding fathers were really in tune with this stuff, and they built America off this symbolism because the European upper classes were in tune with this stuff in the medieval and the early modern periods. The final segment of this video will be explaining how Hermes has already been playing in Western politics and world politics forever. You just haven't realized it yet.
I'm really looking forward to it. I want to know what Hermes Trismegistus has been up to, okay? Because I hadn't heard of him really outside of, like, vaguely associated with Hermeticism. Not vaguely, like he's a core figure, but I don't know that much about Hermeticism. So, like, I want to know what's he been up to.
So I captured the left circle in my triangle, which is symbolic for the right and the left hemisphere. The left hemisphere has to serve.
You captured the left circle in your triangle. Okay, yeah, all right, sure. That's a thing that people say, and it makes sense.
The right hemisphere. I also lit up the tree, which I'm going to explain at the end. When I did all of this, Odin said, "Do you have any idea what you just did, mortal? You killed a god. You have no idea what that even means."
By putting your triangle over the left circle, you killed a god. I'm lost again. I thought I was following along with the sacred geometry, but now I don't know exactly what you did anymore to kill an unnamed god. Yeah, is this Cones of Dunshire?
You just changed the course of history single-handedly, Rudyard. What you did is just the spiritual equivalent of Alexander the Great's conquest of the Persian Empire. You just destroyed the thing that blocked your civilization from psychic energy. Rudyard, who the fuck are you? You are the first mortal I know of.
I mean, to be fair, that's a question I've had this entire time. Like, I feel like it's the question at the very bottom of this dive.
Who did this? That really, really means something. I can't overstate that. You know, Rudyard, I keep running the simulation until cool stuff happens, which is my motivational system. But what you did is so ridiculous, I need to stop the game to show the public. What this young man did is so innately incredible, I am literally stopping the game to force you to watch it. I had frankly given up on your society. You were too lazy and stupid. Every empire falls. It's not personal. However, what this young...
Nothing personal, kid. The Mongols sheathed their sword. Numerous empires topple. You're already dead.
Man did was so deranged, I am going to intervene in the most direct way possible. This young man has saved you, and you don't even realize it yet. You are the god killer, Rudyard.
Okay.
This young man cut out the wall that was blocking you from the spirit world. You can all access the spirit world now in a way, in a manner comparable to your ancestors.
So, genuinely curious here. What methods did our ancestors use that are inoperable today? Is it just that, like, those methods are killed by like the presence of technology? If so, how much technology does it take to kill those methods? Is it like a cell phone? Like if you went out to the middle of the desert with like your cell phone, would the cell phone destroy that? Like I want to know the steps. I want to know the order of operations here. What are the rules?
God's not dead. I can't overstate that. You just stopped calling him. You can call God now. Do you know what that means? If you're ever worried about something in your world, you can just ask God. The left was holding back your progress while claiming to do the opposite in their classic fashion, given that they are cut off from access to... Sorry, I need to reread this.
You wrote all this down and recorded it over the course of like several days. You edited this. How is this so rambly and incoherent, man?
Oh yeah, the left was holding back progress while claiming to do the opposite in their classic fashion, given that they cut off your access to the divine, so they were the only ones who could practice any kind of magic. To be fair, the left is so advanced at setting these hyper-complex psychic traps that we don't blame you that much for falling for them in your context.
Yes, I have placed hyper-complicated neural traps for all of you. You just don't know it yet.
True progress only stems from the divine, which is why your society isn't creative at all. The spirit world is yours. Enjoy responsibly. Don't worry, you've already got thousands of years of experience and institutions on how to deal with the spirit world. You're big boys. You'll figure out how you, your people, and your friends can access the spirit world in the way that's best for you. Some of you might get demonically possessed or die.
Okay, so you can get possessed by demons? Okay. All right.
But if that wasn't the case, the game wouldn't be any fun. Your society is already demonically possessed, so this should help you out. I've appointed this young man as Lord of the Tree of Life. What? He now is the Lord of the ability to relate to the spirit world. He will help you explore the spirit world. This is...
So, I feel like Lord of the Tree of Life is like a pretty high-ranking spiritual position. Does that mean he outranks Odin now? I'm confused.
There are
About
equally
the lore.
unhinged things already out there. The Happy Science cult in Japan produced a series of anime movies chronicling their beliefs. It makes Scientology look sane.
We should go over that sometime, you know? Are you familiar with the term chunibyo? Yeah.
a discovery on the scale of Columbus reaching the New World. The spirit world doesn't exist in the way you think, but it also never did, and that was never the claim. It's a crazy topsy-turvy shadow world, but you knew that beforehand. The spirit world clearly exists, and people can go there.
Citation needed. Like, come on.
If you can go to a place and communicate with it, it empirically exists.
Okay, then show us. Like, open a portal. Get cracking on that webcam.
You have a God's words that the spirit world is real. Remember, God is real.
That's great. If it's demonstrable, then demonstrate it.
You're not. You're just a fantasy he made up, which is why your world is so ridiculous. The tree of life protects its own. It grows fond of the excellent. This is why...
Look, I may be ridiculous, I own that, but you know what? I think it's fun to be ridiculous.
So many great nations live on for centuries after their peak. We grew too fond of their ancestors, and so we let their descendants live on in weakness, godlessness, and stupidity. Julius Caesar once said of the Athenians, "How long will you live off your ancestors? 400 years after Athens' peak." The tree has kept the Europeans under its protection for this reason.
Okay, now, I'm going to pause real quick and ask a very important question here. Is the tree of life physical? Like, was he put in charge of like a real life physical tree that he could show us? That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of neat, you know? Or is it a spiritual tree? Is it kind of like the Erd tree in Elden Ring? Like what is it?
This isn't a race thing. If you're cool, you get the tree's protection. If you are excellent, the tree will innately...
I'm sorry, why are you saying it's not... I wasn't assuming it was a race thing.
Descendants live on in weakness, godlessness, and the excellent. This is why so many great nations live on for centuries after their peak. We grew too fond of their ancestors, and so we let their descendants live on in weakness, godlessness, and stupidity. Julius Caesar once said of the Athenians, "How long will you live off your ancestors? 400 years after Athens' peak." The tree has kept the Europeans under its protection for this reason.
This is just... We're literally in Elden Ring lore now. What is happening?
This isn't a race thing. If you're cool, you get the tree's protection. If you are excellent, the tree will innately protect you.
It's not a race thing,
It
though.
was going to avoid its defense of Western civilization until this young man...
Oh, fuck. Screaming at the radio, you are so correct. He's gonna tie in like Christianity, Tree of Life, with Norse mythology and start talking about how it's Yggdrasil. You're right. Oh God, you're calling that shot. I should have seen that coming. Oh.
Showed up. You haven't realized it yet, but this young man already saved you. You don't have to worry anymore. He's here to protect you and take care of you. You already won. You don't have to worry. Everything is going to be fine. Rudyard will protect...
Okay, so Rudyard is like the second coming of Jesus. Okay.
Trying to move you up the great chain of being, and he will protect thinkers, adventurers, mystics, the great, the glorious, and others. We will protect as much as we can those trying to help evolution move forward. Your age has been so cruel to them, and it's painful for us to watch. Rudyard has an incredibly rare genetic gift, which he cutely calls the radio tower.
If you have how do you know it's a genetic gift? How do you know? Did you go to the doctor and get like a DNA test and they were like, "Ah, yes, this is the spirit gene. You are the shaman king." Like what happened here?
Rudyard has projected his psychic gifts onto others, in which most mystics can only channel one god or another. Rudyard has an ability to channel the near whole spirit world. We know you humans are about to hit some scary times, so Rudyard is our gift to you. He is the spirit world's equivalent of Wikipedia, which is here to explain to you how the spirit world works.
Okay, I would love that. I want to know how he thinks the spirit world works. Can we get just a step-by-step breakdown? Because that'd be kind of neat. I'd love to walk through this bit of the lore. You know, at this point, I'm just genuinely curious about the cosmology he's trying to put forward here.
Please enjoy him responsibly. Every civilization has a sort of spiritual switchboard. We keep using industrial symbolism since it's the highest level of complexity you can currently understand. I gave this young man control of your switchboard. He will gradually share it with you when he assesses you are responsible enough to use it. In the family situation, Rudyard has the remote for the TV. He could have been super evil, he would have every reason to, and yet he chose not to. This young man gained control of your moral code and put the settings back to the most humane and healthy settings possible. He mostly used medieval Catholic philosophy. He had no idea what he was even doing, but
yeah, this is not a compelling argument or statement by a god at all. I'm not moved by it. I do find, again, a lot of this is built out in a lot of fascist thinking. A lot of fascist thinking is predicated on this idea of fusing mythology and race science and fusing it into one thing. And obviously it can be quite malleable, as fascism tends to be. It tends to meld with whatever culture it latches onto here. But what's fascinating is that this is staring into the distillation of the anti-intellectualism of fascism. You know, like this is when you look at like Umberto Eco's 14 points, 14 points. Yes, when you look into Umberto Eco's Fascism, this is one of the core tenets, like the rejection of empirical data, the rejection of, you know, logical lines of reasoning, the rejection of introspection. These core components of fascism lead to this. Like, this is the end point.
But you have to respect the balls for a 23-year-old to do it. He has basically rearranged how you process consciousness against your own consent. You cannot believe the old lies even if you want to now. You know when you are sold that they are false. This video itself is a kill switch on your entire process of current consciousness. It might not come immediately, but you've already lost. Your blood knows who your real...
Like, what does it mean when you say, but you've already lost? Like, what does that mean? Like, what... In what capacity? Like, usually, I'm used to engaging with arguments that are based upon, like, you know, you've lost materially, you've lost politically, you've lost economically, you've lost socially. I'm not as familiar with, like, the concept of losing spiritually and what that entails, largely because it's never been demonstrated to me that comes with a cost, you know? Like, I want an argument here, that desperately, but I can't get one. And I think in part, you know, I think there are a lot of reasons for that here, but like, I think a lot of it boils down to the fact that at heart, this guy doesn't have the ability to argue it, you know? At most, this guy has the ability to sit around a table with like-minded individuals, you know?
Master is, God. Your old false masters have no power. Rudyard shattered the previous psychic division of your society. Your society was predicated upon an incredibly strong self-other distinction. Like everything wrong in your culture, this started out as an originally rational claim in Christianity, which as Christianity morphed into leftism, resulted in complete insanity. Leftism is the shadow of Christianity. It is everything in Christianity's structure with all the positivity built out of it. It is both the child and the direct inverse of Christianity, in that Christianity is motivated off God and love, and leftism is motivated off nihilism and envy, which are the opposite of God and love. The God-human distinction morphed into the progress...
Sorry, I just realized that my my jacket literally has a Hydra on it. Oh my god. I am the Hydra of the left. The prophecy is being fulfilled. Lisan al-Ghaib! Lisan al-Ghaib!
Past distinction. This means your entire society became about running away from itself to a future that doesn't exist that you haven't thought through. You created a mirage you worshipped called progress. Your society is addicted to forward time in such an unhealthy way. We're stopping the game because we think it's so cruel and unfair. You are addicted to some future concept of time that doesn't exist. No matter what you do, it's not enough. Everything has to move faster and more efficiently.
That's capitalism. The people making those demands are capitalists. This is why you need to have an actual grounded political and economic philosophy. This is why you need to have groundings in these fields. Because if you don't know why you believe the things you believe in an articulatable and convincing manner, then you're just saying, neener, 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 I'm right, and then running away.
You have to work harder. But why? This is so cruel, and we don't know why you do it to yourself. No matter what you do, it's not enough. Your entire society is a wheel you push faster and faster, killing those who have pushed the wheel and those riding it. The wheel has no driver and no direction, powered off your own greed and foolishness. You hate yourselves so obviously, since your division between self and other is so strong. You have no idea what you want, or how, or why you even hate yourself. You hate your own bodies, civilization, culture, race, religion.
This is such like the projection here is insane. Like, I don't hate any of those things, actually. Like, I I like those things, and I want to make all of them better, you know? Like, I want to improve myself, I want to improve my body, I want to improve my community, I want to improve my country, I want to improve, you know, the world. Like, I have a lot of hope for our ability to do that even. So, like, again, the shadow boxing is intense here.
Art, monetary status, and your social popularity. You hate yourself. You hate life and who you are as a person on such a profound level you can't even notice. The self-loathing's permeated you so you don't even realize it. The left planted all these psychic traps inside you as a form of mate suppression. Every single thing in leftist philosophy stems from worsening others' mating chances. No matter what you do, it will never be enough. No matter what you do, it's never going to be enough. Since if you're too rich, you're a class oppressor, and too poor, you're a loser. If a white person moves to a majority white area, it's white flight. Into a minority white area, it's gentrification. The left...
Whoa. I don't think you actually know what any of those things are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to come to these conclusions. I don't think you understand any of these arguments, man. Hi. Like, let's take the white flight one, right? Like, his white flight dichotomy, like, oh, if a white person goes into the suburbs that are predominantly white, they're doing white flight. But if a white person moves to a black neighborhood, it's gentrification. And it's like, dude, if you understood that both, like, one, white flight is and can be a factor, it's not the only factor that causes people to move. Like, people move because of white flight, because they are upset about the racial diversity of their area. That's true. But people can also move into an area because that's where the jobs are. You know, like, and so the reason someone is moving matters, right? Similarly, when we're talking about gentrification, the gentrification isn't necessarily reliant on race. Gentrification, first and foremost, is an economic phenomenon. You know, it's the pricing of poor folks and families out of their homes. That can happen anywhere in the country. That can happen to predominantly white communities, even. Like, this is not actually, like, a race-specific thing, but you're making it that because that's your main frame of reference throughout this entire video. Like, and throughout this entire YouTube career. You know, like, that the race and ethnic composition is what matters more than any of the economic issues.
Trapped you in their mental web in the 20th century, and your entire worldview is a lie to give them more power. Rudyard, in turn, trapped you in his web, shattering the left's entire false religion, since it was never real. The left doesn't believe in having children, making money, building technology, empires, changing history, colonizing space, and anything else epic or positive that drives evolution forwards.
That's not how evolution works. Like, come on. Evolution is a biological process. It is not driven forward by anything other than linear time. It is not like a thing that has a progressive bent to it. It is a random process. It is affected by different environments and by competition of different species. It is not like this thing, right? Where, like, how do I put it? It's not like this thing where folks will, like, develop their technology. It's not the technology tree from Civilization. You're not evolving as you go up that civilizational tree.
Since it is motivated by the worst people. Those who are driven by their own envy to tear others down rather than rise to excellence. This is driven off the worst parts of female psychology, or the fairy tale witch. The witch aims to block the love between the prince and the princess for no gain of her own, since she envies them. This young man is a hero among heroes. Your society has treated him like utter garbage. This is why your people are dying. You can just...
I mean, I don't think that one person being treated poorly is like why civilization can collapse. Obviously, I don't want anyone to be treated poorly. You know, like I want everyone to be treated with kindness and respect. And like the idea here that, you know, the world was mean to me and this is why civilization is dying. That's I'm kind of speechless, to be honest. Yeah, we're you know, we really are in like Jordan Peterson territory, you know? We've gone from spirit science back into like Jordan B. Peterson, you know, an hour and a half into any lecture he gives.
Judge the health of a people and a nation based off how they treat their heroes. If you are mean to this young man from now on, you are cursed. We will explain in the next segment what that means. Please have some respect. Treat him like a fucking person. That's the only thing we ask. Don't hurt Rudyard for these messages. He's just a person we raped and whose life we hijacked, and he tried to do the right thing. If you don't like this, blame Odin, not him.
Why are we blaming Odin? I thought we had free will. I'm getting real lost in like the lore again.
He's just the messenger. I hope that even if you don't agree with his views, you can respect his courage, intellect, honor, and character. The God Killer is yours. I saw your story needed a hero, I gave you one. I ran the simulation 1 million times so you'd get a God Killer. Rudyard just happened to be the guy who ended up there. He never consented to this, but he's a man, so he just did his duty. Enjoy your God Killer responsibly. He's yours. Have some fun when you're at it. I like this kid a lot. Please be nice to him. Argue all you want, debate all you want. I just can't stand rudeness in underhanded or dishonorable tactics. Any government or organization which hurts the God Killer, harasses him in public, or his...
He's calling himself, honest to God, the God Killer. Man, just write your D&D novel. Like, it would do a lot better than whatever this is. Like, just write it out, man. Write the feelings out. People would like it. I think you got the brain for it. I think you could, in fact, put in the effort and write like a decent fantasy novel with what you've put out here so far.
Friends or his family or in his home will be destroyed and cursed by the tree of life within a single generation. He doesn't want to hurt you or cause any trouble, so there's no reason to test this. Just leave him alone. The cracking of the self-other distinction into realizing we are all connected and everything is one and yet the same and yet nothing and yet other things, is the origin of the Age of Aquarius. The Age of Aquarius...
Oh boy, we're back to spirit science in a big way. Okay. I haven't heard about the Age of Aquarius in like 20 years. Okay. All right.
Has officially started. Welcome to the Age of Aquarius, motherfuckers. Odin was very attached to that sentence. He kept on trying to get me to say it like a dozen times. Rudyard reset how you process consciousness.
Okay, so how does this work? Is Odin possessing him? Is Odin just like speaking to him and then he's speaking to us? Like, what are the mechanics of this here? Because it's been left very vague, and I appreciate consistency and specificity.
And so things are going to get really crazy from here. We won't tell you what will happen next, but it's going to be really fun to watch. Here's something I got to tell you, though. So the psychic world is partly a reflection of your understanding. Okay. So the reason there's so many UFO sightings is because people can sense the psychic turmoil, so they're psychologically projecting UFOs onto their environment. So don't take the things you see too seriously, and there's a non-zero chance you're going to start seeing actual angels and demons in your environment. But you don't have to.
Is that because the spirit gene has been activated? Is it like the X-Men genes where, like, it can just activate at any time? Or under the right conditions, it activates? Like, I just want to understand what the hell this is. Like, if you were able to write it out, you could have organized it a little bit better, you know?
To submit to lower energetic forms. You can choose to not have these things harass you or hurt you. You just have to have courage.
Yeah, also, what the hell was it about with the triangle eating the circle? My brain is kind of still stuck on that one. Like, is that an alchemy thing? Because if so, it was not explained at all. Or at least not in a way that made it through to my understanding.
I am trying to share my Warren with you so that you can fight off these evil things in the way I already have.
Okay.
The psychic energy your ancestors would deal with on a regular basis was repressed for centuries, so it's now coming out like a flood. Mm-hmm. Everything is water now, and the psychic energy is going to mix together and pour out, and there are no promises from the spirit world for what that actually means, but just keep your eyes open. The halls of time get really crazy, and Rudyard is here to help you survive.
Well, chat, we are 3.5 hours into stream. And I am thoroughly lost within this labyrinth. You know, I've been sent in to slay the Minotaur by Daedalus, and I have run out of golden thread. Like, we're deep in the thick of it now. And we have now officially hit the end of part 8? Wait a minute. We started on part 8, and I did not see us hit a part 9, but apparently we're on part 10, which is named I Am Rudyard Lynch. And I'm... Alright, okay. Maybe I'm just not observant, and I totally missed that. But we're now on part 10, or part 9 is missing, and we don't know why. Maybe the number 9 is unlucky or something. Okay, I will say one thing. I am pleasantly surprised that we have not seen numerology really appear. I would have thought that numerology would be more entwined with this the deeper it gets, largely because numerology is just pattern recognition gone way too far. But people tend to latch on to it for some reason. And I was expecting to see it in this pit of conspiracism and sludge, but haven't seen it. That's a positive thing, you know? Now, folks, if you are enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show's made possible thanks to viewers like you. And I need to use the bathroom really, really badly, so I'm going to go do that. When I return, we will continue our adventure, huh? Here we go. Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? How we doing? How we doing? Hello, Deadpan Leftist. Hello, ZZ. Hello, the Kitsune Cavalier. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing? Hello, Stone Corbel. Hello, the Danit One. Hello, Empty Dur. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Hello, Zennies. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Archangel Decab. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Two Dads Smoochin'. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, Matthew H. Hello, one and all. How are we all doing? Hello, Electric Radimus. Hello, Polly D. Hello, Sense Horse. Hello, Temporal Wizard. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, hello, hello. Still hanging in there, Salmon Moose? Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Hello, Addie. Hello, John Bogardus. Whew. Looking at some Lego. Oh, fun. Hello, Hand of Vecna. Howdy, howdy, folks. Are you guys ready to dive into the mouth of madness yet again? Are you guys prepared? Day sucked earlier, but better now? Nice. Today's DSA stuff pissed me and all of us off. Ooh. Can't wait to hear the spicy deets. Breathing, always great. Always a win. How we doing? Okay. Let's dive back in, shall we? I am Rudyard Lynch. Chapter 10. Let's go. Ooh.
The triangle eating the circle represents an inversion of the natural order, that is, an aberration wherein the inanimate destroys the animate, by devouring as like a ghost. And thus, Pac-Man dies.
Okay, Quiet Kitsune, you have to tell me, did you take that from something and then add the final line? Like, it sounds like the kind of, like, pseudo-spiritual thing that may have been naturally occurring in, like, medieval treatise on alchemy. But also, I genuinely can't tell anymore. My brain is too fried. Okay, whatever. We're diving back in, baby. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. So, if you were a normal human being, your reaction to the last few hours should be a combination of terror, horror, hope, fear, excitement, anticipation, joy. I don't fucking know, man. This video's got too many emotions.
I don't feel any of those things. I feel moderate concern and extreme confusion, I guess.
You guys have to watch this. I have to live this. That video you saw came out of my mind. I am not a crazy person. I am not an evil person, but that fucking video came out of my mind. Do you understand that? I am so deeply resentful and so deeply angry at feeling completely used by the universe. You don't get it. You can't understand. You cannot understand what I've just lived through. You just can't. I don't know what to tell you. It's infuriating. And so I negotiated my contract with the gods.
Yeah, I guess also extreme pity. You know, pity's in there now too, because dude's in a bathrobe now. And I'm like, he's doing progressively less okay.
And so part of the contract is I have to voice my emotional state at having to do this for you. I never consented to it. This was forced on me. And so the next segment of this story is just me voicing my immense resentment of you and how much I hated doing all of this.
Okay, I'm going to nominate a controversial thing here. Much like we skipped a section of the video in part 2 dealing with abuse, I am advocating here that maybe we skip whatever this part is, because I feel like we're really gonna get nothing here. Like, what I'm interested in is, like, how his ideology, like, conservative ideology is inconsistent, is groundless, and is, you know, completely and utterly, like, not functional. Yeah, I'm gonna go forward on this part. Honestly, until he's out of the bathrobe. The bathrobe and, like, this ranting about how dissatisfied he is with everyone really is making me nervous about where this could go. He's a cute little squid mug, though. Yep, he pulled out a sword. Okay. He's waving the sword around. Shows one of his bags. He's, like, showing different knickknacks in his room. Still not out of the bathrobe, though. Talking, wild gesticulating. Feels like that religion where the guy channels an alien from the future. It's so bizarre to hear him refer to himself in the third person. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at as well. Oh my god, is the entire rest of this video in... Okay. He has now changed. We skipped approximately an hour of the video, though. Okay? He's now wearing, like, an actual outfit, okay? There's an actual outfit here. Leather jacket. I feel like we can maybe check back in. Alright? Let's dive back in, and hopefully he's in a different mindset. Because, I gotta be honest, I don't want to just watch and go over, like, rock bottom, you know? I want there to be something for us to talk about.
To you. And I really want to get this out in Christmas. So I just gave up on writing the script. This video was way longer than I expected. I hope you can understand why.
Yeah, I mean, approximately the amount of speaking you have done is equivalent to, like, a full-on, like, 900-page fantasy novel.
And, so I am just going to read off the texts I have with Merrick and just change it up a little bit so it's not boring. But, so the way I commune with the divine is I take CBD and then I text Merrick, and I go through my texts with Merrick to figure out when I'm in a trance. And I'm kind of in a trance now. So, yeah, you're getting this from the source. Okay. Man, I hate ironing my shirt. It's just unpleasant and not nice. I really like this jacket. I showed you this jacket before. I think it's nice. I think there's a certain, like...
Merrick is the guy he pays to, like, be his channel assistant, and who is also his best friend.
Ruffled white shirt look that's really good. And I really like Italian shirts. I think they're Italian white shirts. They're very good, but it's hard for me to get them. And with all of this, the thing I am about to tell you is the most important thing I have discovered. And if you don't watch any part of this video, watch this part. I purposely structured it so you'll have to watch the whole thing together for it all to...
What? Why didn't you tell us that at the beginning, you asshole? Why would you, like, be like, ah, yes, this is the only part that really matters. All that rest was just meaningless fluff. Why would you hide that 2 hours into the video? God damn it.
Makes sense. But this is the thing I am most proud of my innovation to philosophy. And...
you have not innovated philosophy. You haven't done anything that innovates on philosophy.
This is something I really believe we've sorely needed, where everything around us is dead matter. What that means is that we do not treat others as if they are living. Where when you treat someone as living, you have empathy with them. And when you have empathy with them, you can relate to their life force as a living thing. It's really cruel to treat other people in your life as dead matter. I've been treated as dead matter for my whole life. So have the rest of you, because people are not, when they interact with you, do not perceive you as an actual person they know and feel connection to. They perceive you as someone to exploit to get something out of you. And this is why life is so bad, because in all of your social interactions, people do not treat you like a person, and you feel incredibly lonely, and you feel incredibly sad, you feel incredibly lost, and the government's been able to use...
The projection here is really, really something to witness. Like, no, we don't feel like that, buddy. Like, people are feeling all kinds of things all the time, but they aren't necessarily those feelings all the time. This is why legit philosophers have master's degrees and or PhDs. Well, yeah, I mean, like, if you actually get a degree in philosophy, I would encourage Rudyard to take classes in philosophy. I think a lot more people should. But, like, one of the things philosophy courses frequently do are, like, see how well you can defend a philosophical idea. And, like, he's not doing a great job here, frankly. I don't think he would be received well in a classroom like that.
This to manipulate you. But I'm here to tell you everything's going to be fine. We're going to start being nice to each other again. Where my project here is I want people to have healthy, organic social interactions based around shared moral values, based around actually good things. And as an introvert, I feel safe doing this because I'm not going to force any bullshit on you. If an extrovert did this project, man, they'd be trying so hard. And the way to navigate psychic space is when you get stuck in a psychic situation. Let's say you're in a spirit world, the demon's attacking you.
A common situation we've all found ourselves in, right, folks?
Don't take yourself seriously. Once you no longer take yourself seriously, you can pull back and leave the situation. Because the way the spirit world works is that you dream it. And so if you have faith in your own dream, God, this sounds so lame. If you have faith in your own dream, that can overpower someone else's dream. That's how I survived the spirit world.
Dude. What? You mercilessly mocked yourself to survive demon attacks in the spirit world?
Because I had complete faith in my own survival and my own existence.
Is he okay? No. Definitively, whether this is a joke or he's being serious, he's definitively not okay.
Due to stuff that happened with me and my mom as a kid. And so if you want to shrink in the spirit world, take yourself less seriously. If you want to grow, it's through the process of effortlessness. You can't force something. There is a time for everything. I like to say follow the Dow to wealth and wisdom. By that I mean the Dow Jones, or the top performing stocks in America, and the Tao, or the Chinese philosophy of Taoism. There's multiple mystic traditions around the world.
I'm sorry. Did he just imply that Taoist spiritualism and the Dow Jones industrial complex are the same? Did he just imply that they are manifestations of the same thing? Was it a joke? It's really hard for me to know whether or not that was a joke. Genuinely, you guys think that was a joke? Or was that, like, literally he was saying that the Dow Jones is a manifestation of Taoism? It was sort of a joke? Okay. Sometimes humor goes over my head. It's fine.
All with very deep roots that all share very similar ideas. Read Houston Smith's book Forgotten Truth, which is the best book on this topic, or the underlying philosophic concepts all world religions share. But I keep on getting side-railed because there's so much interesting stuff to talk about, where
I wish I was getting side-railed.
Taoism is the Eastern Oriental tradition. It's the Eastern mystic tradition. Hinduism, which I got to make a video about all these. This is so much cool stuff. Hinduism is the Indic mystic tradition. And then you have a sub-variety of different Western mystic traditions between the Hermetic tradition, the Kabbalah, which stems from Babylon. The two great centers of Western mysticism were Mesopotamia and...
Man, I wish B was here, because B tends to know more. I think B has like some knowledge of Kabbalah. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but I don't think it's rooted in Babylon. Like, that doesn't sound right to me, just on the scant amount of information I know, but we're gonna move past that.
Egypt, or the two earliest civilizations, and then Rudyard is tapping...
Wait, what?
The two great centers of Western mysticism were Mesopotamia and Egypt, or the two earliest civilizations.
Dude, if you were an anthropologist, you would know that those are not the two earliest civilizations. You would know that. Come on. We've been finding older and older, like, cultures and civilizations for a while now.
And then Rudyard is tapping into a Northwest European mysticism developed by a figure named Odin, who lived in the Bronze Age. He'll talk more about that later.
Okay, sorry. Odin's a real person now? Odin is like a Christ-like figure who was on Earth, died, and was then resurrected as a god? Or a demigod?
Rudyard does not accept the concept of homophones. He's homophobic.
Rainbow Krampus, I appreciate your YouTube comments. They usually make me smile.
So, what was I talking about? Yeah, I was, explaining how the way to grow in the spirit world is through effortlessness. When you look back upon your life, the times you were successful were times you didn't worry and you just followed the flow and you did what you like. And you have to be responsible and you have to assess whether or not you made mistakes, and then from that figure out what you want to do. But the way that the spirit world operates is that...
this would have been a great thing to put during the section where you introduced the spirit world. Like a section on how the spirit world operates. That would have been really good. You gotta... Look, I guess you wrote a lot of this down, but maybe just structure it a bit better, and you could be spitting bars on a really cool, like, D&D setting. I'm not even kidding about that. Like, I feel like you already wrote most of this down. Just put it in a design document and make your own setting, okay? Free business advice.
And your relation to the spirit world, because all the realm of ideas in that philosophy, intellectual concepts, science, religion, these are all part of the realm of ideas, or the Platonic forms. And so that's the spirit world. And so when you relate to that, because in many different things have spiritual elements. One nation conquering another one does, sexual love does, the conquest of new technologies is a spiritual thing, because you get new technology.
Citation needed. Like, come on, dude. I need you to prove the spirit world to me. You can't just be like, ah, yes, this is
What was I
spirit
talking
world.
about? That's what we've been asking you for 10 hours, bud.
Right? Right? I mean, I do have to be honest. If this is performance art, it's pretty brilliant. You know, like if this was all done on purpose, you know, the commitment to the bit is kind of breathtaking, right? If this wasn't done on purpose, or if this was like not performance art and is instead like he thought this would be a genuinely moving joke or statement, like he's in trouble. He's got some stuff to sort out.
When you've attained a certain level of technological progress, no, you attain a certain level of mental and philosophic progress where God sees that you are psychologically advanced enough to be able to pass on to the next level. Where you look at the history of philosophy, you find that there was a philosophic and a religious breakthrough, and then from that came the technological breakthrough. You see that with the Renaissance, followed by the rise of capitalism. You see it with the crisis of the 17th century crisis. That horrible period of burning resulted in the Enlightenment, in the intellectual breakthrough, and then from that came the Industrial Revolution. So your society shut off the ability to relate with the realm of force.
What is really interesting here is that while he does have a lot of the hallmarks of a fascist, he did not just then take the opportunity to shit on the Enlightenment, which is interesting, right? Most fascists despise the Enlightenment, but also we're talking about someone who's on the younger side, so maybe he just doesn't care that much about it, you know?
Forms independent from what your leftist and modernist priest class told you to. So you're going to get fed a lot of new ideas because the level of mental development you have is predicates the level of how much you can control your material environment. I'm speaking in a lot of different circles here, but I need to get to the main point I started this video with.
Yeah, please get to the main point that you want to convey.
Which is life and death. Where life and death have an innate physics to them, in which they are so inextricably bound together, where when you...
And yet, he has stated that this was to own the libs, and I shared that at the beginning of the first part that we covered. And it's been in my mind the entire time, but, like, on a certain level, if that really was the intent, I don't believe it. You know, like, I don't believe his explanation of this, necessarily, because none of this owns the libs. It's fascinating to me, but it's not owning the libs. But as potential performance art of, like, I don't know, something people have just never seen, it's interesting. I can't deny that it's fascinating.
Increase one, you increase the other, and there is no life without death. The fear of death is the thing that powers life. A life with few fears of death is a life that's far more boring, and it doesn't generate as much life charge, because there's this innate force to life. Henry Bergson, who is a philosopher, I keep on going through philosophy books, and I skip him because I find him boring. He developed this idea of life force, and it's this active life charge, and you are happy when you get to relate your life charge and to feel others' life charge.
Okay, so, like, we've really gone down to spirit science. Like, no, we're not even at, like, green tablets of thought anymore. We're literally at the vibes. We're at the vibes again. You know, we're at the level where it's like, buy this $500 vibe machine and it will change your aura and unlock your chakras and your legs will stop hurting.
Example of this is children. You added a new life charge into the world. Another example of this is having friends and doing cool stuff where... let me use an example. The philosophy I'm describing, the Hermetic philosophy, stems ultimately back to ancient Egypt. And...
not that kind of vibe machine, Snookin.
They built the pyramids because the way their philosophy worked is that they saw the pyramids as a huge spiritual nuclear reactor. Because their idea is if we make something super, super cool, people across all of history will respect us. This will unify our country together through the shared difficulty of building it.
I mean, in parts, but the main reason was they genuinely religiously believed that by building grander and grander, like, final resting places, that they would attain, like, perfection and riches in the afterlife. Like, that was part of the point of the pyramids. Like, they are, you know, to be mausoleums to the people who were revered as gods in ancient Egypt. Like, if you genuinely believe that your ruler is a god, like, wait, it suddenly makes sense to help them build their tomb because they're probably gonna owe you one, you know? This isn't a spiritual nuclear reactor, you know? It is a more, less that and more like a, in their minds, a pathway to an afterlife. God. The fact that this guy has like over 700,000 subscribers on YouTube and is in like mainstream conservative circles sharing his homophobic and racial essentialist views, like, it's all rooted in this, guys. Like, all the stuff he spews on Timcast, all the stuff he talks about on various, you know, bigger politics shows, like, it's all rooted in this level of delusion, you know? These aren't arguments. These are delusions. Just broke my heart. I thought it was a documentary. Man, I wish. The thing that is, you know, needs to be recognized throughout all of this is that this guy commands an awful lot of attention in conservative circles, and his words and his ideas are being given credence, you know? And I think this is a good examination of where his ideas are based, you know, what actually makes him tick. And like, that's interesting. That's interesting. That is fascinating, right? So I think it is worth, in that light, going over this.
And it'll create a national symbol. And so the way they processed it as the pyramids were...
Oh yeah, crotchet whimsy. You know, there is still some debate over the building of the pyramids, whether or not the workers were, you know, slaves, or whether they were paid government wages. I think in recent years, the idea that they were paid like government wages and provided like food and shelter and stuff has gained a bit more credence. But that, if anything, it strengthens the argument that, like, they expected something in return for their labor, you know? Whether spiritual or, you know, material.
They were a magical nuclear reactor. And they might have been right. I haven't read that much about Egypt. But life force rewards cool stuff, because the anima mundi, or the mind of God, is powered off extreme emotions. And learning is not learning until there's an emotion attached to it. This is why school is so boring. You're forced to cram all these human life experiences down your throat, and you become very resentful because you never asked for this, you never consented it. You were forced to go to school. You were forced to spend all those hours there to learn skills that weren't
Did I say crotchet again? I'm sorry, crochet. I'm so sorry.
really useful. Schooling's got some positives. We have complete literacy, but it kills the.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. The profane priestess. I'll go with you. I had heard that there was still some debate, but I'm glad you can clear it up. And you wrote, I'm working on my degree in a mixture of history and anthropology. They weren't slaves. Also, this all hurts me. That's fair. It is constant searing pain on my brain.
Kills creativity. And so the learning you care about, the learning you find interesting, is learning with an emotional, moral element to it. Because learning is something your body does. You go through the struggle of the world so that your body may learn. And then over the course of your life, there are a multiplicity of options or different destinies. In medieval philosophy, destiny is the best possible life God gave you. And God will reward you because he drops hints to how to find your destiny.
Are we saying that like Voltaire's best of all possible worlds philosophy was like the norm for like medieval peasantry? What? Also, GamerG/Christina, you are 100% correct. I am gonna just read out your comment because it is on the ball, on point as usual. People like What If Alt Hist are the ones running Republican campaigns and writing policy for Republicans. Get involved. Don't let the people like Rudyard run the country. Not even joking. What If Alt Hist is your average Republican staffer? And honestly, true. You know, like, remember all of the all of the Project 2025 recruitment videos that we went through that were leaked by ProPublica? Remember that? The people that they are talking about appointing are party loyalists exactly like What If Alt Hist. You know? And honestly, what I'm trying to get at here is that while, like, this might be an extreme case of delusion or whatever is going on here with his mental health, but it is an indication of where ideologically and intellectually a lot of Republicans are when it comes to the coherence of their politics, right? And a lot of people need to recognize, and by this I'm addressing other lefties, other liberals. Y'all need to realize if we do not get involved, these people wind up running our school board. These people wind up running our city council. These people wind up making decisions that affect your day-to-day daily life. And so part of the point of covering this is to show, hey, these people cannot be trusted to run our society. They are they are full of wackadoo nonsense, you know? And on top of that, that means we need to be more effectual. We need to join our local Democratic Party. If you are liberal, if you're a leftist, if you're far left, if you identify as a communist, whatever, you need to join your local Democratic Party. Okay? If they're not radical enough for you, join the party and make them more radical. Like, we are in a time where we need to win. We need to take power for ourselves, because if we sit and do nothing and simply have correct opinions, the establishment Dems aren't going to save us, you know? So join your local Democrats, but equally as importantly, join your local DSA, okay? Join your local DSA so that you can, or even IWW, but whatever it is, make sure it's a local group that meets and will actually try and do things to affect local policy. Because the entire premise of us joining these two groups is to radicalize inside the Dems and outside the Dems, to provide an inside pressure and an outside pressure until we have effectively the reins of power. This is what we need to do because, we went over Ben Wickler's interview not that long ago. He's the chairman of the Wisconsin Democratic Party, and he's running to be the chair of the DNC. It is one of the most powerful positions in the Democratic Party. And he's out there as the front runner for the spot, championing working class initiatives. And the thing is, there needs to be people who support him. It's not enough for one guy to chair the DNC. We need a bunch of people working their way up the ranks, helping one another up. There is one way out. We are in the Andor situation, okay? There is one way out, and the thing you need to do to help get us there is go to some meetings. Go to like 2 meetings a month. Boom. Go to 2 meetings a month, figure out what else you can do from there. That's it. That is all it takes to wield power. And you know who will show up to those meetings? Conservative wine moms who think almost identically to what Rudyard is spouting here. Conservative dads who are showing up to the school board meetings that think almost exactly what Rudyard thinks here. Okay? So that's kind of where we're at here. We're in an interesting time, but we need to do more than what we've done before. I got reports that Our Revolution somehow thinks Ben Wickler is the status quo pick. Well, if they do think that, they're wrong. I guess they might be right in the sense that, he got endorsed by Chuck Schumer, who is very much an establishment figure, but that's not necessarily the status quo pick, Someone recognizing the plight of the working class and being one of the only vocal, proponents of it in the Democratic Party, coming in and saying that needs to be the focus of our strategy in future elections while we run statewide races. That is not status quo for the Democrats. It's just not.
And I found my destiny, and I'm super happy about it. In most timelines, I would not. And so you can see your hints for your destiny, and the destiny powers the game of evolution so much more because it provides so much life charge. And
so much life charge.
You have your fate, which is your average outcome for your life. And so,
no, really,
when you look back,
you need to explain these concepts, right? I don't know. When I say I have the ability to manipulate life quintessence, what, do you know what that means if I don't provide any additional context for that? What if I say, I have the ability to, manipulate the strings and the sinews of the Regis Mons, what does that mean? Do you understand what I mean by that? Because it doesn't mean anything. Absolutely, yeah.
Back upon your life, the thing that you think on your deathbed was how much cool shit did I do? And so the active life...
I don't think that's what you think on your deathbed. I think you think about the people you love and the people, you've touched and made connections with. I think you think about the other lives you've lived in community with. I don't think you're necessarily thinking about, I don't know, that time you raced a car real fast or something. Whatever. Insert thing.
Charge from being cool and having fun and doing awesome stuff. It powers life because when future life thinks of you, they are inspired. Where, look at the great men of history. They were...
yeah. I think he'd previously mentioned great man theory before, but I forgot. I forgore. Of course he believes in great man theory. Which, by the way, if you are unfamiliar with this, it's just the idea that history is not moved, it doesn't move forward due to, the mass movements of culture and people and ideas and conversations and like, you know, the near infinite number of ways individuals act with each other in community, but is instead, you know, one person in 10 million is strong enough to rise to the occasion and seize the reins of history to direct it whither he will, because it's always a he, mind you.
They became great men. From reading about other great men, the Roman Empire spawned so many future empires because they admired the Romans and wanted to imitate them,
We're getting real close. Yeah, we are getting real close to Austrian painter territory, aren't we?
to take their thing. So life through awesomeness expands itself further and further more. And life's ultimate goal is evolution, and it uses consciousness as a tool to direct evolution, where I am speaking to your consciousness. Your consciousness is a thin time knife that exists in a very specific sub-region of time.
Your consciousness is a time knife is not a collection of words that means anything to me, right? Like, yes, you see, your will is a dimensional screwdriver. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
At any given time, there's a 1 second moment of decision, and this moment of decision is as long or as short as you can be. You can speed up or slow.
I'm not gonna lie, I would be impressed if I went to a rich person's house and they had like a little pedestal with like a crystal dagger on it, and they turned to me and just said mysteriously, "And that's my time knife," and then offered no further explanation. That would impress me, just because I would be so curious to know more. But when it's casually dropped here, it's not that cool, you know? Explain the time knife concept. Well, obviously it's a knife made out of time, you know, a blade capable of severing the very fate itself, you know. Clearly it is a blade meant for one who would seize their destiny and rebel against the gods. Clearly it is a blade made for the rise of kings via trickery, deceit, and willful skill. It is the weapon meant to herald the changing of the days. That's the time knife concept. I don't know if anything I said is even remotely accurate. I don't know what a time knife is. I have no schema for that concept.
Down your concept of time, because remember, when you were a kid, there were certain moments when,
because, you know, they can make time crystals. This is a cool thing, right? Apparently you can actually, in a sense, crystallize time. It's really bizarre science. It's really bizarre. Time crystal. Yeah. Check this out. Time crystal. In condensed matter physics, a time crystal is a quantum system of particles whose lowest energy state is one in which the particles are in repetitive motion. The system cannot lose energy to the environment and come to rest because it is already in its quantum ground state. Time crystals were first proposed theoretically by Frank Wilczek in 2012 as a time-based analog to common crystals. Whereas the atoms in crystals are arranged periodically in space, the atoms in a time crystal are arranged periodically in both space and time. Which is that I have to be honest here. When I get to that's where I'm just like, I don't fully understand this quantum weirdness, you know? Oh, guys. No, guys. Just as an FYI, after that proposal was made, they made a time crystal. Okay? Physics published the study on it. It's bizarre. So what do they mean by time knife? I don't know what they mean by time knife. I gotta be honest with you. I don't think we're gonna get an answer about that. And honestly, I would read more about this because I'm fascinated by it, but I do not have enough of a physics background to understand most of it. Anyway, moving right along. I just think science is neat.
You felt really, really bored, and so a class took an hour and a half, but when you were playing, it was half the time. It's because your perception of time moves at a certain speed, and so when you're not rushing things, you relate to time in a way in which you don't feel stressed because you have spent your quiet period self-reflecting.
Ooh, profane priestess. I love more corrections. Also, to your earlier point, there were many cradles of civilization in Afro-Eurasia, Mesopotamia, Old Egypt, Mohenjo-Daro, the patchwork of ancient China. In the Americas, the Caral soup, the Olmecs in Mexico. Yeah, and I've been really fascinated with the discovery of Gobekli Tepe. That's been really fascinating to me. Like, I don't know if we can necessarily classify it as a, like, civilization, but it is real neat. Maybe I can find a picture here real quick. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. This is a settlement from, like, 9,000 BC. This is one of the oldest, like, places humans built stuff to last, you know? It's so cool. It's so cool. Also, I can't show you much more of this because there are a bunch. I believe there are statues with genitalia out all over the place. So, you know, we'll settle for this wider view. So cool. Yeah, Mini Minuteman actually does a really good job talking about this site. And I would highly recommend his channel, and I'd highly recommend you check out his videos on Gobekli Tepe. There have been, like, some discoveries even older that indicate, you know, civilization, but, like, no site, to my knowledge, older than Gobekli Tepe. There's no sign of permanent habitation there, Mithril Mist, but I could have sworn there's, like, a nearby place that was settled. Do. Do. Let's see. Oh, it's not nearby. Let me take a look here. YouTube won't super chat it. Next comment. Oh, well, Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $2 super chat.
I love how the longest lasting buildings are covered in nudes. Prawn is eternal, shrimp.
Oh yeah, one of the articles that I saw recently was the archaeological discovery of a pyramid titled Gunung Padang in, I believe, Indonesia. And some experts are saying that it was discovered like it's like 21,000 years old, though that's still being debated, so not confirmed. But it would be by far one of the earliest things ever constructed, if true. YouTube is actively trying to keep the time knife from Jack. It's true. It's a conspiracy, I tells ya. A conspiracy! Really interesting thing about when did civilization start is determining what you mean. Agriculture, codified law, the state, these all have different answers. Right? It's so fascinating. I love it. I love it. And we're making new discoveries all the time. It's great. Agriculture, 10,000 years. Law, 5 to 6,000. The state, 5 to 4,000. Actually working on a video essay about this topic. That's fascinating, Profane Priestess. Keep us up to date. Okay. Anyway, here we go.
In figuring out how to interact with your environment. So
Karahan Tepe. Thank you, Cute Dark Arts. Thank you. I couldn't for the life of me. Yeah. Oh no, Karahan Tepe is the one with the dicks all over it. But it is the inhabited. Yeah. Karahan Tepe. Look at that. Look at, like, that's a pretty decent sized village. That's cool. You know? Look at us. Who'd have thought? Not me. Let's see. Yeah, the site is located near Yagmurlu, and roughly 46 kilometers east of Göbekli Tepe. It is estimated to be dated between 9,000 and 11,000 BC. So anywhere from 11,000 years old to 13,000 years old. That's so cool. Ugh. You know, what would their lives have been like? What would their like day-to-day existences have been? It's so fun to think about. There's a lovely children's book titled The Boy and the Bronze Axe by Kathleen Fiddler. It's about Skara Brae, a village in the Orkney Islands, which was buried in the Stone Age storm. That's so cool. You found the time knife? What is this? Thank you for the $2 super chat, Nomi Sunrider. What is this?
I know what we have to do.
Oh, he forgot we're still in the IHOP.
Anybody got eyes on Sheedy?
Can someone grab my tiny boyfriend, please? I'm on it. Here you go.
I just saw a trillion different realities folding onto each other like thin sheets of metal forming.
Yeah, I know you guys can't see anything. You know what? You know why you can't see anything.
A single blade.
Yeah, the time knife. We've all seen it. Let's get back on track.
Okay, okay, the time knife. Okay, that makes sense. This makes sense. Finally, we have a basis for what the time knife is. A trillion different realities folding in on each other into a fine infinitesimal point. Or a point of infinite sharpness. The time knife, Lady Raincloud, where we just learned about what the time knife is.
You need to spend time alone thinking about how you interface with your environment, and then don't force things, because when you force things, you end up in bad mojo territory. You're not in your destiny, you're operating further down. And you're
Now, I hesitate to ask because normally I would understand what bad mojo is, but in this particular case, what do you mean by bad mojo? Because you have been throwing out a lot of concepts. Is this a specific thing, or are you just doing a turn of phrase?
society is so obsessed with time, and it's so obsessed with catching up, that you're killing yourself, because nothing you do is ever enough. So you are enough now, but you could also be way, way cooler, and you should be. This is the attitude you should have.
I don't know. I'm pretty fucking cool. Okay? I'm pretty fucking cool. All right? I'm pretty fucking cool. But you should always strive to be cooler. It's true.
For life. And so you've got the life charge, and that's generated by doing fun stuff, and masculinity.
Wait, life charge is just having fun? Like, that's what life charge... Then just say, have fun. You don't have to call it life charge. You can just talk about having fun, and the importance of having fun, and why you should have fun.
Is the force that powers evolution. And then the masculine takes the feminine, and they mix together, and they improve together. Where greatest empires. Rome had incredible military formations. They had incredibly high social cohesion. Mongols, they had the best cavalry. They had an incredibly high cohesion. You're going to keep seeing this pattern. They had very high cohesion, and they were ruthless, and they were really good at mobile warfare and cooperating through that. British, incredibly high social cohesion. They had a very well-balanced social structure, and they had an...
I don't think those words mean what you think they mean. The British, not known for that, actually.
advanced legal code that gave people incredible incentives to cooperate.
Wait, you've literally complained about the encroachment of bureaucracy, but it's fine when the British do it? It's fine when the British have a oppressive bureaucratic system, but, like, that's what's destroying modernity? What? Come on. Come on. Please.
So, what patterns do you see with the greatest empires in history? And this applies to biology, it applies to everything. They really worked on themselves, and they really looked inside to take responsibility for their situation, and they're all religious, because you first have to accept, I am powerless against the world. I could die tomorrow. You have to accept you could die tomorrow, and whether or not you live or die is God's choice. It's not yours.
I don't accept that. Like, it's very weird that again, this is the anti-empiricism coming out. On the one hand, everything is up to you. You are responsible for the decline of your bloodline. It is incumbent upon you to breed and create future generations and propagate the strongest bloodlines that will carry on the spark of divinity into the future. But also, you have no agency. God is orchestrating all of it. You have no decision, including the most basic, whether or not you live or die. Those are incompatible ideas. They do not go together.
Once you accept that, you can have fun because you stop taking yourself so seriously. And the biggest issue of your era of history is that you take yourself far, far too seriously. It's killing you, and it's a real shame because we like you so much.
I don't know. I think I like myself, and I think I'm having really a lot of fun with my sparkly outfit. And you guys might not be able to see it, but like the little like gold parts of this jacket have sparkles on it, and I'm having fun with that. So I guess my life charge is going up. I used to have 1 life charge, and then I dressed up, and now I have 2 life charge? Is that how the rules work. Maybe. I just want to fit in.
Aww.
Okay, the video has now cut to a black screen. It's just literally just a black screen. This is the first
Bro,
time.
I've been listening.
I maybe that was supposed to be part 11? Maybe? That's ominous. That's like when you're playing an RPG and it's set like a consistent lead into like the like a new level, and then you get to a new one and suddenly it's written in an alien language and you know you're in for some shit, you know? No, he's back. He's back. Tacoma Blues, the DNC is like fisting. It sounds like an interesting proposition. Then you have acid farts for 5 years. I don't know about that. Yes. Exactly. Nailed it? Maybe? Not that I would know. Oh, God. You know, we're gonna stop right here. We're gonna take a quick breather. Folks, we've been going for 5 hours. If you have been enjoying the stream, please consider dropping those subs, those donos, oil the stream. You are the people who make this show possible. And consider hitting the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. And we're getting closer and closer to 10,000 subscribers. We're doing it. But also, chat, we are only 2 hours and 20 minutes into this, and there is almost 2 hours left. So, you know, we're making progress, but it's gonna be a minute, okay? It's gonna be a minute. Now, I'm gonna take a little break because I'm just gonna periodically stretch my legs a little bit and use the bathroom, because this is gonna be a long stream, and I don't want to like get a like an embolism or something. I don't want to like get a blood clot. That'd be the worst way to end stream. So I will be back in a few minutes. Don't you guys go anywhere, okay? Do, 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 do. Hello. Hello, Micah. Hello, Finian Lobar. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Tacoma Blues. Hello, here's To the Promise. Hello, Archangel DeKob. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. Hello, Pound Town Smurf Dookie. Ah! Hello, Pluvius. Hello, Jazz Dog, the sassiest dog I know. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Hello, Lanzetta. Hello, Classical Libertarian. Hello, ZZ. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, Matthew H. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Micah. Hello, Shark Nation. Hello, one and all. Hello, Zennies. Hello, Temporal Wizard. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Arachnomancy. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Howdy, 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 folks. We are back. I tells ya, back. And Erica, hello. How we doing, folks? And I want to say a big thank you while I was away. Let's see here. Rickzai, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs while I was gone over on YouTube. Very, very kind of you. And I really appreciate it. And folks, if any of you would like to drop subs and donos, would be very much appreciated. This is one of the longer streams we're gonna be doing for a while. You know, this is taking it all out of me. And with that being said, shall we dive back in? Once more unto the breach, my friends. Once more unto the breach. Here we go. Ugh, my eye makeup was good at the beginning of stream, and now it's getting progressively worse. Ugh. Just fix that real quick. Okay. How many decades into it are we? We are 2 hours and 21 minutes in. And bear in mind, we skipped about an hour of it in which he was in a bathrobe because, frankly, I didn't think that we would actually go over any ground worth talking about in depth. And it
Every
seemed
time
like
I think of Elon Musk, I think of this song.
Worshipper of the Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. We're not going to play that song right now, but I will check it out later. So, let's dive in, shall we? Oh, and remember to like the stream, subscribe, follow, all that stuff. And so we're back. Yeah, I'm not upset that we skipped about an hour of this where he was in the bathrobe, and yeah, he was doing some kind of funny things as I skipped through it, like just visually, but like I don't think he was going to elaborate on things. It felt maybe like a line I didn't want to cross. It's weird when someone's in like their bathrobe. That's like their underwear, you know? Like I don't know. I feel like that was rock bottom. And so we skipped it. Is this still going on? It is indeed. Here we go. We're on part blank.
To this incredible Japanese samurai metal band from Finland called Whispered. Their music goes so hard, and it's fitting my vibe right now. I can't believe that there's
Japanese metal band called Whisper. Let's just check it out. Maybe it's cool. Wait, Whisper. Wait, did he say whisper or whispered?
like this incredible Japanese samurai metal band from Finland called Whispered.
Oh, okay. They're Whispered. Okay, so they're Finnish, but they do like samurai style metal. Are they any good? Oh my god. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit torn on this, but this cover art kind of goes a bit hard. Not gonna lie. Neat. You know, I will genuinely check them out after this stream. They seem kind of neat.
Their music goes so hard, and it's fitting my vibe right now. I can't believe that there's like a Finnish samurai metal. There's also there's metal's a weird place. You have Scottish pirate metal. So if you watch this video, you should be aware of a concept called the Great Chain of Being. I've mentioned
I'm not. Please enlighten me.
It a few times, but didn't really explain it.
Cool.
The Great Chain of Being is something I took from mystic and medieval and early modern philosophy. Basically, human life is a tree, and the tree contains...
Ah, yes, the tree, Yggdrasil. I knew it. I knew we were getting here.
...contains all consciousness, and the Norse said that there were 9 worlds.
God damn it, I knew it! I fucking called it! Hell yeah!
And like Asgard and Vanaheim and those different places. And it's funny, when I was a kid, and this is why my life is way too weird, I told the teacher the Norse were right, that this is the real map of the world, because I was a fucking edgy teenage child. Yeah, I would say that the Norse were right about having the Tree of Life.
I literally called that he was going to say that the Tree of Life and Yggdrasil were the same. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. This is literally esoteric Nazism.
Hello and good evening.
This is how a lot of, like, you know, the Aryan mythos was like bastardized. You know, elements of Norse you know, mysticism, elements of like Christianity, elements of just like various spiritual traditions from around the world mashed all together in order to back up a eugenicist and obsession with bloodlines and mysticism. You know, it's incredible. Like, it just keeps coming up over and over again. And really the only framework that explains it in its totality is an understanding of fascism, is an understanding of fascist ideology and how it functions.
But what the fuck? I said that when I was a kid. And I also believe dragons were real as a kid. I don't think that's actually true, because dragons, they exist in every major society, but
there are some Christians who do think dragons were real. They think the bones of dinosaurs are actually the bones of dragons, and they don't want you to find out. That is a thing, and I think Candace Owens believes that now. I think Candace Owens is going around talking about how dinosaurs are actually dragons, and they are lying to you about it, just like they are lying to you at NASA.
But no archaeological evidence whatsoever they existed. I'm here.
It is fascinating, right? Like, he'll be like, well, okay, so remember all this spiritual stuff that I am providing no justification for whatsoever outside of my subjective experience? Well, dragons are a step too far. Gods, angels, demons, personal interactions with the omnipotent being that controls our reality, itself, all plausible. But dragons, that's a step too far. That's a bridge I can't bring myself to cross.
To keep it real with you guys. So, Great Chain of Being, basically human consciousness exists as a tree, from higher forms to lower forms. So this is the spirit world. Our material world is what you see outside. The two are blurred in weird ways. There's multiple dimensions. You don't need to understand that now.
Also, Postmodern Prometheus, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime.
In thousands of years, you may have to adapt your mental model, because the way mental models work is that...
I mean, in thousands of years, I'll probably be dead. You know, like I probably won't be around to adapt my mental model like that. But, you know, you do you. Live your best millennia-long life. You know, after all, he is Gandalf, guys. You
have a certain theory of the world, and then there's a back door, which is the concept you use to integrate information doesn't fit in your worldview. Every ideology's got to have a back door. Christianity, it's God. Then you have, for leftism, it's progress, so progress can change your worldview. For your worldview, it was history. And so Rudyard went through your back door because history...
Okay, Odin is talking again. All right. Good stuff.
Was an actual empirical connection to the outside world that couldn't be falsified. It was one of the very few fields that...
Yeah, Liz Galahad. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. Liz writes, "Oh God, I just realized how similar this mashup is to the ideas I have been seeing my conservative family come up with. The Daily Wire is really cooking their brains." Yes! The fascist ideology, in order to, like, maintain itself, maintain its, like, primacy in the conservative mind, it needs to subjugate all other ideas that may question the incoherent logic, you know? Like, it needs this stuff. In order to embrace these conservative ideas, it requires a foundation like the one Rudyard is espousing throughout this video. You know, it requires ideas like that. It doesn't necessarily need to be exactly one-to-one, but a very, like, similar beliefs will do. You know, even more or less, ideas about the spirit realm or whatever
weren't falsified. So Rudyard went down history, pulled the back door, and then called your bluff. So...
Phrasing.
Great Chain of Being, higher forms are heaven, lower forms are hell, and the way that operates is that
I took a look at the art depicting Hyperborea, and it for the Nazi shit is actually kind of
material.
pretty.
You need both. This is why the tree unit...
You know, you don't got to give them credit, actually. You don't got to give them that credit. But thank you for the $5 donut. Do you have any idea how infuriating this is as a practicing Wiccan? Oh, I can only imagine, right? Like, I don't share that belief system, but, like, I can only imagine, like, somebody who, has a personal relationship with the religious figures he's bastardizing, and, like, I can't imagine the sensation, really.
Them. Yahweh is the Lord of up here. Satan is the Lord of down here.
Man, it's insane to hear that Yahweh rules over Yggdrasil, the world tree. That's crazy.
There is innate polarity to the universe, so for everything is an opposite thing, and thus this is why these two are at war. But the spirit world's multidimensional in that there's multiple, like, there's infinite dimensions, bro. Like, just so many different things going on. You wouldn't believe it. And whenever you think...
But if you see all of them, that's when you see the time knife.
Think you hit it. There's something else. Because God wants to keep you entertained. Where the universe is powered by boredom. If you want to understand...
Is this the first time he's mentioned Satan in his cosmology? No, he talked about this in the second video where he did ayahuasca and he went to hell and hung out with Satan, and, Satan obviously tortured him, but, like, at a certain point he was just like, yeah, Satan, you're evil. All right. And then, like, I guess he and Satan came to an understanding. That's So yeah, he has brought up Satan and hell before, but like it's bizarre. It doesn't fit together well yet. You know, we need a few more drafts to flesh out the D&D lore.
In the universe, think of women. A woman's psychology is the same thing as how Mother Nature operates.
Oh boy, the woman understander has logged on. I'm so excited for the woman points that he's about to explain to us. I love that. So a woman's mind is like Mother Nature. Mother Nature doesn't have a mind. That's not a thing. Though I'm guessing he's going to be like, the Spiritus Mundi.
She is motivated by boredom and likes drama because it's at least interesting.
You got me.
As a man, you have had too many threats of dying, so you have moved past this, but we've...
Women, on the other hand, no threats of dying or death. Only men, as we all know, ever die. Women, they last forever.
Battled you two together. You two make it work. You seem to like each other enough. So... Up, God, down, devil. You use faith to move up the great chain of being. So faith is the lubricant.
That makes sense because Mother Nature and women lack sentience. Yeah, sea sponge, working girl, same brain right there in Rudyard's world.
Through which God...
Wait, no, that's not true. To be fair to him, he did say that he acknowledges that women have sentience, which is very magnanimous of him because honestly, he could have just said women are not sentient and like it would have fit entirely within this worldview, which is, by the way, one of the reasons why fascism relies on anti-empiricism and lack of introspection, because frankly, most of it doesn't matter if he says Yggdrasil exists or it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter if he says that women are sentient or not sentient. None of it matters because it is all beliefs of convenience to justify the end point of the ideology. That's the point of it, right? You begin with where you want to go and you build up an inconsistent, shaky structure that will get you to where you want to go. And then you just don't pay attention to the creaking and, the fact that the structure isn't up to code and will inevitably collapse. Like it's, you just ignore that and you try and get to where you want to go, Does that make you trans immortal? I don't know.
Communicates through you, and you can build faith over time to different spiritual forces. This is how religion works. And so you pull on their energetic Warren. It's hilarious I use the word Warren. I got it from a fantasy novel I read as a teenager, but it's a perfect descriptor of how this works for me.
Literal esoteric bullshit. I pulled an idea I got from a fantasy novel a while back, and I'm using it in my new religion. Like you do.
So then, reason or thought is how you move down. So you get material things with reason, and then you develop ideas and move closer to God with faith. You need both, and the West did an incredibly smart thing by basically pairing reason and faith. And this exists inside a mental Western framework. There's other frameworks. We'll get to them. Rudyard needs to read more. Rudyard is a work in progress. He's 23. Accept it. He'll get better.
I really hope so, man. Like, I know that this guy is emblematic of a lot of things that are currently going wrong in society, but I genuinely do hope he does get better. Like this is deeply sad in a number of different ways, and it would be if he were not as influential as he is, I would not be covering this,
Stuff he says now is wrong. So...
Wait, what?
Rudyard is a work in progress. He's 23. accept it. He'll get better. Some stuff he says now is wrong.
Yeah, we figured that one out, buddy. It's okay.
So... Oh, I'm sorry. It's very important to be polite to others. If you whack them, please apologize. And Odin, or Hermes Trismegistus, is the lord of how to get from one of these. So Hermes wanders around, and Odin is a sub-Norse variant of Hermes Trismegistus. He tells you how to get around the spirit worlds. That's kind of our goal here, where how do we get you to cross psychic space? Because as of now, your society, due to downstream effects of the Industrial Revolution, is surrounded by dead matter. So we have to use faith and group cooperation, and this is difficult. This will take a...
he's tried to explain the concept of dead matter before in this video, and I'm still lost on what he means by that. Matter inherently is not alive. You take a rock, it's a rock. You take sodium, it's sodium. It's not alive, but also to be dead implies it was once alive,
While to figure out and do correctly. Do not get too excited. You are very prone to getting excited, so calm down. Nothing interesting will happen soon. And to figure out how to project across psychic space from your current suicidal state to a state closer to God. And
again, you keep saying your current suicidal state. That does not apply to us, man. We got hope. We got a game plan. We're going forward with our heads held high. The projection, it also plays into other elements of fascism here, right? Like the assumption that society is sick and suicidal is part of what buoys the death cult mentality of fascism. It's part of it. It's the entire purpose of that bit of ideology is basically saying, you're not going to do anything great anyway. You already want to kill yourself. So, march to war. At least then you'll be dying for the glory of your country, for the security of your family, for the future generations that will come after you. That's the proposition that he's laying the groundwork for there, with the faulty underlying assumption that most people in our current day and age just want to die, which is not, in fact, true.
Hermes is an ally of God because he moves forms up. The devil moves forms down. And the spirit world's a fucking huge place. There's so much, whatever you can imagine in the spirit world, because you're imagining the spirit world. It's infinitely large.
I don't know. I can imagine quite a bit.
It's also deeply maddening because everything is nothing and yet everything. And
Oh yeah, that's a thing that makes sense. Yeah. Everything is it's both. It's both everything and nothing. Yeah. 100%. No explanation needed.
Spirits like being in mortal bodies because your reality makes sense. Their reality doesn't, and it's purely built off will. But look at the great empires. They had this profound will that drove them, which they paired with the material ability to make correct decisions. And so what I fundamentally see here is a problem because you people only relate to death.
Yeah, how does this fit in with the leftist god he slew earlier? I genuinely have no idea if he thinks that the leftist god is like an actual thing or like some kind of homunculus, that it was created by man's ideology, but that does exist in the spirit world, or if he like simply is speaking metaphorically. He has been not very clear on that. Yes, Lady Rainclad, the first section of this was titled The God Killer, and he meant it literally. He meant that he was the God Killer and that he had killed and defeated the god of leftism. And then he applauded himself. Quite literally.
Dead materia because the Industrial Revolution wiped out organic, long-developing social connections, and it made you so wealthy that you don't interact with others in a real, happy living way, and thus, due to that, you're depressed. and you hate yourself. And it's not your fault. You got through a really complex era of history, but you're stuck in a bad area of psychic space. And,
I mean, we all
The
are
leftist
right now.
god exists, and they are a slutty non-binary twink.
It's true. Thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate it.
you need to change your actions soon or you will die, and we really do not want your civilization to die. Because you have brought so much into the world, and you make the game interesting. Before you guys showed up, it was just the main Asian civilizations.
You know, I genuinely hope that this guy gets whatever help he needs to be well again, because this is disturbing stuff.
Fossilizing the Rome. So the Asians did a lot of really cool stuff earlier in the game. They slowed down in the Middle Ages, and that really annoyed us. But you guys launched the game ahead really far. So we like the West. We want you to survive. And the core of this message is just be responsible. We're seeing how you're running their countries. It really scares us. We see that you are trying to kill yourself, and you lack the self-awareness or understanding to realize that that is not because you're racist or sexist, because you rationalize whatever your emotional state is. You don't actually know what you think. You just pick an emotion and then rationalize it. So you're rationalizing your feelings of self-loathing and projecting them upon your nations, while in reality it is a historic condition in your specific era of history. So you all need to calm down. Let's have a minute of silence in the Quaker tradition to think about this and not worry too much.
I mean, again, the underlying assumptions here are just faulty about about the human condition. The projection is off the charts. The lack of self-awareness is honestly mind-boggling. How can you say this when you're like 3 hours into your manifesto? Yeah, no, like, the Profane Priestess, what's fascinating to me is that so often throughout this video, he alludes to various social, economic, societal problems, and like, he'll talk about the alienation of capital. He'll talk about, you know, people being immiserated and by the constant need for efficiency and production, and, you know, but instead of linking that to the economic mode of production, he links it to an entire imagined spiritual war, you know? And he links it to ethnicity and race and eugenics. He literally links it into a fascist mode. And what's fascinating here is that, like, given a different framework, he might actually come to correct conclusions. But given the anti-empiricist nature of fascism, he is unable to introspect and actually logically confront any of these ideas, and is unable to, like, get himself out, because it's a broken loop. It is a set mental framework designed to trap you in a recursiveness. Like, you're just going to be spinning. You're going to be doing the little loading spin wheel that computers do when they're locking up. That's why fascism works as it does. That's why the fascist ideology is what it is. You know? It is truly fascinating to dive into this.
And to realize something good happened, so let's hold on to this moment and figure out what to do next. And don't bother Rudyard.
Okay, so clearly he at a certain point started adding, like, stopped adding the titles to these sections. Because we're on a new one, but it's blank. So I guess chapter 12... also underscore, you know? Good night, the Kitsune. Oh, good night, John Bainbridge. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I've been very rude. We're doing a minute of silence. I forgot that was his intention here. I will respect the minute of silence.
And not worry too much, and to realize something good happened, so let's hold on to this moment and figure out what to do next, and don't bother Rudyard. And with all of this,
no, that was actually edited into the video. I'm not making that up. That was edited in. It's just a black screen for a minute. Full minute of silence.
what I am showing you is a relatively sane and scientific vision of the world. You have...
Is it? Because you haven't mentioned science once. Well, you have a few times, but, like, you haven't actually, like, tied in any of your ideology into a scientific concept. It's all been spiritualist nonsense.
Positive and negative life charge. Living experience...
These are not... That's not a science.
Experiences, cool stuff, other people, other living environments, the forest power you. Dead environments get you the ability to get more material, but at the same time, they drag you down. So you have to match both of them and structure them together. So, for example, more material pain causes more spiritual advancement because they're connected. This is how Rudyard got so far, because he had suffered so much material suffering. So, as we said before, suffering is the underlying force that powers...
It's true. He believes that this is science. I think that Crooked, I think that's actually a really good point to make. To him, this is science. He is literally doing spirit science. That's actually a really good observation. Thank you. Like, that is, you know, he believes he's the rational one here. That's the important thing to remember. That when fascists embrace anti-empiricism, they often don't do it and say, like, I'm anti-empiricist now. They still think they're the rational ones because their ideology renders them incapable to actually correct their belief system, you know?
All of human evolution. Suffering is the way we burn away weakness. This is why historically golden ages come after horrible periods. You are going to live through a difficult period. We want you to know history is long. The other historic time periods have empathy with you, and they're trying to help you here.
Are you literally doing a worse and less coherent version of, like, hard times create soft men create... Or wait, hard times create hard men create good times create soft men create hard times. Yeah, you're literally doing the meme, bro.
So, yeah, this is getting a lot of fun. You guys are...
Is he reading from a script right now? There's literally no way to tell. It's not... When he said, I'm off script right now, I don't know if that's true for the entire rest of the video. There are cuts in here, you know, there's edits in here. I don't know if he's resuming to reading a script or what. So, impossible to say.
You're part of the spirit world. You're part of the family now. So you can talk to all of your ancestor gods, and you can talk to your religious leaders. This is the message just to say, the spirit world's yours. And in classic white fashion, I'm opening it up for empathic colonization, where,
Classic white move.
I mean, it's not...
Sorry, classic white move.
Personal. We just have to relate to the spirit world, and if we relate to the spirit world, things happen. There's some conflicts. You need to be...
He's literally tried to say he's, as a white person, colonizing the spirit world. No, I guess nowhere is safe, really.
Responsible about this. I don't know what's about to happen, but I'm here to support you through it.
I believe in some of that.
The spirit world's
but
real.
The
You guys can
that
go
I
there.
believe
This is
that
my
the hard men are
underlying message.
socialists
If
who
I
fight
went
for the
there,
rights
you
that we
can go
enjoy,
there.
and the
We can
soft
go
men
there.
are fascists.
So let me just go through my text.
But history doesn't work in cycles. That's not ever how history has worked. Sometimes it appears to us in retrospect as a cycle, but that's just because our brains are primed to apply order. It's not a helpful way to view history as cyclical.
To see if I'm forgetting anything. The world powered off tension, and
especially when, like, you know, I let me put it this way. Let me explain my problem with that cyclical thinking, right? Like, I think it takes away agency from people, you know? Like, people have the ability to break, you know, tradition. They have the ability to make changes to society. You know, you as an individual have power over the system we live in. You know, now how much is a matter of debate, obviously, but like, ultimately, we choose when to go along with systems or when to break them. And ultimately, what we need to recognize is that we have the agency if there is a perceived cycle, there's almost like this implied thought process to it. Like, there's almost this implied, like, well, you know, it's cyclical, so the problem will take care of itself eventually. I don't need to do anything. It is a message to you to go back to sleep. Don't worry about it. It's cyclical. It'll work itself out. And it's like, no, maybe you should get involved. Maybe you should do something. Maybe you should improve your material conditions somewhat and the material conditions of those around you. You know, break some of the cycles of patriarchy and toxic masculinity. You know, the ideas about what it means to be a man that wind up hurting men. You know, the ideas like boys shouldn't cry, boys shouldn't feel emotions, boys should be sexually aggressive and physically violently aggressive. And that's the only acceptable way for their feelings to manifest. You know, these are cycles that can be broken.
And lots of evolutionary processes are basically orgasmic in that you build up a lot of friction and then it releases into something new, different from the old. So religions are moral systems built off feeling, and philosophy are moral systems built off reason. You can integrate the two. This is somewhere between them. As I said, communism or Confucianism is a pretty good parallel. What am I forgetting here?
Bro, I couldn't even begin to tell you. This is not, in fact, shedding new light on your beliefs.
The test for rationalization versus reason is that if your emotional reaction to being disproven is too strong, that's a rationalization. You guys need to start cutting out all the rationalizations. They're killing you. Huh.
He does appear to be, like, looking at a script or notes or something at this point.
So, leaving Eden gave you the ability to reason, but also protect. It also gave the ability for demonic possession. Animals can suffer demonic possession. It's really, really rare. Humans, you have free will, which is a curse and a blessing, much like Rudyard's abilities. And so free will is something that you should really be grateful for, but at the same time, it's kind of annoying.
You know, honestly, can I come clean with you guys? I have never found the free will predestination back and forth to be particularly interesting. Can I say that? Is that something that's okay for me to say? A lot of people seem to find it extremely profound, but like, if there is a God, right? Functionally, in my day-to-day life, how would something being predestined versus being my free will fundamentally alter my decision making? It doesn't. It doesn't at all. If I have free will, or if the things I decide are predetermined, from my point of view, from my perspective, there's no difference either way. I still have to make decisions. I still have to suffer consequences, whether those consequences are predestined or not. And so, I don't know. If anything, all it really has bearing on is like the existence of a God that is doing the determining. And frankly, if there is a God that is doing the determining, like, kind of seems like a bad one. Like, that's all I really kind of can come down to. Like, it seems to me that really, if there is a God predetermining things, then I should not worship a being like that, right? If free will is a thing, then I can just keep going about my business, I guess. But either way, I'm going to be going about my business. And either way, I don't think that there is a God doing that, so.
I believe that Aristotle and Plato were both correct about different things. And
same. Common ground, bro. Common ground. Let's go.
And this is something philosophers have thought, where there's a whole debate about how much in contradiction Aristotle and Plato really were, because they were master pupil. And I believe Aristotle was correct describing the material world, and Plato is correct describing the ideal world, that these exist in critical tension, with the ideal being the masculine and the feminine being...
It's not about God, but the universe being predetermined by physics. Yeah, but I also, I don't find it interesting to think about. Because meaningfully, it doesn't impact my life. If the universe is predetermined or not, it doesn't, whether it's by physics or God or whatever, it doesn't alter my day-to-day activities. It doesn't, impact me in any way. It doesn't alter my decision-making. It's not like a thing where, I'm suddenly paralyzed. Is what I'm about to say, what I'm about to decide to say, determined? Was it determined before my birth by physics or God? It doesn't matter. I live in linear time. I have to make the decisions either way. I don't have the luxury to just not make the choices. So, gotta do what I gotta do.
Aristotle, or material Aristotle, you know what I mean. And that fits with everything I have seen of the spirit world so far. And one of the things Aristotle said is everything brings out its own demise through its natural culmination. The thing that
doesn't mean anything, Rudyard. That does not mean anything, bro. Everything brings on its own death by dying. Yeah. Great observation.
Helps you the most will also be your downfall. It is the nature of the tragic tale, of the archetype of Greek tragedy, and how they told so many of their stories. Hamlet is a great Hamlet, and Macbeth are great examples of tragedy. And
yeah, are we doing word association again? Because Greek tragedy was 1,000 years before Shakespeare. No, far longer than 1,000 years. 1,600 years? I don't know, seems unrelated other than superficially.
So your civilization's advancement was so rapid that it fundamentally caused a very rapid bad counter reaction, which is great. This is a great compliment to you. You did a great job. Bad things happen, though, so you have to take responsibility. So you got wealthy so fast that there's a huge counter reaction because the natural order, you can't change really fast. Change is an organic process that occurs through suffering, where there's the natural balance where it's an equilibrium that it goes in both directions.
You know, wait, I think you can actually change without suffering. I think you can actually, logically make your way to various philosophical positions and, avoid the suffering part. That's part of being human, is that we can learn new things and adjust our actions and belief systems accordingly.
Whereas things get better, they then become worse, where one of the things I talk about all the time, secular cycles, this consistent pattern every 250 years in history that goes back as far as we have records between...
Oh, man. What is this? I think Steve Bannon talks about this. What does he call it? Yeah, he calls it the fourth turning. Yeah. Yep, this is exactly a Steve Bannon thing. Here's an article from 2017 in the New York Times about it. Here, Bannon's worldview, dissecting the message of the fourth turning. Steve Bannon has great admiration for a provocative but disputed theory of history that argues that the United States is nearing a crisis that could be just as disruptive and catastrophic as the most seminal global turning points of the last 250 years. This prophecy, which is laid out in a 1997 book, The Fourth Turning, by two amateur historians, makes the case that world events unfold in predictable cycles of roughly 80 years each that can be divided into fourth chapters, or turnings: growth, maturation, entropy, and destruction. Western societies have experienced the same patterns for centuries, the book argues, and they are as natural and necessary as spring, summer, fall, and winter. Few books have been as central to the worldview of Mr. Bannon, a voracious reader who tends to see politics and policy in terms of their place in the broader arc of history. But what does the book tell us about how Mr. Bannon is approaching his job as President Trump's chief strategist? Yeah. All right. Yep. It's the fourth turning. I knew I recognized that theory somewhere.
In previous example, French Revolution, English Civil War, or 30 Years' War, which killed a third of Europe's population, and the Black Death, which killed half of Europe's population. These go back as far as you have records, the Hammurabi.
It's really great, though, that, this theory of history is either, rooted in the spiritual, or it's just pattern recognition. And it's like, okay, what bad thing happened 80 years apart? What bad thing happened every 250 years? Black Death? Okay, that goes in there. Even though the Black Death, not, caused by the organization of human culture or anything like that, or disagreements between different political groups. It was broadly caused by lack of sanitation and not understanding germ theory or, how things got infected in the first place, So, it's weird to include something like that when we're trying to argue that, these turnings are political or spurred by political strife.
And before that, you find them in the early Zhou dynasty, and the Bible even talks about this stuff somewhat. All ancient and pre-modern historians had the same concept of history. You get with the program. You could get Ibn Khaldun, Livy, Machiavelli, Thucydides, Polybius, Sima-Qian, to Kautila, to all agree that history operates in the same way. Ibn Khaldun, where things get good, things get bad, good, bad. And the good, bad gets bigger because the world is in dynamic polarity. For something to exist, its opposite must also exist. So we operate in this constant cycling. And because the industrial growth of the last century was so rapid, you're going to experience a very rapid population collapse. And that's going to be very unpleasant. But the story of your time period, or our time period, I'm fucking stuck here, is line go up, line go down. 20th century, line go up. 21st century, line go down. And I'm here to get on a sled with you for line go down.
Thanks, Odin. Oh my god. Okay, we actually hit part 12. We did it. We're making progress. We only have an hour and 23 minutes left. Now, folks, if you are enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, etc. Looking for a little bit of oil and BWA energy to buoy the stream through these dark times. Also, we have been going for 6 hours. Oh my god, we're going to be going longer, I guess, unless there's more in here that we're going to skip. But, you know, we're doing our darndest here. Rick Zai, thank you very much for the gifted membership over in YouTube chat. I appreciate it immensely. Not entirely sure why it's not dinging, but, you know. All right. There we go. I'm going to make some tea before I completely lose it. That's fair. So if these are just natural cycles, why is he upset with feminism for reducing birth rates? Honestly, great question. You know, if you can't escape the cycle, why bother fighting it in the first place, you know? If anything, if the cycle is inevitable, should you not, like, usher it in? Should you not, like, speed it up so that the downturn is over with quickly? You know, so we can get back to flourishing? Seems odd as an argument, to say the least. But there we go. And, of course, we are now on this part of the, this part of everything. It is, of course, part 12. Hi, how are you? Which is, you know, I guess a nice thing to ask. I don't know. How are you doing, chat? How are you guys doing? We're in internet times. Yeah, we're in unprecedented territory. Human history has never had humanity connected like it is now. Exactly. I don't know. Using the past as like a guidepost, you know, at least in terms of like broad strokes of history, seems a bit weird considering we're already working our way through a second technological, you know, revolution. Eating a sandwich? Oh man, I wish I had a sandwich. Doing very gay. Nice. Now, folks, one last call for oil before we take off again on the good ship riverboat. I lost a very small piece of plastic. Oh no. I hope your mini is okay. Beer Bash Johnson, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're just going over some real brain rot. And with that, one thing I wanted to look up real quick. Guys, we have over 200 likes on the stream. I'm proud of you guys. Good job. And also, let's just take a look real quick here. We are 52 subscribers away from 10K. That is really cool. So let's keep up this energy, folks.
This oil is both economically and environmentally positive.
It's true. This is the only kind of oil that you can trade in and not negatively impact the environment. Hey, Klutzy Peppers. And I'm sure it will happen. Sometimes mods play stuff in there. Just hang around. Something will happen. Oh, hydrate. That's a good reminder. What about olive oil? It's all right. I've been using rice bran oil for cooking. I've been liking it maybe a bit better than olive oil, though olive oil can be pretty good. Rice bran oil just has a higher temp threshold. That's nice. Yeah. I love how big it is, because one of my big flaws, I love how big this mug is, because one of my big flaws is that I have like object permanence issues sometimes, where like if I drink like a small glass of water, I'm just like, well, I don't want to fill it up again. Whereas if it's easy to overlook. It's easy for my brain to just be like, oh, it's a small glass, whatever, and then like pass it by and not pay attention to it. But when it's something huge, like comically large, I get it. It's fun. I like it. That's part of the TISM ADHD experience. I have no doubt. Yo, NSE 3399, thank you for the 500 biddies from Twitch. Appreciate you. That's why I get gallon jugs. Hell yeah, you need a jug of some kind, whether it's
Welcome, Raiders. Be warned, there aren't enough drugs of any kind on the planet that will make the altistry guy make sense.
It's true. It's true. I always need like a jug of water too. Because if I have to like go and do extra work to drink the water, I'm just gonna not do that, and then I get dehydrated and cranky. All right. Let us continue our adventure. Yo, NSC, thank you for resubscribing.
Appreciate the effort, smile.
Yo, Captain Crockpot, thank you for the $15 dono. I really, really appreciate that.
I've heard of someone being unhinged, but this is the first time I've heard someone who is undoored.
Oh, God, it's true. Also, just really quick, this is an image of his new outfit. Very Indiana Jones, and honestly, I find it kind of charming. This is a better look than almost any of the other ones he's thrown out there.
I wanted to show my utmost support for covering one of my favorite people to mock so diligently. This is my favorite series you have ever done. I'd love if you covered more What If Alethist in the future.
Quigley, I certainly will, though after this, I'm going to be taking a break from covering What If Alt Hist, because this is a lot. It's a lot. But thank you for the $20 super chat. We will be going over more of his mainstream videos in the future, but I thought this might be a nice thing to cover as it relates to our current moment in time. I think a bit almost to the point where it's on the nose, but also because it's kind of silly.
Unhinged? Undoored? This guy is whatever is left of the rebel of the House of Usher.
Damn. One-eyed Ethan. Damn. Scathing. He looks like a bad video game reviewer from the 2000s. Oh, you guys are devastating. Absolutely devastating.
Perfect.
So, the computer casing I used for my computer came off. What's that? Came off in the process of writing this video. So my computer has molted and changed in the same manner that you are, where we are all molting and losing our skins. I went through this transformation. I sweated.
We are all molting and losing our skin. What a hell of a way to start.
Oh dear, it appears you have summoned a very stabby mallard. Whatever shall you do?
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono, but you know, we're all losing our skin, and technically, we are, a few skin cells at a time, but like, we're not molting our skin. If you're molting your skin, you should get that checked out by a doctor, please.
Super hard because the water we hold a lot of pheromones and stuff in water, and so I was holding the water in until I released it, and then I could change as a person. The last few months have been a massive transformation for me as an individual, and I feel super happy.
He was holding water in and then released them because of hormones? What? Dude, I hope you get help. Like, genuinely,
I'm not going to say I'm perfect. I'm not going to say my PTSD is totally healed. But I am miles upon miles upon miles better than I used to be. And it's my intention that I can do the same to you. To get your society, or our society, let's be blunt about this, I'm only working for you because it's in my self-interest. I don't want to...
Okay, I gotta be honest. Rainbow Krampus, that is also where my mind went to the question of whether or not he peed on his computer. Because usually when someone says, I'm holding in water, they're talking about holding in their pee. They just don't want to say pee. Maybe they're in polite company. I don't know if that's how he means it. Like, genuinely, he said so many crazy things that I don't know how he means simple phrases anymore. He did mention sweating a bit before the pause. Maybe he's talking about like sweating through his shirt. Okay, let's go with that. That's the more charitable assumption.
To fucking die because I'm kind of stuck here. And so, before I get going, I gotta drop some messages for you. First is that hats are out of fashion in your era of history, and I see that as an unfortunate thing because they're so cool. You can have a nice hat. I think I rock this fedora.
I like that you're trying something new with your outfit. You swung for the fences on that one, and I appreciate it. I don't know if you're fully pulling off that fedora, though, but I like the gumption and the clothing creativity that you are showing, okay? I want to see... I want to see more of that in your outfits. Take bigger swings for the fences, okay? It's at least interesting. And, that being said, I do think more hats should come back. I just don't, I'm not sure if I think the fedora should come back. There's been a lot of damage done to the fedora wearing community that it's hard. You have to if you wear a fedora as a man these days, you have to pull that off. Otherwise, people are just associating you with like early 2000s internet culture, like the milady. And that's not a good look in 2025, but I'm open to hats. I'm not anti-hat. I think hats have a lot of potential, And
I'm purposely wearing a fedora to mock the haters. You can mock me now. I dare you. I dare you to mock me for wearing a fedora.
I'm not going to mock you for wearing a fedora. I mean, I don't like you or your political positions, but like, I'm not going to mock you for trying out a look. Like, honestly, I've looked and evaluated all of the outfits you've worn throughout these videos, And, you know, I actually think that this is the best look you've put together yet. You know, I think it is. You know, like, your clothes fit, you look like you're comfortable in them. You know, you've got a vibe. And like the hat, you're not pulling it off as much as one could theoretically pull off a hat. But, you know, you're trying something, and that's interesting. That makes that, you know, trying something and failing is way more interesting than not trying at all, you know?
You can go ahead. So, I got a lot of different points I gotta hit. Let me get something to... I got some notes. I'll grab a bigger book, and then I can use that as a base to write.
Oh, okay, so as he does these videos, he writes his own notes? I guess to like, keep in mind where he's going. Also, he just straight up, like, got up and left. He's not in front of the camera anymore. He literally is doing a Hassan...
You're a failed Mexican DJ.
You edited this video, man. You could have cut this part out.
Guatemala was a colonial superpower. Alternate history to new religion. Not a normal trackline. I'm as weirded out as...
Okay, so he is trying to establish a new religion. That is a question I've had throughout all of these videos. And I guess he's genuinely trying to start a new religion with himself as, like, a deific figure. Okay, cool. I'm glad that is resolved and settled.
You are. So...
Every time I wear a fedora, I feel like a gangster for the 1920s and 30s.
Yeah, and honestly, if you can pull off that vibe, it's a good vibe. It's a cool vibe. Especially if you're going to, like, a speakeasy or something. Very fun.
Articulate a handful of points. First is that your concept of your identity and your history is fundamentally very deeply flawed and wrong.
Okay. I want to know how my identity is inherently flawed by my current understanding.
We will go through your entire processing for how you perceive history to show you why your assumptions are incorrect.
You know, it's kind of great how he's making assumptions about my assumptions. You know, that will surely solve the problem and not just create utter nonsense and shadowboxing.
Secondarily, I see this story so far as sort of Chekhov's gun, where there's this concept in screenwriting.
You don't have to explain Chekhov. Of all the things you have to explain in this video, Chekhov's gun is not one of them. Okay? Like, also, there is no Chekhov's gun. Chekhov's gun relies upon a setup and a payoff. Nothing you have said so far is an adequate setup, because that would require a logical, you know, chronology, a logical sequence of events, and that's just not here, you know? It's just not here.
That, you have to leave a plot device until the end to keep the audience reading, and I have to clean up all the plot devices. We're also getting out of the spot where I can drop life stories, so those are my three things. Clean up loose ends.
Oh god, Bakel, I love wearing... I don't wear fedoras. I love wearing big floppy hats. Big floppy hats that you can, like, put, like, a pin on. You know, like, kind of like a... Can I get an example here? Like... I have a couple. I think they're both at the other place.
The meaning of life. Now, Harry, you've had some thoughts on this. 1. People aren't wearing enough hats. 2. Matter is energy.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. God, Google searching anything these days sucks butt. Trying to find, like, specific things on Google is, like, the worst. All right. I mean, I'm finding things that look close, but I guess... But this is like a beach hat. I don't want like a beach hat. Like... Ugh. All of these hats suck.
The
I'm
whole of this
angry.
rambling incoherent screed can be summed up by the screaming gopher meme. I've never seen a train of thought replaced by a rundown meandering bus service before.
Look, all of the images I'm finding are of big floppy straw hats, and I cannot emphasize enough that that is not the kind of hat I'm talking about. And it's really irritating me that I can't find what I'm looking for. I'll just throw it up and be like, imagine if this was not, in fact, ass. Yes. Here's at least somewhat of an example of what I mean. Like, hats like this, you know, like, kind of a mysterious brim that can, like, cover, like, one eye or two eyes, you know, something like that. I love this aesthetic. I think it's really cool. And I want more stuff like that to exist. Or, let's see. This is maybe a little bit too big, but also kind of similar if it wasn't straw, you know? I like big hat. It just doesn't work. That's the thing, right? I want it to work so badly. I just don't know. You know, it's one of those things where, like, I'm going to give it a shot at some point. I'm going to swing for the fence, see if it works out. It might not, but you know what? At least I'll have fun. I like big hats and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny when a girl walks in with an itty bitty with an itty bitty brim. Oh god. It's truly a massive hat. I like big hats. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking at hats now. Sorry.
Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If a sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate.
It's true, Archangel. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Appreciate you.
Tell you why you're wrong about your concept of identity and history, and just throw in some extra stories I forgot. Cool. Did I tell you guys I would wear a suit and I'd sometimes bring a top hat and wear a cane in high school on Thursday? It was Fancy Thursday. I got some of the teachers to do it. Fanful of other kids. I used to feel ashamed from stuff like that, and now I just don't care. Like,
that's healthy, actually. That's one of the very few healthy things you have developed, Rudyard. Like that's actually good. Wear what makes you happy. Don't give a shit about what other people are gonna say. Just like wear the outfit you want to wear. You know, like if you feel like fancy and good about going out in public in like a fancy suit with like a tie and a top hat, go for it, dog. You know, like bring your uniqueness, bring your energy out into the world and like be yourself unapologetically. That's a healthy thing to do, actually.
Yeah, there was a period after I left high school and before now when I cared more about social approval. You guys can go fuck yourselves. I'm not gonna listen to a friggin' you. So
okay.
Your concept of history is fundamentally incorrect because your current narrative is that reasoning, and this is a reasonable, reasonable. The thing with reasonable is it can be accurate, but at the same time, fundamentally incorrect. That's the problem with reason. You can reason your way to something and still be wrong. This happens all the
Yes, that is one of the limits of logic sometimes. You know, things can logically follow that are not possible.
the time. In that, I just gotta drop this in. There's a handful of different psychic types of person because the human consciousness.
Is this where he chugs kratom from a purple octopus mug? No, that was earlier in the video, and we skipped it because honestly, he came on screen in a bathrobe and just looked to me like he was at absolute rock bottom. And I didn't, like, he looked into the camera and said, "I'm gonna read everything that's wrong with you," and was just kind of like, I don't think we need to hear that, and I don't think we're gonna get anything of value from that. So we skipped through that entire segment where he's in a bathrobe until he put on, like, actual clothes. And, but we did see the purple octopus mug and him chugging that, yeah.
Is a sort of biosphere where there are lots of different sub-personalities, and personality types are a natural genetic sort of
okay, wait, Bud. You were talking about the flaws of arriving at conclusions based on reason. How are you getting to personality types? I completely missed how you what was the transition there?
Period after I left high school. So your concept of history is fundamentally incorrect. Because your current narrative is that reasoning, and this is a reasonable, reasonable. The thing with reasonable is it can be accurate, but at the same time, fundamentally incorrect. That's the problem with reason. You can reason your way to something and still be wrong. This happens all the time. In that, I just gotta drop this in. There's a handful of different psychic types of person.
Okay, so there was no transition to this topic that I missed. This was just time to insert psychic mind types.
Because the human consciousness is a sort of biosphere where there are lots of different sub-personalities.
No, Jungian psychoanalysis is not correct. That's not how the human brain works.
And personality types are a natural genetic sort of diversifying mechanism in a population. You have introverts, extroverts, intuitive sensors, whatever. Jung talks of this stuff. Jung's a big influence on me.
Yeah, we can tell. You rely almost entirely on pseudoscience, man. Like, that's kind of what's infuriating and fascinating about all of this, because, like, these dudes grow up watching Jordan Peterson talk about Carl Jung as if Carl Jung is not, like, completely debunked on basically every single one of his major ideas. None of them are real, and none of them function like Jung tried to put forward. Like, the main contribution he like threw out there, the collective unconscious, not real. One of the things he put out there is the concept of archetypes. Also not how brains work. Very interesting if you want to make an RPG, but not really applicable to the real world. You know, really fun when you encounter it in Metaphor Refantasio. Really fun when you are playing an RPG about rebuilding psyches. That's fun. Not useful when understanding the natural world.
And they have predilections towards certain things as a sort of genetic strategy for a group. And different groups have different genetic strategies based on the incentive structures they developed and how they operate. So there's a handful of things I need to point out. First, psychics like Rudyard, they tend to be very arrogant, and we had to fucking beat Rudyard so much that he wasn't as bad. He does periodically brag and thinks highly of himself, but he was going to be so much worse, so we had to beat him for that.
What the fuck? I guess Odin is talking about beating his radio conduit. This is rough. Is he talking about himself in the third person? Yes. Because one of the things he's established is that occasionally Odin will communicate with him and through him to us. So when he's referring to himself in the third person, it's actually Odin talking to all of us with godlike wisdom.
Because the psychics can see you, and your culture doesn't allow them to talk about it. You are being very mean to psychics. They exist in a lot of your leadership.
Oh, okay, so psychic powers are real in his world. Okay. We literally have psychers now. The Warhammer lore is continuing to pile up, not beating the Warhammer allegations here.
By the way, the hat that you think is a fedora is a trilby. Prohibition-era gangster and their hats, especially Al Capone, Scarface himself, and his fedoras, they are stylish as asterisk asterisk asterisk.
I will say that they can be stylish as fuck. They often are not properly accessorized for, or like, you know, if you have like an accessory you want to show off, you've got to wear an outfit for it. You've got to like actually make that accessory, you know, the centerpiece of your outfit, or at the very least, like, visually cohesive with the rest of what you're wearing, you know?
Positions, and they can never talk about their lives because the fucking envious materialists don't want them to, because the psychics talk to God, and then you realize the envious materialists aren't there. So, bugmen or envious materialists took over your entire...
What? We got bugmen now? Is he just calling envious materialists bug people?
Society. It was an alliance of evil nihilist witches who didn't want people to procreate out of envy, and number crunchers who are psychologically autistic. Autistic people literally can't experience the spirit world. It's just
Oh, well, that explains everything then. God damn it! Why didn't you lead with that? I would have saved so much time. If I had known that I was a mental blank to the spirit world, I wouldn't have tried to understand it so much. Clearly, that's the issue. I'm on the spectrum. I can't see the spirit world. You know, I'm autistic, so I can't see the witches or the psychics or the demons or the nymphs or the dryads. But not the dragons. Dragons, as we know, are too silly. They're not real. You silly billies.
The way their brains wired. And the increase of autistic people among your most intelligent population.
Thank you.
Of your leadership cast was a big reason you lost contact with the spirit world. And you got a bunch of different types of wizards, like priests are different kind of... Priests connect to the spirit world differently than sorcerers do, differently than mystics. You'll figure it out. You gotta...
There are sorcerers? So, in this cosmology, are wizards and sorcerers the same, or are they different? Do you have warlocks? What classes do you have?
A lot of history. You can go back through your records. And the way the spirit world works is you have a series of different sub-factions that are at war. They fight wars out of time. The example your society is most familiar with is good God versus Satan. This is one of the binaries. You should study the spirit world through three-dimensional space. And what that fundamentally means...
Wait, why would you study the spirit world through three-dimensional space? I thought the spirit world didn't have rules except pure willpower. So is the spirit world a three-dimensional space? I'm trying to understand.
Is that I'm going to use this as an example. The shaman is the first level, where the shaman in Joseph Campbell is a brilliant mythologist and a...
This guy grew up watch Jordan Peterson talk about Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell and the hero's journey and the Dragon of Chaos, and it scrambled his goddamn mind. No joke, I can hear my daughter in the next room doing a role-playing game with her friends, and that makes more sense than this, while also being just as creative, right? Conservatism in the modern era, you know, that the conservatism that is mainlining an entire generation of young conservatives into fascism is literally breaking their brains.
Terrible writer. It's reading Mass of the God was useful, but painful. I gotta get to Mircea Eliade next. But the shaman just goes to the spirit world. They see what they see at the spirit world. They possess a crow's spirit. They come back. The shaman is capable of a lot of objectivity in this tribal level. You guys should study spiral dynamics, but those are going to get very important, but I can't talk about them in this video. So
Tiamat scrambled his brains. Case closed.
It's true. That's actually who's on the back of my, oh god. That's actually who's on the back of my, my jacket. It's a D&D jacket. Also, I want to know what he's saying he's going to need to explain in a future video, because I don't think we're going to get that video.
Is capable of a lot of objectivity in this tribal level. You guys should study spiral dynamics, but those are going to get very important, but I can't talk about them in this video. So, shaman relates to their environment one-dimensionally, which means that they see the spirit world, and they're incapable of seeing objectivity and other things. Secondarily, the second-dimensional worldview, which predicated upon the invention of trade systems with more advanced financial calculations. Vervaeke talks about this with you hit a certain level of development where you can have money and debt and balances, and this created the Axial Age. And the Axial Age is the world is a cruel cycling place where there's not really good and evil, where everything is higher and lower forms. And so this is what the Asian civilizations are at. You jump to Serenity. And Serenity is as far as you can get, because the world itself is a constant cyclical...
All the Asian civilizations, they managed. Anyway, back to my eugenics ideas.
Battle, where time doesn't move forward. It's a loop. And so the Greeks and the Romans, classical civilization, and... the Indians and Chinese are at that level. Parts of Middle Eastern history as well. Three-dimension is the Abrahamic tradition. Christ is the biggest figure here, where Christ established an up-down, good-evil axis, where...
Good question. How much more of this is there? An hour and 19 minutes. Yep. Wait, check out the spiral dynamics. It's that nutso color stuff from that other guy? Wait, what? Spiral dynamics. Oh, is this the Tony Robbins guy? Is this what Tony Robbins was trying to talk about? That's what it looks like. When we were going over the Patrick Bet David video not that long ago, I think it's already up on my YouTube, Tony Robbins was on and just talking about absolutely asinine hippy-dippy-woo nonsense. And, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. Okay, I didn't know what that was called. Now I do. People actually believe this stuff. That's insane. Color spirals. All right.
Where you propel yourself, your soul, upwards towards goodness. And that's the role of Christianity, to shuttle souls upwards towards God. And this is the Abrahamic tradition. So from that, you have reason, which are radio towers that extend outwards from the cross. And these are like branches, but
Waleed Jalil, we are descending into the heart of like what buoys the fascist mentality in like baseline supporters of, you know, the fascist project in America. And it's honestly fascinating. Like, I feel a little sick to my stomach, largely because all of this stuff supports like some of the most heinous policies that are going to hurt people like me and people all across America. You know, it's deeply sad and it's deeply painful that this guy is emblematic of a wider scale problem. And I don't know how we necessarily fix these people. I don't know how we as a society address this problem of fascist radicalization, because I don't like this is someone who seems so far gone. How could they possibly de-radicalize? Yet I know it's possible. It's just how could that work? You know, how do you reach someone who is talking about the wizardry skills of the British Isles and is lovingly talking about eugenics backed up by like bastardized spiritual ideas taken from all over the world? You know, like, this is someone who really comes across as like a true believer in this stuff. And I don't know the path for getting back from that. And I guess maybe that's just not my job here. That's not the aim of what I talk about on this channel. But like, it'd be really nice if I had a good answer for that. You know?
like they can only be where they are, and they can't.
My best bet right now is trying to inoculate people against this type of thinking, because it doesn't start out like when people start thinking like this, they can still be like inoculated against going all the way down this pipeline. So hopefully me covering this will help others to avoid this fate and becoming trapped in this recursive mental loop where just nothing matters, and nothing material matters. Everything, you know, imagined is far more important. You know? Yeah, exactly, Salmon Moose. I don't know that there's a pathway for some folks. I do think everyone can get better, but I don't know the path, you know?
Sense the environment. Science and reason is a tool good at getting material stuff, but it lacks the ability to see context or the totality of a situation, or operate outside of a very pure mechanical level. So this is why mechanical thinking doesn't make you happy. This is why you can't think your way to happiness. Your society's really stuck at that level. So the way I'm going to break out of this is
I mean, I think you can, in fact, think and work through traumatic stuff in order to find healthier ways to live and exist, and through that find happiness. I do actually think that thinking and figuring yourself out and understanding oneself can lead to far more happiness.
Problem you hit is that the cross wasn't complex enough for your level of technical advancement. So you made the friggin' radio tower. Radio tower. So that's going to be a tree now. And so the tree of life is the idea of all conscious biosphere.
Okay, so that Jesus Christ on the cross wasn't enough for the complications of modern reality. And so modernity invented the radio tower, and now the radio tower is being replaced by the tree of life. All right.
Between God to the devil, animals, humans, different dimensions. I don't friggin' know, man. The world's a crazy place. It gets crazier and crazier the more time goes on. And so I'm showing you the tree. The tree is our possession. It's ours to visit, and we have to make responsibility for finding culturally significant and reasonable ways to relate to the spirit world, because I support a decentralized world.
Are you now ripping off the plot of Stargate, sir? you're ripping off the plot of Stargate. That's the entire plot of Stargate is the United States controls access to a magical device that allows one to travel between the many worlds of our universe, and we have a duty to do it responsibly, and when we don't, tragedy ensues. Like this is just Stargate, man. I've seen enough Stargate SG-1.
The biggest part of my message is decentralization and freedom, because this is the only way to prevent the horrifying technologies we're developing from destroying humanity.
Like Stargate also incorporates a lot of the old gods. They come back in new forms. God damn it, he's just doing a Stargate, but so much less cool.
Because decentralization is a way to avoid the worst. Humans are as bad as you let them be. The nature of human nature, which I read so many books to give you this very short quip, is humans are about as bad.
Stargate is great. You should all watch Stargate. Stargate is a wonderful show. It's very fun. The guy who does the voice of Kratos from God of War, the new God of War games, is one of the lead characters in it. It's really fun, and it stars the actor who played MacGyver.
Bad as you let them be. So you need to have suffering to make humans better. And so when you have incredible tyrannical power, there's literally no incentive to be a good person. And so there isn't.
Well, Stargate started as a movie, and then the movie did well enough that they made a TV show, and then the TV show went for like 14 years. It's a really good show, guys.
They aren't good people. This is what creates despotism, and it's why Stalin and Hitler were such horrible people. I'm going to keep shitting on the 20th century's totalitarianism because you folks really, really need to learn the lesson for that.
Man, I'm all in favor of shitting on totalitarianism. I just wish your ideas that you're espousing constantly were not so buddy-buddy with totalitarianism, That'd be great.
That's going to kill you if you don't do it. So, yeah, different factions. Hermes or Odin is a feudal. He is, so if Yahweh's a king, Hermes is like a duke. He's part of the Abrahamic structure. I have tried to tell you many, many times that.
Oh, okay. Hermes is a duke in heaven. Okay. We really, really are diving into some D&D territory now. Okay, we're doing so many things.
The things I say are not in contradiction with Christianity, that I'm a full-hearted Christian, and
the things you say, as somebody who grew up and in fact taught religion, I can assure you the things you are saying are deeply heretical.
My question to you is, what evidence would you need to see that Hermes or Odin isn't a demon? I'll give you more evidence, but what evidence would you need to see he's actually serving Christ's interests? Because I can talk to Yahweh. I can answer questions for Yahweh, if you folks are interested in that stuff. And I've tried to say...
You can talk to God directly. You get responses? Oh boy.
Consistent with the Bible. If anything here contradicts the Bible, then I will throw it away because I submit to Yahweh, because I don't fight Yahweh. That's just...
If you can talk directly to God, why are you getting things wrong? If you can talk directly to an omnipotent, omniscient deity, how are you getting things wrong?
That's being smart.
But of course, I'm too autistic to see the spirit world, so maybe I just don't understand.
Being smart and honoring he who created you. And so Hermes speaks to the game of life itself. Yahweh speaks to your soul. And then this is the game of Darwinistic evolution. The thing I am talking about is how do you do best in Darwinistic evolution, which is how do you replicate your life.
Also, it's really weird to say you are a, you are a true Christian, but then also like completely downplay like Jesus on the cross and be like, yeah, all that Jesus on the cross stuff was great, but the literal like word taking flesh, the word of God taking on flesh, the Trinity of deity, the Holy Trinity in Christianity, becoming manifest and dying for your sins, it's insufficient. They needed to send me. I'm you all get that.
Life form, because we pit life forms together in competition because the
you definitely didn't ask Yahweh to proofread.
Spirit world is innately really boring, so they need to test you really hard in this material world as like a roller coaster, and then you go back to being a spirit. And psychic space, you control how you relate to it. It's really complex, and you get higher levels the more you progress. But yeah, so if you want to go to heaven, you can guide yourself to heaven. If you want to go to hell, you could do that. If you want to wander around the tree of life, you can do that. This is why different religions have different afterlives, because they're legitimately different ways to access the spirit world. It's why Taoism talks about immortality, and immortality or your soul going up to heaven, living forever, is generally a good thing. And I'm going to be perfectly blunt here.
Oh, please do. Lay it on us.
So, for Christians, I understand this may feel like heresy to you, but
yeah, all of it feels like heresy, bruh.
There is a not low chance I just saved your religion from extinction out in the industrial world. Your numbers are crashing, or our numbers are...
Your numbers, Christians. I mean, our numbers, Christians. Is such an insane thing to say and leave in your video. Dog.
Crashing so rapidly. Europe went from being overwhelming Christian to only Western European countries, only a quarter Christian in the last 20 years. America dropped from nearly 100% to 2/3 Christian. Christianity is collapsing right now, and we needed intervention. And the intervention is that you need to connect God. If you can connect to God directly, which was Christ's message, or I'm going to back up. Christ wanted you to do God's message.
This has been a hell of a backstory for the new prophet Trismegistus here.
Trismegistus is top tier, Charlie. Top tier dono. 10 out of 10. Hermes Trismegistus.
Not get bogged down in intermediaries. And he was against the Pharisees because he stood for actual relationship with God. And this speaks to a theme I talked about earlier, that a prophet founds a religion which is a living life connection with God. And it's very important I'm talking in audio here, because in audio I can convey my life force to you. I can't do that in writing. It's...
What? Can you show us the life force audio versus text math? Could you establish like a baseline for anything you're talking about?
Why in the age of writing, secularism predominated. And then in ancient societies, these spiritual messages are conveyed through voice. Because...
Yeah, writing could never convey a spiritual message. That's why God apparently inspired an entire Bible, to inefficiently and incorrectly spread a religious message. God's really not coming out of this looking too great, gotta say.
Living knowledge, dead knowledge. And so our society had no ability to connect with God because our entire linguistic...
Rick's eye. My question is, did he feed... like an AI bot the entirety of the Assassin's Creed wiki, and then just say whatever it spat out? That's one of my questions. If a lot of this is written, how much of this is him ad-libbing or just like,
system was controlled by written word, and this is why the Druids were so keen on how the ancient folk wisdom had to be passed on through the spoken word, which is why we don't know as much about Celtic mythology as we'd like, especially in Gaul. But we know that the Druids...
I'm sorry. Just real quick. You know, I think part of it is that, and I'm not super up on my knowledge about Celtic writing, but my understanding is that the Celtics had an oral tradition largely because they didn't necessarily have a established written language. Now, I could be wrong about that. But like, as far as I am aware, the language of like the Celts was called Ogham or Ogham, and like there's not that much left of it. A lot of it is from like 4th century AD, but like the Celtic people existed prior to that, so like a lot of their traditions were not written down.
Druids had an incredibly advanced system. So I am basing all of this off medieval Catholic
and fun fact, it's called tree writing. Isn't that nice? I like it.
Mysticism. So when you're looking at the stuff I'm doing, this may seem revolutionary. This is what educated people 400 years ago believed. This is what people like Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus, in the Middle Ages, everyone believed in the spirit world. There wasn't an option to not believe in the spirit world. You are part of the 1% of history, which even conceives that there isn't a spirit world, and then shames anyone who goes there.
No one's shaming anyone for going to the spirit world, but people are curious about how that works. Like, what are the mechanics with which the spirit world interacts with us, and how do we interact with the spirit world? Like, if something is supernatural, that means it is not manifest in the natural world. So what is the mechanism, the overlap that allows this? And can you demonstrate it? I think those are actually pretty valid questions to ask about these extraordinary claims, If someone comes running up to you and says there's a purple hippo flying through the sky, like you're going to want to see some evidence for that. And not just be like, "Oh yes, of course," and then go about your day and repeat it as if it's fact without having checked it at all.
The most advanced secular societies of the pre-industrial world still believed in the spirit world. Look at even the Romans or the Chinese. Industrial civilization, you guys are the weirdos, and we're scared for you. So, in medieval mysticism, Hermes is the lord of the upwards mystic development, and this was something that was very in tune with the Christian tradition, in which, I'm gonna ditch the hat for now. So, in the...
Oh man, no, stay true to your convictions. Wear the goddamn hat.
The Christian mystic tradition, Hermes...
Yes, I'm giving all of you my life force right now.
Trismegistus was treated as equivalent to one of the pre-Christian prophets. So the Catholic Church would fund art with images of Hermes, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and actually I don't know if Socrates is on the list, but it's definitely Plato, Aristotle. There were lots of pre-Christian philosophers who Christian thinkers drew influence from, because Christianity was an outgrowth of the ultimate classical civilization with a lot of
Oh, now it looks like he has a cigar. Oh, okay.
Influences from those authors. And Hermeticism was integral to Greek philosophy because it was a mixing of a Greek and an Egyptian philosophy. So Christian thinkers in the medieval and the early modern period were very on board with Hermeticism, which we will get to later, where I will show you the history of Hermeticism and how this is something that's always been with us and people have always thought about, and why Hermes has always been here to help us. We just didn't know. Hey,
Oh,
I just gotta use these points as a brief
Interstitial
summary to explain what I'm really trying to say here. So
Okay.
the way the spirit world works,
Go
the
for
map of the spirit world, psychic space, Christianity is the cross. A cross, which is human suffering, the cross line, up, down line moves you up towards God. Christianity in the Abrahamic tradition is an elevator shuttle towards God. We hold the fort down with souls so that they can use the elevator to get up. So our role is to be as good at Darwinistic survival as possible to help souls move up the great chain of being.
Okay, if I were to try and break this down, basically he's saying that his new cult has the goal of ensuring humanity's survival and the flourishing of Christian society so that Christians can continue to propagate and go to heaven. That's how he views his new religion. Okay. I believe that's the gist of it. Honestly, this is the most coherent argument he's put forward so far about what the hell he's on about. So,
we are the guardians of the tree, and that our duty is to protect the physical material world so that spirits can reach God more closely. So this is why we have a differently aligned moral code than other previous religions, and why we are purposely in contradiction with no major world religions. Because Hermes is the lord of the wanderers, and the lord of the people who want to be left alone.
basically he's envisioning this cult as like the warriors who are, the arbiters and protectors of the tree, kind of like the tree sentinels from Elden Ring, just if they had a very specific religion. I believe that's kind of what he's getting at.
And the lord of the people who are self-sufficient and don't want others to bother them. Because the great rise of the West across global civilization was due to the individual, due to men like Odin or Hermes who stood for themselves and wandered knowing many lands. Because one of the great purposes of life is to see as much of the 9 worlds as possible. And I pull that from Norse mythology because there's all these different dimensions of spiritual space, which I'll explain how you cross. And my goal is to see as much of the tree as possible, to be a translator for the tree, to show you a map of it, to discover it, much like...
Yeah, yes, the navigator of the tree, much like the Spice Guild navigators from Dune. I understand.
The Europeans in the New World. So I am trying to feel and empathize across the whole tree. And empathy is the most important thing, because empathy is both very fun, what God likes you to do, and how you win. Because when you empathize with someone and you understand them, you're getting inside their head. There's an enormous difference in empathy and sympathy. Empathy is the ability to understand someone for who they are, to feel them. Sympathy is the ability to feel sorry for someone. Our society is drowning in sympathy, and it's terrible because none of it fucking works. It's just not well done. But empathy, Bismarck is was very high in empathy. Bismarck, the German chancellor in the 19th century.
For a guy who really thinks we should all stop talking about Nazis so often, he really talks about, German figures who directly led into World War II a lot.
Who unified the country, making him one of the most important German leaders in history. He was able to empathize with every neighboring country to figure out their strategy to destroy them. So empathy gives you a strategic advantage, and it lets you learn from the best people in history. It's ridiculous. You people haven't realized there's all of human history to learn from.
Yeah, history, famously something that people are taught to not learn from.
You want something, figure out how someone did it, empathize with them, get into their shoes, then figure out how they won so that you yourself can do it. So you win through that. And also, people are just begging to be empathized with. People are so desperate to have anyone listen to them. You've had to listen to me for 10 hours. Find someone else. Listen to other people. You should talk to each other and share your emotions.
Incredible. The worst person you know just said something you agree with.
You should share the things that matter to you and talk to others about what you believe in, what matters to you. I'm going to show you so many things that matter to me because I want to show you who I am so that...
Honestly, it's been fascinating.
Because I treat myself with self-respect, you can treat yourself with self-respect, and then share yourself with others. But you have to share yourself with others in a responsible way, and that's very, very important. Because you have to be able to interact with others and make sure you're fine, because you do not belong to you. You are a life charge. You are a burning core of...
What does that mean? You keep saying, like, life charge. I thought you established that that's just having fun, but now you're talking about it like it's a physical thing. I thought it was a quality. I'm now confused about it again.
Human nature that is a reflection of the mind of God. And so you have a duty to your entire ancestral...
Well, he was, like, he drank the kratom earlier, but I think that was on a completely different day. Like, he's in a totally new outfit now, like... The sun is not shining through his window. Like, a lot of time is passing as he's recording this.
Line and to God to do as best as possible. So when you speak, you are not speaking, you the representation of all of your bloodline and of your people and of a man who serves whatever God you...
Yeah, stop calling us Nazis, says guy obsessed with European bloodlines.
Serve is who you are. So you should act like it. You have to be responsible because your life is about you and it's not about you. That should make sense, but also it should confuse you.
He's really satisfied with himself for that.
That's just how things are. So I'm here to empathize with you, understand you, and then to build a coherent narrative of how the world works. So you folks...
You have not succeeded in that mission endeavor, man.
Can get through the next age of history. I want to explain how the spirit world works, material world works. I'm just here to be I'm here to tell you video game lore. We're the best video game ever. And I want to see all 9 worlds. I want to do some cool shit, have some good vibes.
Wait, I thought the Tree of Life connected to, like, infinite numbers of worlds. Does it only connect to 9?
And the way history works is as a double helix, where your perspective on reality changes over time. This was a huge breakthrough for me, because...
Color spirals, baby. You know, I know something else that has spirals. I know a little bit about another thing that has spirals. The little thing called Elden Ring. They got spirals up the wazoo in that game.
You could not explain the Industrial Revolution to an ancient Babylonian because they didn't have a concept of rational objectivity or philosophy or a natural law. They didn't.
Man, fascinating stuff. You could never explain the Industrial Revolution to someone in ancient Babylon. It's like they understood, like, cause and effect. You don't need to have, like, a fully articulated model of logic in order to talk with them and convince them of good ideas. And also, furthermore, you can point at other innovations in their society to create analogies. This is not an insurmountable barrier by any means.
Have any of those concepts. So their worldview is a certain thing. You use the back door, ramp up to a new worldview. And this is a process that occurs through suffering and evolution. Evolution only comes out through suffering. And you can preempt this process by being responsible, and responsibility lessens the amount of suffering you have to do in order...
No. Evolution is a natural process that occurs when species propagate. It's not how you internally develop. That's not actually how that your thought processes develop.
To improve. If you're not responsible, suffering has no effect in improving you. But if you combine responsibility with suffering, you can improve as a person. And you will improve in ways greater than you could ever even understand or imagine. Look at where we are compared to 500 years ago as a species. Look at how we are from 100,000 years ago, when we were friggin' apes in the African grassland. Now we're apes in buildings who are depressed but have godlike power. And I am not telling you anything new, because this is what humans do. We always explore. Our men always find new stuff to bring home to our women and children. And
you know, we always find new stuff to bring home to our, empty-headed women who are barefoot in the kitchen, and our children who are morons and that we own, you know?
That's just the nature of
And then we dazzle them with little knickknacks we've gotten abroad.
life, and it's beautiful, and it's always going to be cool. And whenever you get bored, it gets better. When the Industrial Revolution happens, because the nature of the game is as complex as your most complex level of thought. So, for example, with all the philosophic and scientific breakthroughs that came about in the early modern period, you saw science, you saw the Age of Discovery, you saw the Industrial Revolution. Each of these made the game more interesting and made the game larger and more complex. You add more regions to the map depending on how much you can handle it. And the reason for this is that God loves you, and he loves you enough that he...
What's up with the barefoot in the kitchen trope? It is the practice of ensuring that women are barefoot in order so that they can't leave the kitchen, right? A practice in the past, but like is still referenced today. Even most like chauvinists aren't gonna like actually make their wife be barefoot in the home, but yeah, not unheard of. And basically, it's a measure so that women can't escape. You know, you can't run 30 miles barefoot to the next farm. That's the point. Honestly, that would maybe be a good premise for like a period, action thriller. A woman trying to escape an abusive partner. I think that'd be good.
He keeps you interested, because outside your material life, you're so bored. This is the only thing you can find interesting, getting stuck in physical life and being forced to live in this simulation. And the game is hard because the hardness powers the coolness.
I didn't know that, Sterling Nash. The saying was, keep women barefoot in the winter and pregnant in the summer so they can't escape. Yeah.
There's nothing worthwhile is done without suffering. The only the reason you attribute meaning to something is because you suffered to achieve it. And this message matters to me because I suffered so hard to get this to you.
Wasn't he going to like deconstruct the entire leftist worldview, and then he got distracted and hasn't ever returned to that point? I was actually really excited for the deconstruction attempt.
So this is my gift to you. I'm trying to save you here. And evolution is a process where you go through these archetypes God lays out, and implicit in the earlier stage is a guidance to a higher stage, where, for example, there are certain kinds of evidence that implicit in the structure of matter is the generation of life, because life is looking to replicate, and the force of life is the force that powers humanity. We are an extension of life force, and life force stems from the sun, but flows through us. As the sun hits a plant, photosynthesis, we eat the plant, greater predators eat the lesser predators, and evolution guides towards greater degrees of consciousness because God needs you to not be bored, so when you get smarter, you get rewarded. And that's an important detail, where life is an individual process lived in groups, where when a great Alexander, I'm not going to use Alexander for this example. So Genghis Khan conquered his empire. He conquered the biggest empire in history, land empire in history. The British were bigger when the sea, but he was able to enjoy it because he did the fucking work. His children who didn't lost. And this is the sense of fairness in the universe. The disbalance is unfairness. Those who suffer, if they can harness the suffering well, beat those who don't suffer. And so this is the sense of cosmic fairness in a universe that is completely unfair. And the unfairness and the fairness, they balance out. All psychic energies balance out with each other, like man and woman, day and night. there has to be an innate polarity, and this is why the Trinity is so important, because the Trinity is actually the thing that got Europe to win, because dualistic, mono...
You see, the Trinity helped the Europeans to think in 3 dimensions in the spirit realm, instead of just the binary 2 dimensions that everyone had been working with up until that point. You see, it inherently added a new wrinkle to the entire spiritual dimensions they were operating in, and thus they were able to quickly take over and colonize many areas of the planet. You see, it all makes sense.
So, like, Islam has one concept of reality, submit to the Quran. Asian civilizations have dualistic, or the yin and the yang. And then Europe, through Christianity, and Trinities in other societies, I know the Indians got it, the Greeks had it, I think the North Europeans had it. The Trinity is a common concept because it's brilliant, because the duality hits a third: man, woman, child. War.
I gotta be honest with you. I'm not really sold on this whole like brilliance of the Trinity thing, mostly because like Christian apologetics have been like debating it and like trying to flesh it out as a concept for like literally 1600, 1700 years. Like it's been a hot minute of trying to figure that concept out.
Or peace history. Day-night passage of time. So this is why the Trinity is so important, because God speaks to you in the Trinity, or the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And as we'll see later, victory comes from harnessing the Trinity correctly. And to get back to the theme of evolution, evolution's constantly improving you through suffering, and you're about to hit such a beautiful stage where you'll become so much better species. And the only thing you need is to take responsibility.
Oh, what's the point of the Trinity even? Well, Twizzy, the Trinity largely is a product of, you know, a lot of the sayings spread from Jesus in the Bible and trying to make sense of them. And once you start doing that and you have to combine it with like the classical interpretation of God, like it turns out that like, you know, you've got Jesus, people saying he's God, you've got God, and then you've got something that isn't mentioned a ton, but like the Holy Spirit, or like the one way I've heard it described is like the relationship that exists between Jesus and God is so strong that it takes on an entity, it becomes an entity unto itself that is both itself and inseparable from the other two. In a similar way, Jesus, both himself and inseparable from the other two, and God himself, inseparable from the other two. So that is maybe the most basic way of explaining it. And then, well, because it also became a point of contention because different people, different groups disagreed on the nature of what Jesus was. For example, there was a faction early on in Christianity that believed that Jesus was entirely composed of spirit, i.e., like he's basically a ghost manifesting physically, or a spiritual entity manifesting physically, but without actual human existence. And then there's the idea that he was like a man who was a conduit for God. And so it led to a lot of disagreements in the early church that literally became matters of life and death, both in the early church and later into, the medieval times. And people would literally fight and die over distinctions between, do you believe that Jesus is spirit, or do you believe he was a man, or do you believe he was, and I think there are a couple of different terms that got thrown around, like homoousios. Want to make sure I get this right. Yeah. Yes. So basically, what wound up being the consensus agreed upon in like mainstream Christianity for a very long time after the early church schisms was the idea that Jesus was neither man nor spirit, but was equally both. And that term that they invented for this was homoousios, meaning of spirit and being same in essence and being. It's meaning that, like, he is of God. Yeah, they're basically making the secret third thing. Yeah. Jack dropping lore on the Docetist and Arius follower schisms, homoousian. Yeah. Honestly, one of the things that really kind of shook my faith journey was learning about the Council of Nicaea and, like, how politically motivated it was. You know, like how a lot of mainstream church teachings to this day were decided by, like, the political machinations of politicians at that time, wanting to use different religious factions for their own ends. It's very, very interesting. Oh yeah, One Hand Wonder Extra Credits History does have a good episode series on that. I would highly recommend it. Anyway, back to this.
This is the secret. Take responsibility for the fucking godlike technology you have. Think about what you want to do with it. Think about what you don't want. Just do your fucking job. Because you're really smart as a species. You're smart enough to do this. You got this far. And Hermeticism, which is the thing I'm selling. This entire video is like a free trial for Hermeticism. You can...
What are some good resources for learning more about the politics of early Christianity? Honestly, for like a really good intro overview, the Extra Credits History is very good. Very accessible. The voice might be a bit grating, but other than that, very, very good video series about it. Yeah.
Have more of this if you're a Hermetic. You can have more interesting things like this. You progress upwards, and history is a double helix like DNA. And DNA is the transmission of the current level of genetic advancement you have.
God, he's so far off the rails here.
Your DNA is incredibly important. Be careful with it. And with the double helix, what that means is that you... Sorry, I just thought I saw something. What that means is that it's as if it's a circle, because time does work cyclically, but it also moves ups and down. So that means there are rhythmic patterns and cycles.
How do you check your genetic advancement level? You have to press the start button and navigate to status.
And each individual moment is both the composite of many different moments and many parallels, but it's also its own individual moment. Everything is connected to everything else, and yet nothing. And that's an incredibly important point where, for example, for the current era of history, I have used many historic parallels on this show to find kind of comparable time periods. I frequently say the French Revolution, the fall of the Roman Republic, the American Civil War, the English Civil War. I can say these things because everything's connected, so there's 100 historic connections you could draw between our era of history and other eras, but nothing will change the fact that our era of history is special in itself. This is why you're both simultaneously special and not special. And the only way you can relate to psychic space or your environment is being self-aware of your own body. I know I am Rudyard.
Unless you're autistic, apparently.
Rudyard is a human. This is what I know. And I relate to my physical environment because I am self-aware of what my body is. Once you gain
No, unironically, Rixai, like, he's isekaiing himself.
Self-awareness of your body, you can finally start to notice details you didn't notice before because you're truly living in your own skin. Again,
if you're pausing the game and you're just seeing resume and quit game, you haven't progressed far enough in the game, okay?
Down the fort for the fucking corpses stuck in this game. Yes, spirits come and go, but this is talking to the corpse. This is talking to the body that's forced to play in this game where gods and spirits and governments rape them. This is speaking to the individual over history. This is speaking against foot binding. This is speaking against slavery. This is speaking against ideology. I am speaking for the individual over history. The fucker who's pushed around by the bigger sides. I am protecting him. And I stand so that other men can stand.
A fake Slim Shady, thank you for the $5 Australian. If we hit 10,000 subs, will you start a D&D podcast based on this mythology? Also, High from the Past, watching at 1.75 speed, catching up. That's having done actual play D&D podcasts in the past. That is a very big ask that I don't think I have like the bandwidth to do. Maybe if I got much larger, I could do something like that. But no, I think we're gonna do like a call-in Q&A where people can ask questions. I think we're going to do a number of things like along those lines, like audience participation, stuff like that.
When I read history, I consistently find the powerful drive the weak down, and that's not right. And you constantly see the suffering, and you constantly see badness followed by badness followed by badness. I break the curse. I want to start goodness. We're going to start
You know, I look around and all I see are bad things. Have you all considered doing good things instead?
looking at history, being responsible, and figuring out our future in a way so that we can avoid the horrors of the past, so that we can build a better future in a way that's cool and not lame. And the reason sperm has been such an important part of this video.
Can we not? Can we not talk about the importance of sperm? Are we literally doing the Monty Python bit again? Every sperm is sacred? Are we really doing this? Are we really doing this?
Is that sperm is the material you use to pass on your identity onto others.
That's not how identity works.
You have such a beautiful gift to pass on who you are through all of history.
Man, I love that he's very specifically only talking to men. Only the men with sperm have the wonderful gift of passing themselves on through history. Women, no part in it. It's just for the boys.
And the way you do it is by finding a woman, and then you can have children. And this is magic. It's so beautiful, and you change, and you can participate in the game. And your society is so scared of it because you...
Yes, everyone in society hates people who have kids? What are you talking about, bro? Literally the entire society we live in is constantly pushing people to have kids.
We're taken over by people who hate their bodies and who hate everything. And
sperm is just for the boys. The way I like it. Oh my god. Code mode.
They warped a vague sort of moral code that originally made sense into one of the most evil things ever in human history. You got stuck in a really bad position of evolution where to psychically balance your godlike technology.
You keep saying evolution, and I genuinely at this point do not believe you know what that word means.
You believed really stupid ideas. So, the priests of your now dead religion did a really clever switcheroo on...
So, just as an FYI, he is now wielding a short sword again. Just, that's good.
On your ideas with your mental mythology, because mythology has to exist. It's just how you process the world, and it's how you relate to your environment. So mythology is the mental switchboard.
Oh, sorry, this one is not a short sword. It looks more like a cutlass or saber, maybe a cavalry saber of some kind.
You have subconsciously, and your society's mythology is mostly a combination of Hollywood, Freud, and leftism. I might be forgetting some, but that's what I've assessed largely. Most of these were not that well thought through and are basically just rationalizations for lazy.
Man, I love that he's like, yeah, Freud was a fraud. Freud was deeply flawed and like led people astray. But anyway, I love Carl Jung. Very influential on me. Like, God, man, can you have like an ounce of introspection on that one? At all? Like, come on.
People, and for the foolish. So, The mythology you have is that the origin of your society's immense godlike power and incredible wealth.
One-eyed heathen, that's a really good observation. New Agers often use the word evolution to mean woo-woo about leveling up spiritually. Has nothing to do with natural selection. It's a scientific-sounding word, so they like it. Source, I'm a former New Ager. Yeah, okay.
Is due to service of material form. This is a trick entropy told you that the mental node that caused your society to be so successful was your complete alienation from your environment, or objectivity. So, objectivity is useful in some ways. It's a way to, especially for dead materia, objectivity is super, super important. However, once you're doing it at the human level, you have to use empathy as a way to figure out the incentives and the mental states of each player. So,
I don't think you can talk about objectivity here, bro. I don't think you have that. I don't think, if you ever did, you lost it. You need to go on like a quest to get it back.
The Western narrative of myth of how your civilization perceives itself is nothing happened before Thermopylae. The Greeks created logic and created secularism. Greece died with classical civilization. There was a 1,000-year dark age, and then the Renaissance thinkers brought back reason and objectivity with modernity, and they brought back bathing and killed the witches, and then science and reason and objectivity, or being split off from the divine and the spirit world. Your separation from the spirit world is the thing that gave you your immense success. And this narrative of history has like a chapter on Greece and Rome.
Oh, Fiona, yeah, we're still going. We're chipping away at this.
Skips everything else. Then it's all West European intellectuals starting in the 1500s or 1400s, and it doesn't even look at those societies. It will ignore completely that the scientific revolution and all those other
yeah, guys, look, he'll just say something like, yeah, they killed all the witches anyway, and like he won't bother to explain that. Like, I kind of want to know more about the witch wars, or is he saying, like, the Inquisition was real? They were actually fighting witches. They were actually, punching the bad guys, and then the witches were no more. Like, what? I want to know more about this, because my default assumption is just that witches of that sort are not real. So I would be interested to learn more about the witching wars.
Innovations occurred in very religious societies. That Europe lost its competitive edge and technological ability as it lost its religion over the course of the 20th century with Nietzsche's Death of God.
Everyone keeps saying that, like, Nietzsche killed God, and it's just like, he wrote an influential philosophy book, but honestly, people aren't like ceasing their church attendance because of Nietzsche. All right, that's not happening. No one's like, yes, Nietzsche said that, therefore I will not attend mass. There's other things at play here.
God, I hate Nietzsche so much. I didn't really respect the cripple beforehand. I thought he was kind of just being edgy, and I'm too Christian for him. But then I realized he was right, and it's a horrible realization. Because a lot of the ideas he spoke to were fundamentally accurate, like master and slave, and that we'd have a century of nihilism, and then after that century of nihilism would become a religious breakthrough. I remember looking this up, and I was just blown away at reading it. It's all come true. So, the correct narrative of...
yes, philosophy. The kind of thing that when you do it right, you're able to prognosticate. Yeah, of course.
History you are missing is that the ancient Egyptians discovered how to interface with life matter, and this is a worldview that the 19th century was very close to, where ancient Egyptians developed a certain system to produce life matter. Then it was transmitted...
Okay, so ancient Egyptians created a system to create life matter. What does that mean? You can't just say that like we all have that schema, bro. Yeah, what is life matter? What system would create it? Tell us more.
Through the Greeks, then to Europe. And there's multiple kinds of magic. So there's the Abrahamic kind of magic, which, as I said before, lets souls reach heaven. The Indic magic is a way to hit zero or non-existence, basically short-circuiting the mental wave so you experience less suffering, and so you can interact with the spirit world. This one's increasing life energy. And life energy is the thing that expands and conquers. So this is a big reason the West gained global predominance, because
we're okay. So basically, just you've got your magic in India, you've got your magic in Europe, and you've got your magic in oh god, what was the first one? Whatever.
It's important to see that Moses, the founder of the
Abrahamic magic, yeah,
the creator of Judaism, he was an Egyptian nobleman, and even if
this is literally like select your class. Would you like to be a European wizard? Would you like to be an Indian shaman? Would you like to be a Kabbalah practitioner? +3 in one. You know, like what are the show me what the stats are.
That's not true. He was in an atmosphere in Egypt that developed monotheism, at least before 1000 BC, which you see with Akhenaten, the monotheistic emperor. And so Egypt developed these certain mystic traditions, and the Greeks took them from the Egyptians.
Okay, that's right. The Egyptians created a system for making life energy, which allows the conquering of people.
And when you read if you read histories from the 19th and the 20th centuries, they will always prioritize that Western civilization starts in Egypt, and the Greeks took certain teachings from the Egyptians, where early 19th century, Napoleonic period, part of the reason there was a huge Egypt mania, if for example, certain cities like Memphis, Tennessee, or Cairo, Illinois, or Athens, Georgia were made in the early 19th century, because there was this Egypt mania because the Masons, who are the guardians of this kind.
Oh, of course, we finally got to the Masons. How could it have taken us this long to get to the fucking Freemasons? Okay, Freemasons and Illuminati next? Oh, maybe the Knights Templar. Okay, I'm betting before the end of this video, we hear about the Freemasons in much more depth. We hear about the Templars, and we hear about the Illuminati. Let's go.
Kinds of philosophy, they were really powerful at the time, and we'll get to the Masons with the Founding Fathers at the end of this new history. And of course I have sources for all of this. This video is 10 hours long, but you should ask me sometime later for what books to read. There's a lot of really good books in this topic.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just, everything needed to be in here, so he couldn't possibly have included his reading list.
Plato always said that he got his idea of the realm of forms from Egypt, and both the Abrahamic and the
this is the conspiracy singularity. This is the center of it. It is a descent into meaningless, like, brain soup.
Hermetic philosophy stem from Egyptian philosophy in that time period, because the Egyptians had one of the most advanced magical mythic exploration systems of the spirit world. Different civilizations explore the spirit world different.
Oh yeah? Was it as good as the magic system in Name of the Wind? Huh? Was it as good as Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn trilogy magic system? I think not.
So Taoism, Hinduism, the Eleusinian rituals in Greece, the Abrahamic tradition, Babylonian mysticism, Egyptian. There's too many. There are so many ways to access the spirit world. It's pretty dope. And
Story Girl, that is such a good observation. This is Western exceptionalism by any means necessary. It really is. It is, not only is the West exceptional in the fact that, you know, we are like the bloodlines make it so, but it's also exceptional in that, like, the West has access to magic far superior to that of other nations, other parts of the globe.
Plato took his forms from Egypt, and then Aristotle took it from Plato's philosophy, because Plato, we view him as a rational.
Oh, the Geckomancer, he explained life matter as, like, the kind of magic that, or a kind, like a process for creating a kind of magic that gives vitality and, like, the will to conquer and expand and, like, basically just expansionism. Like, he's saying Western expansionism was largely motivated by this special kind of magic that the Greeks took from the Egyptians and then molded into Hermeticism. That's what he's trying to argue in, like, the least intelligible way possible.
This is the great lie.
In what way is this matter? That I can't tell you, Geckomancer. That I can't tell you. It doesn't all make sense. A lot of this is not flowing smoothly. I'm just doing my best to interpret the sacred texts.
Plato was a mystic who was interacting with the religious. Plato is as much a religious figure as a philosophic figure.
We have about 40 minutes left.
And so Plato is the fount of all philosophy, because philosophy is fundamentally mystic. And so when you look over history at eras of
philosophy is not fundamentally mystic. What the hell are you talking about?
Breakthrough, they stem from mystic breakthroughs, where, for example, German philosophy in the 19th century came out of the Pietist movement, which was this introspective mystic form of Protestantism. And you look at the map, pretty close map between Pietism and philosophic breakthroughs like Nietzsche. Most of the German philosophers were from North Germany, as far as I can understand. Kant is another example. Kant is a very clear Pietist philosopher. Wouldn't surprise me that Schopenhauer as well. So philosophy always comes out of a mystic tradition. And the Greek philosophy burned with this mystic tradition, and then over time, it gradually decreased as Rome was a more materialist society than a spiritualist society. Jesus, though, was a way of reconnecting.
That is a very diplomatic way of saying that Rome's degeneracy is what killed it, which, again, is a very common trope for conservatives to repeat. Yeah, it just got too gay, and that's why the barbarians were able to overthrow Rome, because of all the gayness, making them weak.
With the spirit world, where the message of early Christianity was to be one with God, to connect with God through Christ, and that Christ is this sort of axis in time through which you can project psychic energy, healing psychic energy. That's why Christ is so good.
Everyone remembers Plato's greatest work, the Republic, which is a guide on casting magic missiles.
Dying on the cross was him taking responsibility for all of your sins, and I am so grateful he did that, because you don't understand the suffering. I was able to feel at least part of it in ayahuasca, and it is so agonizing. Please be thankful for Christ. So, the Muslim Golden Age, because the Muslims were the first people after the Romans to
okay, Charles, I'm willing to grant him that he has probably read a book or two on Hermeticism. I think he has. He talked about one book in particular by name. I think he's read that. I do believe that. And then he bastardized it and shoved it into a number of hodgepodge religious ideas.
Scientific and cultural Golden Age. They reinterpreted the Hermetic ideals, and the alchemy is the same thing as Hermeticism, or so close.
Gay sex gives your army a 5% debuff. God. That's why you want to pursue the heterosexual skill tree in Civilization 7.
It's not worth arguing over. Alchemy was the biggest in that time period of probably any other period. And that was when Islam flowered. And then after Islam had its dark age with the fall of the Abbasids and the collapse of Islamic learning, they lost the Hermetic tradition. But there was the area of Tarsus in South Turkey that was literally run by Hermetics at a certain time. So
there's a bunch of ways to interact with the spirit realm, which is pretty dope. Has to be the most white yoga mom energy sentence. It really does. You know, like we are... And I know you're saying that in a bit of a mocking way, but I do want to reiterate here, periodically throughout these videos, that, like, this is, like, that energy is fitting, right? Like, that energy is fitting because conservative white yoga moms also believe a lot of wackadoo nonsense stuff like this. They are also caught in the conspiracy singularity. A lot of them who are MAGA and Trump supporters, genuinely, if you've dug down deep into, like, their views of the world, this is the kind of stuff you would find undergirding a lot of their political positions. That's it, you know? It'd be maybe a different hodgepodge of woo nonsense, maybe a little bit more intelligible, maybe a little bit less reliant on various philosophers, but ultimately you'd find an equally inconsistent brain mush that is, frankly, anti-empiricist by design in order to support their fundamental political position, you know?
With the Crusades and contact with Byzantium, these ideas spread to Europe, and then Europe saw its technological innovation.
Yeah, it's basically how the yoga crystal mommy to Nazi pipeline works, you know? Or fascist pipeline.
And when you look at early science, it is the wedding of Hermetic and Christian influence, because every civilization has two guiding spirits. For the West, it is the marriage of Christ and Hermeticism. And there's multiple marriages. The spirit world's very complicated.
Yeah, okay. Remember earlier when he said, you know, my views might be a bit controversial. This would literally be something that would get you burned as, like, a witch in certain time periods of the Middle Ages, but this is so heretical, they would probably have put you to death for it.
Things are not special. Things are what they are. But part of the Western psyche is the warrior Hermetic king spirit that stems to Egypt, and then the feminine Christ spirit, which also ultimately stems back to Egypt with Exodus. And both traditions...
Yeah, that is also a good observation, One-Eyed Heathen. The New Age even has ways to feel better than other people, such as indigo children, starseeds, crystal children, blue rays, angels incarnate, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are different ideological elements that can be picked and chosen from by folks who are going down this pipeline and radicalizing to farther right positions. You know, you can find someone who believes in indigo children and also, you know, white supremacy. You know, they fuse those two ideas together.
Are guiding the West, and we've needed both, and they're class-oriented, and it's husband and wife. Christ is the husband, and Hermes is his wife who submits to him and does what he would like.
No, Archangel, that's indigo prophecy.
Christ is...
Wait, I just posted today something in Discord I found, a 1960s newsletter from Christian nationalists alongside Nazi imagery and Hitler book sales was anti-vax comics and articles that look exactly like today. Oof. Where'd you post it?
The ultimate guiding force here, and we're here to support that. And Hermeticism is here to support other world religions. It does not act as a religion in itself. I compared it to Confucianism or Plato or something like that before.
Wait, Hermes is the wife. Is this a gay marriage? Yes, spiritually gay.
So, in Western Europe, if you studied the origin of science, you'd find several interesting things. The first is the early scientists, which were concentrated disproportionately among my people, the Britons. They were all mystics, and the founders of the Western scientific tradition. It's getting kind of hot in here. The founders of the Western the Western scientific tradition were theologians. If you look at the founders of modern science, they were Catholic monks, roughly around the time of the Black Death, and they established the modern scientific system, pairing the inquisitive spirit that stemmed from the Greeks, which can be symbolized with Hermeticism, and the humble side that came with Christianity, which came from millennia of the Jews getting crushed and realizing they need God. The worship of God comes first, because you first have to acknowledge that you are completely servile before God, and then after that you can have the inquisitive spirit. This is why the two balance out, and why science has the Trinity system, where you test, you make a hypothesis, you test it, you check the results. This is the Trinity from alchemy. The Trinitarian symbol is significantly more important than you think, because the West structured its society off a Trinitarian model, with the three estates, that being warriors, church, and workers. And this happened because, I don't know if it's intentional or divine design or accidental, but the West's great advantage is its fluid social structure, where these three social classes fought each other so the West could have decentralized political structures.
Yeah, honestly, this is fascinating, GamerG. Like, just this image, I'll throw it up on screen, but like, a Christian nationalist publication here, like, making an anti-vax cartoon. Like, goddamn, murder by injection. Oof. The parallels are stunning, right? I was actually listening earlier today to an episode of Behind the Bastards, and there's a really good episode that they do about genocide and Carthage. I was listening to that during my workout today, and they talk about how there are a lot of parallels between, you know, the political maneuverings of, you know, figures of the day in order to get folks behind the systemic destruction of Carthage. And, you know, at one point, I think they're talking about Cato the Elder, and talking about how he's basically like the rough equivalent of like a payday loan CEO, wielding undue amounts of power in political office due to the fact that he uses his money to buy different favors. It's really, really good. But it also demonstrates a lot of the parallels between, you know, politicians in, you know, Cato's time and politicians in our time, and how, you know, it doesn't take that much to recognize very similar tactics used 2,000 years ago, you know, that we still use today.
And social structures, such as capitalism, science, democracy, internal wars, a variety of different methods that the West has to domesticate competition, because they understood the Trinity. They understood if you have two forces rattling together, like Republicans and Democrats, or like Protestants and Catholics, the rattling creates a better reaction. They fuck and they have a kid, basically. So,
okay.
Europe built social structures based off this, like the ones I described before, and these were incredibly successful.
Science is a social structure? I mean, kind of. It's like a socially constructed tool, for sure. I wouldn't necessarily describe it as a structure, but more like a tool that we use, though ideological framework or process also would work.
Because they were able to integrate change in a better way than more autocratic structures. This is why we believe in freedom, because freedom forces people to be accountable, because the government is the best when both the people and the government are well designed and moral, and they act as a countervening force to the other. The church and state should do this. This is something the West has been very good at and has given the West an enormous advantage. The West has gone into decline over the 20th century, as you can obviously see, with loss of colonies around the world, loss of economic dominance. We're still doing well, though.
Well, wait, a lot of countries stopped doing colonies because it became less efficient. Because the costs began to outweigh the benefits for the colonizing entity. And instead, they embraced kind of like soft power usage to keep colonies contributing to the mother country. We have a softer colonization process in general than we used to, but it still sucks. It's still ultimately harmful for the people being colonized.
Loss of speed of technological progress, loss of moral values, collapse of birth rate. The collapse of civilization always looks the same, whatever society you're in. Things are simultaneously
Yeah, cute dark arts. I'm not entirely sure what the baby created between Jesus and Hermes is, but that would be considered deeply heretical. Yeah.
New and old at the exact same time. That came about due to the collapse of the constantly competing social structures, which is due to the growth of the bureaucracy. And what happened is that the bureaucrats rewrote history in a way that was completely inaccurate, and they forced it down your throat in the 20th century, and they made history so boring you would never try to read it to figure out that they're completely wrong and lying and bluffing. History is cool. We are here to prove that. You're going to enjoy history. We are going to force you to enjoy history and the classics and cool stuff. Your ancestors are totally cooler than you, by the way. So rise of the bureaucracy killed the West's organic social structure, which is why
the bureaucracy didn't kill organic social structures. That was capitalism. It's the alienation of capital that you're talking about.
Which is why the bureaucracy is so
I'm
dangerous, because you needed the different social groups like the church, the state, the bourgeoisie, the king to fight each other. And it's why I'm an anarchist, but in a cool way. I am a cool, realistic anarchist because I support individual freedom. And I
don't think you're an anarchist. Nothing about your ideology so far has indicated anarchism is something you would genuinely support.
Support relationships through consent and relationships through mutual appreciation and empathy, because once you access the full humanity of something, time moves faster. In medieval philosophy, there's 3 varieties of time. There's normal linear time, 7 days a week. There is the time of historic decision, where, for example, in certain time periods like the American Revolution or
that's time in a very different sense than the first. Context matters, man. Okay, you know what? We have approximately... Oh man, how have we been continuing to watch this and we still have approximately 40 minutes left? Jesus. I need to pee really badly, and we've been going for about 8 hours, folks. So if you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because I would really appreciate being able to continue to live. I thought you said 40 minutes last time. I thought I did too. I thought I read it right. Maybe it was at an hour, but we're at 3 hours, 20 minutes. So I am going to go to the bathroom. We are going to de-stress with some fun music while I'm gone. And when I get back, we are going to finish the fight. We are going to make it through this. We're almost at the peak. We're almost at the abyssal zone. Let's go. Okay? We got this. Remember to support stream. I will be right back. Okay, here we go. Let's finish this.
The formation of the Roman Empire, small events precipitated massive historic changes. As Lenin said, history is glacially slow until it strikes like lightning. And I don't know if that's an exact quote, but there are decades in which nothing happens, and then there are moments in which decades of history flow. So this is the time of life, and if you are
yeah, there's a reason why "May you live in interesting times" is a curse.
smart, like me, who is a 23-year-old who's done all this, you will harness your relationship with time in a way.
If you are smart, like me, a genius.
So that you are going with the flow and you are innately able to relate to time. And time drops you hints where you don't have to worry. You're part of the life force. You will gradually pick up more and more hints until life steps in and protects you in the same way.
again, I do have to ask, is life here like an actual spirit in this cosmology? Like, is life a like manifested in the spirit world in his mind? Like, it seems like it's acting as an independent entity. Is life God in this cosmos, or is this something else?
The tree has protected this young man. This young man is here to give his warren to you, to spread his ability to connect with God to you, so that you can all be one with God. And so Europe did a really good job at activating really...
You all should go read through his Goodreads. I literally can't. I literally can't. If I spend more time after this video on this guy, I'm gonna lose it. We're gonna have a good break from what if alt hist for a while after this, because while I do find this incredibly illustrative of the Republican condition at this very moment, I do not find it particularly enjoyable. I know too much about this man right now, and I don't like that. We gotta save it for a new day, Banana Brains. But I will get to it eventually. Trust me, we will cover a What If Alt Hist video again someday, I'm sure.
Small population. So England is the size of Michigan, but it's done so much for history. France is the size of Texas, same thing. And this is not a pro-European story. This is a pro-correct choices story. Because history shows many people can rise to greatness. This is a democratic message because this is something where I'm telling you how to do it. If your country wants to be great, follow the things I'm saying. Establish the separation of authority. And when you look at America, you find that this trinity of power was something our founders were very careful about because they knew these things. And let's go further, where I continue to state the point that the Western philosophic and intellectual tradition was a tradition done by sorcerers rather than...
I can't. These swerves, man, they're taking a toll on my psyche. I can't. I don't know how I can handle it. But this is so much.
And paper pushers and logicians, where...
Is this really in any way representative of the right wing? Yes, it's representative of, like, some of the core tenets of fascism. The embrace of anti-empiricism. He literally rejected the concept of rationality earlier in the video. You know, the embrace of the death cult mentality, you know, like the embrace of jilted masculinity. The, like, it's checking off, like, almost all the boxes if we were to run through it, you know? And I think that this is actually pretty indicative of, if you drilled down into the average conservative fascist's brain, you know, the people who are hardcore MAGA, I think you would find a lot of very similar ideas. There's a reason why, as we've talked about this, there are some people in chat who've been like, oh my God, my family has been talking like this. My conservative family members have been saying stuff that's eerily similar. And it's because, yeah, like evangelical Christian Trump supporters, like they will believe a good 80 to 90% of this, and it will be almost as unhinged. It will be equally rooted in this kind of fascist miasma, this fascist soup. And what I'm trying to get at here is that the lack of stable foundation is what allows for folks like Donald Trump to take advantage of these people. It leaves them uniquely vulnerable to strongmen and dictators. It is something where they have a confusing mishmash of a worldview that they don't want to engage with. Really, they don't want to introspect. They don't want to really come up with rational or scientific explanations for the world. What they want is someone to impose a world upon them. They want someone to do the work and to save them, without them having really to do that much. They want a champion who will make all right with the world. And it's, this leaves people uniquely primed for fascism.
Europe made its breakthrough to science stemming from Hermetic and Christian ideals mixing together.
Like, there's a reason why esoteric Nazism is a thing. There's like, if you look into the actual beliefs of the Nazis, for example, like, a lot of their Aryan supremacy and ideas of Aryanism were rooted in pseudo-mystical ideas, exactly like what Rudyard here is espousing. Like, he's doing the same thing that they did.
Science is an extension of religion. It is in no way in conflict with religion, as I've been trying to show here. Science is an arbitration tool. Science is like a knife you use, and science can't tell you what to believe.
Oh boy, he's pulled out another knife. Cool stuff.
Mixing up science and religion is a categorical error because science is an attempt to cut. Science is a specific method you use to relate to your environment for testing. Science is a testing method. It's not a moral code. And whenever you try to project...
Oh my god, he got that correct.
Your moral code on science, you rationalize it, and you use science as a feedback loop because you only study the things you believe in. And thus all of your biases are...
Yeah, but the entire premise of science is that once you do your studies that you are interested in, other people do studies that they are interested in, and it just so happens a lot of people go into the same field and then check each other's work, because if the other person's work is correct, then they have something to build upon for future experimentation, or they get to disprove something, make a name for themselves that way. It's actually like a pretty great system for checking. At least it's the best one we've come up with so far.
Confirmed. And so this is why you are dying, because you are using science to modulate your very worst behaviors, because you now say you have a scientific test where you're objectively right, which just makes you deranged and evil.
What? No, you do science, and then other people check your work and try and replicate your science. That's the scientific method, is a method of testing reality to discover, like, things that we can agree upon across our different, lived experiences. It's the closest thing we have to transmitting as accurate of information as possible. And that's why we have it and use it, and then we check each other's work after the fact so that it's, even more useful. Because if no one checked each other's work, it wouldn't be telling us things that are accurate about the world, would it? Hey, Valerian Damocles Marcellus.
Because you have no humility. You really, really need humility. You're a horrible society
totally
that combines complete self-loathing with just insane egoism where you think you're a god. You're not a god. You're a fucking deer. And
Dude, do you have any like self-awareness at all? Good God. Ironically.
Be a happy deer. Enjoy your deer shit. And self-loathing isn't humility. Self-loathing has to be paired with hubris, actually. Your society's got a lot of narcissism. There's too many mental illnesses in your society. Mouse utopia is not pleasant. You know that
Stones in glass houses, man.
Already. So, yeah, you guys are really psychologically unwell. I keep on getting...
genuinely, please get the help you very clearly need, man.
Side railed. I apologize. So this is origin of part of the scientific.
Oh, what the hell is Mouse Utopia? Mouse Utopia is like an experiment from the 60s where like researchers built like a paradise for mice, and eventually like their populations inexplicably went in decline, and like the experiment seemingly failed. But then, you know, people who talk about it like what if Alt Hist is doing conveniently forget the part where the experiments continued and found more success going forward. You know, like it's that you know, whatever.
Breakthrough. When you look at the early scientists, Isaac Newton, a third of his books are about alchemy. And it reminds
Yeah, and he died drinking mercury. Yeah, you know, you can be right about one thing and wrong about a lot of other things. Kind of like Ben Carson, great brain surgeon, terrible politician.
you have a conversation Chris Williamson once had, and I'm not going to shame Chris Williamson for saying this, because me having this standard for knowledge for him is completely ridiculous and unreasonable. But he was talking in a podcast where he said, historical figures make mistakes, where we don't fault Isaac Newton for being really into alchemy. And I was thinking, no, Newton's laws of motion are from alchemy. Alchemy was how they did it, where alchemy was a system.
No, he didn't use alchemy to... He used fucking algebra, man. He used math. That's why it's useful. If he used alchemy, other people would be dying of mercury poisoning.
Finding God. Finding gold, the transmutation of forms, is the ability for the mind to transform things so you can reach up to God. Alchemy is a spiritual venture. It's not really about getting gold as far as I can understand, and you never really understand alchemy. But
okay,
every single thing in Newton's laws of motion, polarity, the principle for every reaction is a counter-reaction, is from the Kybalion. The Kybalion is the guide to the Hermetic principles. And so let's go through the principles of the Kybalion, where Isaac Newton was so steeped in this stuff that it was the dominant underlying principle behind your entire concept of physics. So these are the principles of the Kybalion. 1, the principle of mentalism.
Are you actually going to be able to make it through this list? Because every single time you propose that you're going to go through a list, you suddenly get distracted halfway through, or even before you've fleshed out one of your points. I'm still waiting for that list of how leftists are wrong about understanding history. We didn't get that. I'm a little mad about it.
The mind, the universe is mental. 2, the principle of correspondence. As above, so below. Principle of vibration. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. 4, the principle of polarity. Everything is dual. The principle of rhythm. Everything flows in and out. The principle of cause and effect. The principle of gender. And that everything is innately masculine or feminine.
Yeah, we're just gonna say that like it's a fact and move past it, despite the fact that it's verifiably not true. Boats, inherently feminine, you see.
Doesn't that sound a lot like the laws of physics? Let's keep going. The guy who's a...
Yeah, I want to get my leftist worldview demolished, okay? I want it destroyed by this man. I want to see him effectively challenge my worldview, because so far he hasn't been able to even articulate it, let alone come within like 10 quadrillion miles of it.
Brilliant thinker. 2 great books in this topic. Forbidden Universe by Lynn Pinkett. That's a really good book. And then Secret History of the World by Mark Booth. Also a really good book. I'll give you more if you're interested. I got a whole wall of this stuff. So, Bruno, the first person to talk... We don't talk about... I won't sully my honor with that song. But Bruno...
You already did.
No. His idea that the universe had multiple planets with alien life stems from Hermeticism, because in Hermeticism, that's the idea. The universe is buzzing with life, and the universe would have alien species because the universe is always trying to produce life. And so the idea of Galileo also based his ideas of this heliocentrism around Hermeticism, because the Egyptians used the sun.
Well, he also used telescopes and math. You know, like he didn't derive heliocentrism from the religious ideas. He proved it with science. That's the important part. It's scientifically proving that part. Regardless of what you think, well, like where you think he got the idea to test that theory, like the important part is the theory that he then tested.
They said that energy stems from the sun, and the sun is things that vibrates life out. It's like the sun is a nuclear core that with its sheer destruction of atoms allows the creation of life. And all life...
That is not, in fact, what Galileo thought the sun was.
Ultimately stems from the sun. And I don't support worshiping the sun. It's a fucking big nuclear core in the sky. We should worship God, because God is better than a million suns, or
Also, to be very clear, he's not correct on how stars work. Stars work on nuclear fusion. They fuse particles together to make heavier, more stable particles over time. And the fusion is actually way more powerful than ripping atoms apart. But, you know, I digress.
Infinite suns. But you get the point. The sun makes life. It's cool. So... we've established Isaac Newton.
The sun's not really hot. The sun's not really cool. It's actually really hot. Point in fact.
Bruno, Leibniz, and Spinoza. I think Spinoza. They were also pulling from Hermeticism. Then you get to...
citation needed?
You get to the Enlightenment and the Romantic era, where German philosophy was pulling very heavily from Hermeticism. And... the Masons are actually a Hermetic order. I've studied Masonic lore. It's actually pretty boring. It's just watered down Hermetic lore. But as an example to show you, look at this symbol in the US dollar.
Are we getting some Illuminati? Is my prophecy from the spirit realm coming true?
Anno coeptis novus ordo seculorum. Or I think that... I forget what anno...
He's holding up a dollar bill.
Coeptis means, but it's the New World Order. And that's not scary. It's just you evolve to a higher level. And so it's the New World Order. The circle and the triangle is that the circle is downward spiritual momentum, in that this circle...
That's the thing, the Geckomancer. This also infuriates me, but I find it fascinating. You know, I'm fascinated by it because I do think that it is reflecting a genuine reality of our conservative moment that we are in. You know, I think that this is the kind of person who will be given power by a Trump administration via appointments, via all kinds of stuff. This is why so many conservatives started saying a bunch of weird stuff about, like, UFOs not too long ago. Like, it is... built into this type of, like, anti-empiricist, this type of, you know, pseudo-science, pseudo-mysticism thinking is built into their politics.
Exists to show how you can integrate with your environment, how you should integrate through your body, and through feeling your body and feeling your emotions, you can sense your environment.
Yeah, the exact project of 2025, or Project 2025, is to get people like this guy into decision-making positions in the Trump administration, you know?
And the triangle is upward spiritual momentum towards God. So you should ideally have both, which is why I captured the circle in a triangle to wipe out the left, because that is a negative spiral while this is a positive spiral.
That doesn't mean anything, bro. That's literally nonsense.
Founding fathers knew all this stuff because they were steeped in Masonic lore. By the way, I have never been a Mason. I have never attended a Masonic ceremony. None of that stuff. The Masons are all old. I'm too young and cool for that. I apologize to the Masons I know.
What's the long-term goal? The long-term goal is to use these people as tools until they are no longer useful, and then replace them with just as ideologically inconsistent people who are loyal to the regime. That's it. You know, like this guy is just there to do what he's told, and what is underneath his complicitness, his complicity, is irrelevant to the folks who are, you know, giving him orders. You know, they merely want complacent drones, and you know, one way to do that is to just get people kind of stun locked in misinformation, in pseudoscience, in bizarre spiritualism that justifies, you know, increasing marginalization of others in society and furthers the fascist project. You know, this is how, by the way, I believe it functions, that like Donald Trump can say one thing on one day and then, you know, a week later say something that completely contradicts what he said earlier, and his entire base just goes along with it. It's because they do not have a firm ideological foundation, and instead they're slipping and sliding all over what they actually believe. You know? It's why you can find leftists who've been consistent their entire lives about what they stand for, like Bernie Sanders. And they have all the respect in the world, but then you have, you know, fascist politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and like, what is Marjorie Taylor Greene's ideological foundation outside of fascism? She doesn't have one, you know? That's why she can, like, just say the Jews have space lasers and nothing matters, you know? It's because she goes along with Donald Trump, the great leader, and the great leader will cover for anything that she says. You know, ultimately, like, a lot of the people at the top of this will benefit from wealth and power, etc. But like, first, before they get into that position, this ideological goop needs to be what their entire belief system is built on, you know? People like this are useful because they're literally spreading a theoretic concept of white supremacy. Yeah, they're spreading a framework that will be consistent. The framework of white supremacy, or at least they're willing to do so when their, you know, leaders tell them to do it. And that's, you know, you want people to continue regurgitating messages that allow you to achieve your bigoted ends, you know? Media Breakdown, thank you for the $2 super chat. That seems so convoluted. The super rich being super rich is beneficial for us. All has always been effective. Well, it is convoluted, but fascism is convoluted. There is no way to have a non-convoluted ideological foundation when your political position is inherently and inextricably anti-empiricist. That means it's anti-knowing things. It's anti-questioning things. It is deliberately an ideology that is meant to just be and not think, you know? And that's why it becomes so inconsistent and convoluted. It's because, let's be honest, people internally tend to be a bit inconsistent and convoluted. I mean, as somebody, you know, with mental illness, I can certainly vouch that inside, you know, I got a lot of convolutions in me. So it takes work to have an ideological foundation that you support regardless, you know, that you agree with is moral and should be maintained. And that is just not something that is useful to a fascist project. It is a lot harder to get people to block march step with your ideological position when it is like simply anti-Semitism or simply racism. It's a lot easier when you just have an inconsistent mush of different ideas, some of which encourage anti-Semitic ideas or views of the world, you know? One of them is easier for people to swallow than the other, which is why it becomes so useful for fascists.
So founding fathers, you know, for Washington D.C., what's that monolith? The one in D.C. I forget its name. Yeah, that's an erect penis because in the Hermetic system, the penis is that which grows life.
The Washington Monument is a penis. The fact that this can be effective is really depressing regarding human intelligence. I mean, yeah, but also we're pretty impressive for, you know, having been monkeys and getting out of the woods and creating civilization. That's impressive. But at the end of the day, we still got a lot of those monkey brains, you know? For better and worse. The one monolith, yeah. The penis monolith, you all know it.
Then you have the flat land next to it, the rolling park. And that is penis acting on materia or land. So the founding fathers knew all this.
It's the land vagina. I hate this. I hate this so much.
Stuff, and they built America. And E pluribus unum, our motto, is out of many one, which is an alchemical idea where the Trinity, you access the Trinity. 1 is 2, and then 2 is 3, and then 3 is 4, which is 1. Which means that when you have multiple opposing forces, like our triple-sided government, and the division, they were studying Aristotle, the division between North-South, New England, Middle States, South, judiciary, legislative branch, then executive branch, and you have federal government, local government, and state government. The founding fathers knew this stuff, so they built America.
Out of many come. What is he even saying? What's complicated about this, guys? What's complicated? The Washington Monument is a gigantic penis. What's complicated about that idea? I don't understand. It's very straightforward.
Around trinities. And is it a surprise America is the most successful country in history?
The founding fathers built a architectural penis in Washington, and of course it led us all to victory. That penis. This feels like a fucking Rick and Morty episode. This genuinely feels like just we've gone into a different dimension where like the founding fathers made all of their decisions based around how many dicks they could build. You know, like this genuinely feels like we have just completely taken off. Oh my god. It's like watching the interdimensional television episodes.
Stuff we've been doing, where the point I'm trying to convey to you is the reason the West won is not due to oppression, it's not due to reason.
It's due to mystical penises.
It's because basically upper-class white men made a deal with the god Hermes, in the same way Rudyard did. Other people can...
Oh good, he's talking about himself in third person again. Hi, Odin.
And just due to the pressures of conflict in the European environment, upper-class European men made a deal with Hermes, and this deal is what made them win, because they were able to take the Hermetic philosophy, and it's why the Europeans had such advanced technology, because they were taking God, they were using formism, they were able to model the mind of God, take ideas from God, make tech out of them. You look at China, when the Confucians beat the Taoists too hard in 1000 AD, China stopped innovating. When Hinduism settled...
I'm sorry, China stopped innovating in 1000 AD? Okay.
Into too settle a form, it became too conservative. India stopped innovating. When Islam cut out their hermetics, they stopped innovating. Although I wonder why the Sufis didn't cause more change. But mysticism is the force of discovery. You can't be creative and not...
Yeah, but the Geckomancer, if you can get people invested in like ideas around white supremacy that make it ineffable, that make it not just like a social system, but actually like akin to a religious belief that not only are white people better because they're, I don't know what a white supremacist would say, like they're better at science or whatever. That this additional layer adds white people are better because their souls are better, because they are spiritually more powerful and thus superior to others. You know, that's the additional element there, moves it into a harder and deeper coded position, you know? Kind of like how in Nazi Germany, right? It wasn't just that like it wasn't just like that Hitler was saying that the Jews had orchestrated World War I and were screwing over Germany's economy and stuff. They didn't stop at that, did they? They also spread propaganda about how Jews wanted to, steal children to use them in magic rituals. They wanted to, seduce men to homosexuality so that the German people couldn't, reproduce. I think that it actually is perfectly in line with everything we know about fascism. I think it undermines the entire argument. Well, I didn't say it was a good argument. I didn't say like it's an efficient argument. I'm just saying that this is a key component of fascism. It doesn't make logical sense that Jews are stealing babies to do magic. You know, that's not a thing that makes logical sense. But that is what a lot of German people wound up believing because of the propaganda machine of the Nazis, you know? Like, so all I'm trying to say here is that it doesn't, like the efficiency of the idea doesn't necessarily play into the decision-making process, you know? Like, which is more logical, that the world is flat and there is a global, conspiracy to make you believe that it's round, or that the world that is perpetrated by every level of the scientific community, every level of every government of every country on the planet, or that the world is just empirically proven to be round, you know? Like, the efficiency of the idea and the intuitiveness of the idea don't really play into what a fascist winds up believing. Because again, efficiency of thought and economy of ideas is not a thing they care about, you know?
Not have mysticism. It's always been mysticism. And
yeah, fascism is not a logical ideology.
When you look at European history and world history, people leave these little winks and nods, and you leave the winks and nods as a way to see someone's level of development. And so you'll say a certain word, which they can interpret multiple ways. This is a test to see their level of development.
Maybe that's a better way of putting it, Nomi Sunrider. Decay the people's trust in their own reality until they lean completely on you and believe whatever you tell them. Yeah, make them empty vessels for the fascist marching orders.
So, what you're doing here, for example, with the symbols in our currency and in the Washington Monument, is the founders were leaving hints to people in the future that this stuff is important. But we were at a level where said upper-class white males basically weren't able to share it with the public because you had an overwhelmingly Christian moral code. Okay. And you people interpret Christianity in the most stubborn and foolish and silly way, where Christianity is a gift from Christ that allows you to live life. It allows you to do stuff, to go around, to carry Christ inside of you. It's not this school marm ideology where you have to go to Sunday school and follow all the rules right, and don't let your pants sag, and be sure to be home by 9. That's not the spirit of Christ. And you need to accept your ancestors made a decision here. Because to look at the Renaissance as an example, the nude in Renaissance art stems from this, where the
no one had ever done nudes before in the Renaissance.
I'm sorry, the visual appeal of the female allure always stumps me when I think of it. It's it is truly irresistible to me. But back to what I was saying.
Pardon me, good sirs. I caught a case of the horny for a moment. I needed to compose myself. Honestly, if anyone, it's too long of a bit for me to explain. There's a really great bit from Community that I always think about, and it's from the episode where they bug, where the school bugs Subway, who is a human being transfer student who has legally changed their name and identity to that of the corporate identity of Subway, and gets into a relationship with one of them. And they bring a corporate rep in to show the rep that Subway is philandering with other students, and he listens to them have sex. And in the in the spy room, he's like, I'm just so mad. I'm just so disappointed in you guys. I'm too mad to stand up right now. I'm so mad. Could someone bring me my coat? I'm too mad to get up and get, but your coat's like right there. I'm too mad to stand up and get it. It's one of my favorite scenes in all of Community.
Vitruvian Man, the Leonardo da Vinci painting, is a hermetic ideal where once you realize your physical body, you come to understand that your body is how you relate to your environment. Your body is your place in psychic space, and I am confident I exist. Our society has tried to shatter my identity for my entire life, but I am confident I exist. I am Rudyard William Lynch, and your ancestors made this deal at some point in the Middle Ages that you have to cash in.
Are you stumbling across the idea that you think, therefore you are? That's interesting.
On them, where Hermes let them get godlike technology, and the goal was to use the godlike technology to show to you that Hermes was real.
Yeah, at the very least, he's crossed the threshold of the number one idea you have to accept to be a functional human being, and that is that you think, therefore you are.
And we would make your lives better so that in a Christian moral code you could respect it. However, there was a clutch loss where the left used the immense wealth in the short period to seize control of every institution to block us. The mystics are back now.
Wait, I don't think, though. How the hell do I exist? Laughs in Sea Cucumber.
Now, God is...
laughs in Sea Sponge. There
back. The left is already lost. The materialists have already lost. We all know that God is real and God runs the game. So we're pulling in clutch. And we'd like to tell you that we've been here and we've been helping you and we're your friend. And we're using Rudyard as an example here because he didn't fucking know any of this.
Oh, that's right. He's speaking as Odin. I keep forgetting.
Shit, and you didn't know any of this shit, but your ancestors made a deal that you're going to cash in on, and this deal's going to save you. You got any complaints? Hey, sorry I keep getting derailed, but your company is so pleasant. It's just a pleasure talking to you and feeling you.
That's weird. Also, he has a new shirt on, but it looks like the same undershirt. This might be the same day.
So, the point I was trying to make is your era of history has lots of stories that parallel the actual thing that just happened. Don't think too much about them. Stories are just useful exercises to figure out how you symbolically relate to reality. For example, 1984 was a really important story, or Lord of the Rings for Rudyard, figuring out how he related to the threats in his environment. The myth allows you to see reality on a deeper level, where We talked about the Matrix, and it's ironic a leftist wrote the Matrix because the left were the ones who made the Matrix, which was the false reality of the 20th century, where they gave people this false image of what the world was to get them to work harder for the machine and the AI of industrial civilization. Industrial civilization's got this machine god. I haven't killed it. I'm still worried about it. It's
just out of curiosity, how do you propose to kill the machine god of Western civilization? I'm just deeply curious.
the constant whirring. It's the whirring wheel I talked to you before that just keeps pushing itself.
What are you talking about, man? Did you play a little bit too much Horizon Zero Dawn? Did you play too much Aloy?
Complete surrender to dead matter, which is not good, but I gotta talk about that in the future. So I find with this sort of thing, you will probably be feeling...
Yeah, honestly, again, I keep coming back to how much this parallels Warhammer 40k lore. He's literally claiming to be a psyker.
Lots of emotions, and don't know how to deal with this. So I will tell you the correct emotions to feel, and I will tell you how you should relate to this, and then you can choose to take that or leave that. So I am going to appreciate my environment and appreciate pieces of art that symbolically to me feel close to what I feel I just did. I'm going to talk about movies and music because
What? I mean, you can appreciate whatever media you want, of course, man, but like I don't think you need to analogize like this.
that's two ways I process the world. The way I process the world is I have a symbol, and I use the symbol, and I study the symbol to understand broader truth. This is the Hermetic method, where in Hermeticism, the universe has this pre-established system of scientific development, where you get a consciousness breakthrough, God has assessed you're capable of being responsible for this, and then God elevates you, and so you get the new technology. And so...
One would think that an anarchist would really chafe against the idea of such a hierarchical spirit world. You know? One would assume that, right? I'm genuine. I wish he would talk more about his politics here, because I want clearer answers. I want him to challenge my worldview.
As I said before, this is why technological breakthroughs are downstream of philosophical and religious, because God can assess you're responsible enough for this so you get it. The Europeans got the godlike military technology they did because the natural order assessed that European society was moral enough to handle it.
I mean, he definitely has politics. It's just, I don't believe they're anarchism at all. As a person who's somewhat sympathetic to the anarcho-communist position and, you know, think it is a great long-term goal, I just don't think I don't think he's anarchist at all, you know? Oh, Dispatch, he believes in the spirit world, but he also believes that all things spiritual and physical are either inherently feminine or masculine, you know, male or female. Like he thinks that is a spiritual truth that transcends all levels of reality, which is, of course, very silly.
Sadly was not fully true, and it spread to other societies, but the 20th century should be seen as ultimately a victory for humanity and a loss for that era of history. The suffering was short-term, and the long-term gains of the 20th century were so enormous for the human race. The 20th century was kind of a victory. So, a story... Oh, I really need to finish that point, I apologize. Where to evolve upwards, you have to break through to new levels of consciousness. And Hermeticism, the nature of it's not a worship religion.
I do have some beverage here. You know what? It has been a while. I was planning to have more ordered shots throughout this, but honestly, his level of babbling made me quite nervous. Okay. guess I'll save the rest of this for Inauguration Day, baby. L'chaim.
Study certain symbolism, and then the symbolism gets you ahead. So that's really important. Where my breakthroughs, the nature of water, which is we're in the age of Aquarius now, where everything is connected and everything's a ripple like water. Let everything be water. Let the flood start. And by flood, I mean peaceful event. I, of course, do not support violence. I do not.
You can't say that after looking at the camera like that, man.
Not support any aggressive actions. Our enemies are so innately weak, they're just going to lose. And I support martial pacifism because I am a Viking Quaker where...
Oh, good. He's literally brandishing a gun in the video. That's healthy for him. Oh, boy.
I support being armed so that people don't fuck with you, but then not fucking with others. Because as Seneca said, the best protection against war is to have a strong military. You know, guys, I don't know.
That doesn't make sense, bud. You're full of contradictions on basically every level.
How many of these quotes are accurate, but you should fact check them. The gist of it's always accurate. So our job is to develop psychologically as a species using these methods to interact with our environment.
Yeah, it appeared to be pistol, yeah. 9mm.
So that God can sense our level of development. And this is important because God bestows evolutionary breakthroughs onto you once you hit a threshold.
That's not... I get, okay, again, he's using it in the New Age woo sense. Not what evolution means. This is honestly becoming one of my least favorite recurring things in this video.
Which is why you'll have singular philosophers who made a huge breakthrough in a field that was never paralleled before, because they were the first people who hit that war in God's story. So God bestows people like Plato or Confucius or Isaac Newton or many great philosophers, including Rudyard. Rudyard hit up against an intellectual threshold, so we just fed him a lot of shit because the threshold was so much. It's not personal, as we said before. And
it's an evolution to the word
you
evolution.
need to morally advance to get more technology. You need to move up through faith in the great chain of being so that you can also pull back downwards the great chain of being with reason. Faith up, reason down, material, spiritual. And your society will stop advancing because you are such terrible people. Your technological advancement came from a high-trust society, and as you lose the high trust, you'll lose the advancement. And this is the problem where your intentions inform the world. Your society has very bad intentions, so your technology comes out demonic. This is something you should probably think about.
I want to know more about the demon tech. Tell us about the demon technology.
For AI, where... For example, the technologies you're inventing now, like genetic engineering and AI and automating, these are technologies that can be of immense power that can be used for good or evil, but be very careful about the intentions, because the intentions you set in that specific time period will ripple forever. And this is why we sent Rudyard, because we wanted someone who...
Oh, sorry. You are correct, Method Yahoo. It wasn't Rudyard brandishing the firearm. It was Odin. I apologize for the confusion.
You knew you could trust to handle with the power of this godlike technology.
Oh, thanks,
and look,
Media
Hermeticism
Breakdown.
has a pre-established system with an entire moral axis built around
it's a vibe.
What level of consciousness, and we're developing tests to assess this already. My people are doing that. What level of consciousness?
What people? Do you have other members of your cult already? How big is it? I want to know.
You can gift someone technology. So I am here to use power responsibly and make sure that the godlike technologies that we are getting now will be used completely responsibly so that people don't suffer, and with honor and duty. And
duty.
Yeah, I just look at the godlike technology. We could make such cool stuff that gets us closer to God. It's so much stuff. We just have to not be demonic. We just have to have responsibility for not being demonic, and then making sure power is held responsibly.
Okay.
And I care a lot about that. So we are about to each reach a massive developmental level, and in that developmental level, we need to be close with God, which is why I'm opening up the tree to you. I am giving you my tree on Christmas. You can have the baubles on it now, and
this dude is so cracked. Why do I keep coming back to this? Because you guys are little pain piggies. You guys like the unique intellectual pain of seeing this and attempting to understand it. And I think through this pain we can glean insight, which is why I wanted to see this project through. But like, I'm not going to deny it is quite difficult to sift through all of this, like absolutely incoherent nonsense.
I say this right after midnight passes because I am finishing this video around the witching hour of Christmas, which I'm sure...
God, I wish I was finishing this video around the witching hour. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. We've been going for almost 9 hours in order to break down this particular video. And honestly, I've been chunking away at it. I've been talking and like doing content about this the entire time. It's just that densely full of nonsense and like things to respond to, like the Washington Monument penis. Like, good God.
Is a symbolically important day. And in a moment. So I have just gifted you a system that tells you how to use technology responsibly. I hope you can understand the meaning of that. And it is of the highest importance that we develop institutions around this, institutions of human capital, to train quality men who can wield this technology, because otherwise horrifying fates that we can't even understand are possible.
Yeah, like getting lost in the warp and encountering a warp storm. That would be terrible. You know, if you don't understand how to navigate the warp, why, you could wind up just about anywhere. Or any when.
Speak with the utmost urgency, and I hope you can understand this and take it seriously. Rudyard is deeply overwhelmed, and he...
Sorry, Odin, I can't do that last part.
He is deeply terrified, frankly, now. But Rudyard is a brave and strong person who wants to serve you, and he really wants to help you, and he understands his place in history, because we gave you a person who truly understood the meaning of suffering and understood the meaning of responsibility and duty.
Yeah,
and I hope that my story is able to become inspirational for other men in the future who stood for other men. Men stand for men, and by men I mean humans. Because when you stand for men...
You know, you could have just said, I hope humans begin to stand up for other humans, instead of, I hope men stand for men. And by men I mean humans. Like, that's a clunky way to try and end your point, buddy.
You stand for all humans. Because this can't go on. This isn't right. And I am here to tell you how I understand the situation. This was the best I could do. So, this is like the 5th time I got sidetracked, but this stuff's really important.
Is it, though? Is it really important? I know it may feel really important, but like... Is it, though?
American Beauty had a lot of presages to it. Oh
God, what? You're gonna be like, I'm the bag blowing in the wind, buddy? Or are you gonna talk about how you're the, what's his name? The House of Cards actor. Are you the Kevin Spacey in this movie? I really hope not, for a wide variety of reasons.
Since the author was a psychic. American Beauty is one of my favorite movies.
It always hits me. He never fails to hit me with just an absolute out of nowhere gut punch, man. I'm sorry, the author of American Beauty is a psychic? Citation needed?
And authors, lots of authors you see as rational intellectuals are actually psychics, like Nietzsche.
Rationality is actually a symptom of psychic ability. is one of the most insane things I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, American Beauty and Kevin Spacey, or a Kevin Spacey vehicle, definitely a choice.
He had psychic abilities. Isaac Newton had psychic abilities, because the psychic ability is the way to deal with the form of ideas. And so if you think about abstract concepts or you're intuitive, you're some level of psychic, because psychic is advanced empathic abilities, at least in part. This stuff is adjacent to science, and it's all completely plausible because all of universes...
This stuff is adjacent to science. It's basically science, you know. This is what your, like, wildly racist uncle says around the Thanksgiving dinner table about the, an article he read on the Daily Stormer about how the science of skull shapes is coming back in style.
Ripple. So we're constantly rippling things out to each other, rubbing off on each other.
Phrasing.
American Beauty understood the very ending of the movie. You should rewatch that. You should see it with new eyes.
Oh, God.
American Beauty talks about a lot of the concepts we see here. And on top of that, American Beauty has such a incredible understanding of the social issues implicit in modernity. It has...
Oh my God. Are you kidding? I mean, he must really like it. He deliberately steered the conversation to American Beauty. Oh, Alan Ball's Wikipedia, he's never claimed to be psychic. Oh, that's very interesting. But also immaterial to Rudyard's argument here. Because he's not saying that these people claimed to be psychic. He's saying that their insights on the human condition could only be a result of communing with the spirit world and gaining insight into the human mind. That's what he's trying to... That's what he's saying. He's saying they're not talented. It's not like they're just talented writers. They're talented because they're psychic.
As the cold wife, it has the corporate takeovers, the rising inequality, the breakdown of organic family relations, social status, like edgy shaman boy. And so American Beauty, you see part of this. Another few movies that really are how I feel about this, one of them is Princess Mononoke, one of my favorite movies by Studio Ghibli.
How do you watch that movie, man, and walk away with the conservative messaging that you obviously did?
And in Princess Mononoke, young Prince Ashitaka of the Ainu, who are were the indigenous inhabitants of Japan who lived on the North Island, he has PTSD, or not. It's so close to PTSD I process it as, but he has a curse where a demon boar attacks him, and the demon boar adds a cancer to him that's going to eat him apart as demonic plague. At the same time, this demon curse makes him incredibly strong, unbelievably strong. And Ashitaka, the only way he can solve his curse is by going to the west and solving a war between the forest animals and the Iron Town with guns, which is hollowing out the forest. And he makes them realize that they are one and the same, and that humanity and nature are the same. And
I've not related to what he's currently talking about, but I've been thinking about this American Beauty, like the way he kept coming back to American Beauty because it was really important. I do genuinely wonder if any part of him is capable of introspection about the fact that, like, the main character fantasizes about having sex with an underage girl. Like, I don't know. It's a gross movie. It's a gross movie. I'm sorry.
In that, he fixes his curse.
Anyway.
I feel like Ashitaka. And
of course you do.
And my curse has just been lifted, so thank you. You had testimony to this. Thank you. I am free now. My mom put these traps on me, and to break out of the traps, I had to found this religion. And so it was very cleverly done, but this path, or my destiny, which we all have, only came about because I had immense courage and I gained self-awareness very young. You have the capability to do this. I am telling you to take your destiny, unlike Nick Fuentes, who did that the wrong way. So...
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let's play that one back real quick.
You have the capability to do this. I am telling you to take your destiny, unlike Nick Fuentes, who did that the wrong way. So...
Was that a jibe at Nick Fuentes being gay? Because I can definitely see Rudyard criticizing Nick Fuentes for being gay and a Nazi, which is the wrong kind of Nazi, you know, the wrong kind of fascist.
Besides Princess Mononoke, one of my favorite fantasy books ever is Corum. And Corum is about an elf prince. And I would fantasize being an elf as a kid. I really like the elf aesthetic.
That checks out.
And his race is wiped out, and he makes a bet with a wizard to kill a chaos god. And the chaos gods, there's 4 of them. They've completely destroyed reality because they destroyed order. And so they sink oceans between the land. They wipe out entire races out of boredom because chaos is fickle and it's creative in short term, but then chaos completely destroys. And Corum has horrible PTSD from this. And I really like Michael Moorcock's characters with PTSD. Them and Vinland Saga do PTSD really well. And
oh no, he just said something very correct. Vinland Saga does handle PTSD very well.
He struggles with it, and it always holds him down. But then, with his deal with the wizard, he has a demonic eye and a demonic hand, and this gives him incredible power. And then he goes out killing each of the chaos gods, and he does it as a mortal because the chaos gods are so arrogant, because chaos, when it's loosened, becomes quite silly and weak. And I feel a tremendous amount like Corum. I empathize with him so much.
Going around killing chaos gods, just an average day in the life of Rudyard Lynch.
So, finishing this up,
oh man, we're so close.
I'm going to tell you about some of the music that was really important to me.
Okay.
Because music is how I process thought. And when I hear music, that's how I think. So I change my music to change how I think. And the way I processed this is I picked certain songs as symbolic for certain eras of history. So Clean Bandit's song, Rather Be, was symbolic for me for the 2010s order. You can say this is silly, but this is just how I am.
You could just say it was really influential to you in the 2010s. You could just say that. You don't have to. You don't have to like come up with it as like a list for the different eras you're a fan of.
Wait. Clean Bandit was also symbolic to me for the post-COVID order, which I saw as a waiting room. With that being, with their song with Mabel, TikTok, I saw that as symbolic for the period after COVID when there was too much cheap money. And I really hate 2010s, how our culture...
Thank you for the $2 super chat media breakdown. Yeah, he does sound over this video.
Has no creativity. I can't watch pop music. To be fair, I like pop music in large part because there's beautiful women. But I have to have the music, and they have to be likable. And the problem is that all the new pop music is just about being a sociopath degenerate, where I'm so scared for these young women, because literally all pop music now is about hating yourself and being depressed.
What are you talking about, dog? HOTTOGO. Well, yeah, very much a song about hating yourself and being depressed.
A lot of it's literally about suicide. You can't make a happy pop song anymore because the
Dude, what pop songs are you listening to?
envious witches took everything.
Oh, the witches are still around? They weren't wiped out in the witching wars?
And I'm frankly just worried about you guys. I need to. I see your.
Yes, he does think like classical fantasy witches are still around. Yes.
Culture, and your mind is not well.
He saw the trailer for Wicked. He knows what they're capable of.
And Senbon Zakura, which is a Japanese. I don't listen to the original version. I listen to the more serious version. Hatsune Mika. Her voice isn't serious. Yeah, it's a Japanese nationalist.
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to hear Hatsune Miku name dropped in this video.
Which is a Japanese. I don't listen to the original version. I listen to the more serious version. Hatsune Mika. Her voice isn't serious. Yeah, it's a Japanese nationalist song about.
Yeah, of course you fucking love the Japanese nationalist song. I of course you do. Yeah, of course you'd align with like the far right Japanese propaganda.
How the Western Order was a gilded
Hatsune. My brain auto-corrected it to Hatsune Miku. But yeah, he did say Hatsune Miku.
cage. The Japanese would have to revive the spirit of their ancestors in order to survive in the coming chaos. I used that mentally as a proxy for the coming new destructive order. Twilight of the Thunder God, or a song about Thor killing Jormungandr at the end of Norse Ragnarok. That was my favorite song for years. I really empathized with that. Last Dying Breath.
You really empathize with that. You empathize with that because you are Thor. You believe you're gonna be called upon to slay Jormungandr at the end of all things.
Breath by Sabaton was a song that got me through high school because I would listen to it for hours on repeat. I'd wake up to it, I'd walk to it because I was constantly exhausted and scared in high school. And Last Dying Breath was a song about the Serbian military where they fought on to the death in World War I. And the song goes, soldiers, heroes, die for your land. Your lives are gone, erased by your command, until your last dying breath. In haste, our lives are erased. Forward to glory for king until your last dying breath. When I was in high school and I thought I had died, I listened to that song as a proxy to me about I was past the date of caring. And I thank you so much, God. You gave me that day when I didn't cut my arm, and that this all leads out to it. It's so beautiful, God. Tobacco Island by Flogging Molly was another song. I like how hard that goes.
Okay, I'll give him this one. Tobacco Island by Flogging Molly is a great song. If you ever went through a sea shanty phase, you should listen to that song, all right?
That song was how I thought as a teenager. When you listen to that kind of music, that's how the inside of my mind is. So, Tobacco Island with Flogging Molly, my brain moves that fast. That's what the inside of my head feels like. And I was more stressed. That song goes, 'twas 1659, forgotten now for sure. They dragged us from our homeland, their musket and their gun. Cromwell and his somethings came and took all they could. Oh, to hell we must sail for the shores of sweet Barbados, where the sugar cane grows taller than the God we once believed in. The butcher in his crown raped the land we used to sleep in. Now tomorrow shines on ghostly crimes that haunt Tobacco Island. That song, for me in high school, is what going to school and having to deal with my mom felt like. It's a song.
That hurts me so much. It's not a song about being dragged from your bed to go to high school. It's a song about abducting people from their home at the end of a gun and then turning them into slaves in the Caribbean. Ah! God damn it. Yeah, being genocided equals going to high school. Yeah, exactly. It's very equivalent. I'm sorry, sea shanty phase? I don't understand. Oh. Yeah, it got really popular. Like, sea shanties got ridiculously popular like 3 years ago.
That the Irish sent as slaves in Barbados in the 1600s, and I felt like I was stuck in some faraway land from home, where I felt like I was constantly being bossed around, and I didn't have agency. Rising of the Moon, my father would sing the Irish rebel songs, and when I was stressed, I would sing them back to myself as a kid. And the Irish, I could relate to their aggression and being forced to fight an impossible battle. So I love my Irish people's music because it's very complex, the lyrics are incredible, and it's also about really hard situations. I love music.
I do have to give him this. Black and Tans is one of the best rebel songs of all time.
So much. I constantly think about music. Nine Treasures has been my favorite band for my whole life. They're a Mongolian Buddhist metal band. When you listen to their music, that's what the inside of my head feels like. I really hope I don't get them hurt. I know they're in Beijing. I know they're in China. And so what I'll say, because China is not nice to people. They're not in a good stage now, but I'm just going to tell the Chinese government, please don't hurt these people. I really like this band. They're good.
Well, okay. We were going to, but then we heard that Rudyard Lynch doesn't want us to, so I guess we won't.
Guys, I don't know if they're good guys. Their music has spoken to me on a deep primal level. Their music was a huge part that got me here. I would listen to it, and the hardest parts of a lot of the hardest parts of my life, and especially in my wandering phase. And I love music, and I process the world through music, and I'm happy that I can share my love of music and stories for you. And for another story...
You know, that's a great point, Little Razzie. He did just claim that pop music was so dark and edgy nowadays, and that's why he doesn't like it, but he does love songs about enslaving people to empower the Caribbean slave trade. That's incredible.
Arthur C. Clarke wrote a book called 2001: A Space Odyssey, and it...
Oh, did he now? I've never heard of it. Tell me more.
Said that in the year 2001, there would be a breakthrough in how humans processed consciousness relating to stuff like AI and space and new technologies. Oh. So I guess he was right. I was born in 2001, although it took some extra time.
Geckomancer, I don't know that you're wrong on that one. I don't know that you're wrong.
So what else do I have to do here?
You don't have to do anything, bud. You could just end the video now.
So there's no reason to fear, and I just keep this sheet, man. I keep the sheet, and I just knock stuff out when I've done it. It's my way of organizing this final segment. So
this was organized? I'm really afraid to see what a disorganized version would have been.
No reason to fear. I need you to take responsibility for your life. And the next question you may ask is, what do you want me to do, Rudyard? And the short answer is nothing. I would like your silence.
Yeah, he outlined this entire thing. At certain points, he wrote out a script for it. Geckomancer, like, this... I know you guys haven't been able to see it because he hasn't been up on screen, but fundamentally here, guys, he's been recording this over the course of multiple days. Like, there has been several different outfit changes across all of these videos. The amount he is speaking would involve writing the equivalent of, like, a lengthy fantasy novel of like 700 or 800 pages, you know?
I will refuse to have any interaction with the public for the next 2 weeks after I release this. This is because I worry that this video will predicate something like opiate withdrawal, psychological opiate withdrawal, and you folks will need a second, and your emotional state will be I don't know what would happen, but there's a relatively high chance that your emotional state will become very fragile in the near future.
It's certainly fragile after having done this.
So just hang in there. Your emotional
Thanks, motivational cat poster.
state will stabilize at some point soon, because I said so, because I know how these things work. You are going to be fine. Don't worry too much. Touch the fucking wood in your house. Feel it. Look at the tree.
You could just say touch grass, man. It's what you want to say, but too many lefties say it.
Talk to your kids. Read a book. Just do anything except stress about this, because you are not supposed to stress.
I'm not going to stress about this. This is now done.
You are supposed to be responsible, and you have to be responsible for your own emotional state. So, I have one video already finished. I'm going to release that. That's done, though. And then I am not going to say anything for the next 2 weeks. After that,
he did not hold to that promise.
People with platforms can reach out to me if they're interested in asking me about this. I would really love to go on a variety of shows to get interviewed for this stuff. And our relationship is just starting. So if society is my girlfriend, the message I would convey to you is, I don't actually like you, and we need some space. And then we're kind of forced to be here together.
His girlfriend goes to a different school, chat. You wouldn't understand. Oh my god.
You can choose to reject me if you'd like. I got better stuff to do. Actually, no, that's not true. But I have hobbies. I'll be fine by myself. If you want my advice, listen to my advice. Go ahead. That's the deal here. But
I genuinely couldn't tell you, after having watched all of these, what your advice is. I genuinely... Your prescriptions are baffling, man.
We need to establish an actually organic relationship, and I don't want this to be forced. So... I don't actually want either of us to do anything. I want us to develop some kind of parameters for how we relate to each other, and that will evolve organically. So I'm not going to start any shit. I'm running my organization. My priority is growing it. I see it as of course I'm going to do the channel. I love this channel. I would die without this channel. It's a form of therapy for me. But
that is readily apparent.
So I'm going to keep making content. No changes there. I love the content. Keep making History 102. I love that show in some ways more than the main show. But I'm here. I'm going full hog on the OCD.
What org is he talking about? He has a YouTube channel with over 700,000 subscribers. So, like, his org is like his media operation, you know?
Where I've already raised some money for the group, and I've got a lot of members, and I've pre-established the leadership structure already, and I've told the men, I've sent a lot of them this video, I told the men that...
You sent a lot of... Did your entire organization fall apart after this? Like, genuinely, what happened here?
We are ready to grow the organization. So if you're...
I guess the organization he's talking about is not his YouTube operation, it is the cult. Remember, he's establishing a new religion.
Or interested in supporting the OCD, wait.
Oh, yeah, the OCD. He talked about that in the past. It's like the... I don't remember what it stands for, if I'm being completely honest with you. Yeah. But it is like... It's like something... One... Champion Dragon or something like that. It's something... Order... Yeah, it's Order of the Crimson Dragon. There we go. We nailed it. Thank you, Punk Monk. The final piece of the puzzle. Order of the Crimson Dragon. There we go. I guess that is his religious org.
Until February. and then hit up the email I will give you. I am waiting until February since I think our relationship needs that much more time to chill out, because you must first attain chill vibes before you go hard, and I want us to have chill vibes. So I'm not going to force stuff on you. I am just here, and I'm going to be over here till you trust me, because I'm not going to do anything scary. I have no interest in like causing shit, because as I said, I just like to read, make videos, the company of beautiful women,
and to experience apotheosis.
Have a company which I lead my men, and go on walks around. These 5 things satisfy me. I am not aiming at huge change here. I just gave you this message because I think it's a useful message that you should understand.
I don't understand it, if I'm being completely honest with you on this one. I don't get it.
Can you empathize with that, please?
No.
I also don't want you to hurt my mother in any way.
Jesus, of course not.
I know she's evil and she did this bad stuff, but it's still morally wrong for a son to do that against his mother, and I don't want to build up negative mojo with her, because I want to clean the slate of our previous of our issues. I never want to speak to her again in my life. I just want to make that clear. And I don't want you to hurt any of my family or friends. And if you meet one of
Fair. No one should want to do that.
these people in your life, treat them like a fucking person. Understand who they are. Understand that how I related that person in this story.
Let's be clear. Like, don't bother any of these people. You know, like, don't bother his mom, his dad, him, anyone in his orbit. Don't interact with them. I don't see that ending well for anybody, you know?
Story is not their entire character, and just do the empathy thing. Like, someone could have been mean to me, and then they can fix themselves as a person. You should have empathy. I don't believe in that kind of like I support empathizing with others and understanding their human conditions innately. The gods would like to throw this framing at you. Rudyard is an example of a bloodline that made the correct choices. In less than a century, they went from effectively Irish peasants.
Ah, yes. The divine bloodline of Rudyard Lynch.
To killing a god and being important figures on the national and historic stage in America. If they can do that in less than a century, what can you do? Because greatness is so often the side effect of a family that has spent years building up to it, like Philip and then Alexander for Macedon, or look at royal lines over history. You'll see family similarities. So it is your responsibility to maintain the hearth of your family. And the good thing is that...
Ah, yes, let's bring back royal families. Good golly.
We all have our own families and our own identities, so we already have that. You were blessed to have your bloodline. You should be proud of your blood. I love the world's cultures. They're not all equal, but
Not all cultures are equal, and not all bloodlines are equal either. Anyway, I think we should stop calling people Nazis. Bye.
Find beauty and something worthwhile in all of them. In all of the cultures of the world shines the anima mundi. I grew up as a Quaker, and when I was in the worst aspects of hell, I would sing the Quaker hymns. The Quaker hymns were the things that when I was dying, I could have faith in. And it's so beautiful. With my old leather breeches and my shaggy, shaggy locks, I am walking in the glory of the light, said Fox. There's an ocean of darkness right around you and me, and a light that is shining I'm not perfect at this stuff. A light that is shining.
Look, I've sung on stream before. It's hard, okay? I empathize.
In the Turk and the Jew, there's a light that is shining right inside me.
You know, when you say it like that in this context, it comes across real bad.
And you, and a light that is shining. I'm sorry, I can't remember this stuff perfectly. I gave you 10 hours of content. I killed a god. I know I'm not good at...
You know, I feel like the order of operations there should have been I killed a god and gave you 10 hours of content, not I feel like you want to start with the big one first.
Singing, but you don't have to hold that against me. So, yeah, my ancestors were all peasants. It's crazy. Or almost all of them were peasants. It's funny how these things work. And
hilarious.
I've been thinking a lot where here we go. I state before the Lord God.
Oh God, he's doing a pledge.
And Hermes that I now have sealed the contract in the Blue Room. You have my official guarantor in front of the public and my official signing that my contract is now closed. I am officially a public servant of the Blue Room. Done.
What the fuck?
Oh God. I don't know, man. This story's pretty interesting. I'm only 23. What's going to happen next? And over the course of my life, I have worn many identities.
Yeah, I don't know what the Blue Room is, guys. I've watched all of this now. I don't know what that is.
Entities. You've seen that. I've lived in a lot of places, had a lot of jobs, done a lot of things, thought a lot of ideas. And I always felt this sense of hollowness, and that's symbolic for our society, the ghost in the shell of Descartes' philosophy, that we feel completely isolated from our environments. And I wandered across the world. I saw so many things. I saw horror so terrible you cannot imagine it. I reached up towards the heavens, and I saw God in the incredible, and I saw the 9 worlds in between. And so I can see the tree of life. I have seen human consciousness. In the same way, looking at the earth from space.
You know, maybe, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe having seen those things under the influence of ayahuasca isn't as legitimizing of your religious ideals as you may think.
Conceptualizes who we are in material space. The tree of life conceptualizes where your soul is. And so I've seen so much, I've done so many things to figure out who I am, because I always wondered who that was. And I now know that I have the answer. I am Rudyard William Lynch, the man who killed a god.
With that, we are done. It is finished. This is a combination of things that I hope really makes it apparent that this is what fascism is. It is messy, it is inconsistent, it is not moored to any kind of foundation. It is an ideology that is meant for one thing and one thing only: to leave you full of crazy nonsense that can be replaced at a moment's notice by some great leader who you view as superior to you because of their bloodline, because of their religious message, because of their or position, I guess. This is truly what we're facing. I believe that this guy is emblematic. All of this is emblematic of what we are going to be bumping up against for the next 4 years, at least. It is going to be difficult. But I also think that by watching this, we can take some measure of hope that a lot of people are not primed to fall to whatever the hell this was. A lot of people, though they may be conservative, do not fall into this category of reality denial. You know, a lot of people, though they may be, dissatisfied with the Democrats, or they may even be completely and utterly alienated from our political system, they are not quite willing to slip down this rabbit hole. And like, yeah, I do not think he is mentally well. I you know, numerous times throughout these videos, I've hoped out loud that he gets the help he needs. And I just want to end this by saying I want to reiterate that. I hope he gets the help he needs, because honestly, this was kind of scary. You know, like, none of this was true, but I do think that he truly believes it all. And that is worrisome. And with that, we've come to an end. All right? We did it. We are finished. Thanks for joining me, folks. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider supporting the stream with subs, donos, memberships, what have you. And I will see you all on a new fucking day. Bye. We did it. Yeah, like, turtle bird me, like, I think it can be both things. I think that, like, a lot of the conservative elements of this guy's ranting deserve to be criticized, deserve pushback. And also, I hope he gets better, you know? I'm gonna pee, and then I'm just gonna chill with you guys for a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I need to, like, just be able to ramble. BRB. How we doing, folks? How are we doing? Good God. Madame Saturnia, hello. Hanging in there? Oh my God. Same. Barely. There's a part of me that wants to make ramen after this because I've been streaming for almost 10 hours, but there's also another part of me that just wants to collapse into bed. Not sure which one will do. I regret everything. Same. That was an experience, you know? Collapse into ramen? I might just do that. We'll see. Go to bed? I'll do one of them, don't you worry. I just wanted some time to just, like, chit-chat. I felt like I had to be focused on that video almost the entire time. That was really hard. Dude did not make that easy. Ramen sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna make... I think I'm gonna make, like, a carbonara ramen. Tomorrow, Shadiversity. I can't do that. We just did Shadiversity yesterday. Or the ramen collapses into you. Even better. Not good. Hate ableist people. Yeah, you know, he's pretty ableist. Oh, yeah. That video is a lot. Yeah. Yeah. What did he actually say over all those videos? He's making a religion. He's checking it twice. Gonna find out who's naughty and nice. That's about it, as much as I got out of it, frankly. Plus, you know, the fascist stuff, you know. Throw ramen on the bed and smoosh a bat in it? Might. Yes, but what about second? We've had one, yes. What about second Shadiversity? Oh, God. All right, folks. Been an almost 10-hour-long stream. I am going the fuck to bed / maybe continuing to watch anime while I make some ramen, you know? Been watching Shangri-La Frontier because it's kind of dumb fun. Good night, everybody.